We're live.
Thank you. If you want to go ahead and switch to the agenda slide. And we're good. We have everybody.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Waterloo Mayor Dave Jaworski for council meeting Monday, January 18th, 2021, continuing on 2 p.m. in the afternoon. We will begin with a roll call, beginning with Ward 1, please.
Good afternoon, Councillor Hanmer, present.
Councillor Bodley here.
Councillor Veith, present.
Councillor Freeman, present.
Councillor Vasic, present.
Councillor Henry here.
Councillor Bonago, present.
And the mayor is here as well. We would like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we are broadcasting from today, and many of us are gathering on, is the land traditionally used by the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Neutral people. We also acknowledge the enduring presence and deep traditional knowledge and philosophies of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land. I'd like to take a moment of reflection as well. At the beginning of this council meeting, we pause to think about the needs of our community. May we show wisdom and compassion in all our decisions. I would now like to call for a disclosure of pecuniary interest in the general nature thereof from councillors, if there is any. Hearing none, we'll move to the next item, which is the approval of minutes. And in our package there, minutes of the December 7th special council meeting. Does anybody have any questions on that item? Hearing none, I'll look for Ward 1 and Ward 2 to move us forward on the approval of minutes, please.
It's Councillor Hanmer. I'm happy to move the approval of the minutes from our previous meeting. And I vote in favor of the motion.
Councillor Bodley will second the motion and vote in favor as well.
Councillor Veith, in favor.
Councillor Freeman, in favor.
Councillor Vasic, in favor.
Councillor Henry, in favor.
Councillor Bonago, in favor.
And the mayor is in favor too. That carries unanimously. Moving forward on to item number 9, delegations, of which we have a set of 5 delegates here today. First up, item A is the Rare Charitable Reserve Research Land Securement Strategy. And we have Dr. Stephanie Sobek-Schwant, the Executive Director of Rare Charitable Reserve, here today to present to us. Welcome.
Thank you so much for the introduction and for welcoming us here today. Next slide, please. As many of you know, as a Land Trust and Environmental Institute, conservation has always been RARE's priority, and we currently own over 989 acres of conservation land in Waterloo Region in Wellington County, and we are actually celebrating our 20-year anniversary this year as our education and research programs also continue to grow. And we have just finalized and published our next 5-year strategy and plans. And part of this and one key focus is going to be the launch and implementation of the Rare Sites Land Securement Strategy, which I will be presenting here today. Next slide, please. As I'm sure you are all very well aware of, Waterloo region is home to more than 550,000 people and expected to grow by about another 35% at least over the next 20 years. So with this increasing population, land is increasingly becoming more highly sought after as well. And it is really important that we grow the percentage of conservation land alongside development to be able to protect the ecosystem services and other benefits our health and well-being and our agriculture depends upon. Next slide, please. Quite some time ago, actually in fall 2014, Chris Gosselin, who was a planner at the region of Waterloo at the time, hosted a first meeting here at the region to discuss the opportunity for a community organized, not-for-profit regional multi-property land trust. This was exactly to fill what we call the hole in the donut of sorts, where the red arrow is pointing here, which was an area that previously was not covered by any of the other 28 or so Ontario land trusts. So after many follow-up meetings with representatives from various environmental groups and other interested parties in the area, these representatives ultimately came together with other community members to form the Rare Sites Land Securement Team as part of Rare's organizational framework. And the very first particular mandate was to develop and implement a land securement strategy for our region, our area, that really covers all municipalities and the lower tier ones as well. Next slide. There are a number of other organizations in the area who have also an environmental focus that relates to the protection of land. However, many of these are not actively securing or acquiring new lands for conservation, or their focus is simply slightly different. For example, the Ontario Farmland Trust is very much focused on farming easements. And many of the organizations listed here, however, have since become partners in our efforts and are also members or have representatives of the on the Rare Sites Land Securement Team, as it's truly a cooperative effort. Next slide. The purpose of a land securement strategy is to identify parcels of interest for conservation. So in our case, this meant we applied a watershed perspective because natural lands and ecosystem services, of course, don't just end at municipal boundaries, and protecting the tributaries and headwaters of the Grand, for example, will have very much a positive impact on the ecosystems around it and further downstream as well. So the main criteria that were applied included ecological significance, connectivity, and size of potential parcels. So basically, we determined the desirable characteristics of conservation land, for example, the proportion of wetland or woodland and floodplain, the proximity to existing secured land, and in Waterloo region in particular, in most areas, there is considerable overlap with these types of features with the Greenlands network. So this was then also followed by considering looking at the map for potential of urbanization threat, the potential for funding as well, and of course, geographic dispersion, as we truly wanted to serve every lower tier municipality within the region of Waterloo and Wellington County. And of course, we had to also limit the efforts to a somewhat reasonable numbers of landowner contacts that can be approached within a first 5-year or so program. So this was undertaken through a modeling process called the RARE score, which we use GIS, a Geographic Information System, for on the computer. So our planning ecologist Tom Woodcock made layers in the Geographic Information System to identify any desirable conservation lands and ultimately calculated the percentage of each parcel that consists of these types of lands, and the ones that score very highly, say in the 90th to 95th percentile in terms of coverage, was what resulted in what you see on the next slide, please. So in total, almost 15,000 parcels were analyzed using this GIS model, and we identified actually 17 target areas with 365 properties and about 7 to 81 lots per target area that had, as per our estimates, the most desirable land for conservation. So in the city of Waterloo, there are 2 areas that play a role here that are partially located in Waterloo, which is the Sunfish Lake Laurel Creek area and also the area that is simply called Kitchener-Waterloo. And in total, we identified in those 2 areas just under 1,000 acres of land of potential interest. But we have to do a little bit of homework more still to figure out how much of that is actually publicly owned versus privately owned or is under protection already. But there is also significant amount of land in the townships surrounding Waterloo in particular, which are certainly also often areas Waterloo citizens seek out for passive recreation, such as hiking or bird watching, for example. Next slide, please. So speaking a little bit of conservation targets, so over the next 5 years, we are hoping that we can hopefully secure, with the help of community, an additional 400 acres of conservation land. And currently, we are working already with a number of landowners who have expressed interest to provide their land for conservation and often also public access in the future. So what we're currently looking at is actually already well above this goal that we're aiming here to work on in the next 5 years. So I hope that this truly means that we are on target and that this is possible. And notwithstanding that, of course, some of the properties that are currently under consideration may actually take quite some time to ultimately be protected, in particular because we're also planning to raise a 20% stewardship endowment with every lot we secure to really make sure we can ensure long-term protection of these parcels. Next slide, please. So to give you a better idea of what these individual target areas look like, here is a very simplified map of the Roseville Swamp target area. This is an area where we already have started to work in, and you can see it has protected lots already that belong to the Grand River Conservation Authority and Waterloo Region Nature as well, which is great because there's hopefully areas we can connect to in the future. And just recently, at the end of the last year, we actually closed on the first parcel for RARE here, which is, I believe, outlined in purple. It's a bit hard to see. Which is called the Reiner parcel, which is 44 acres that came to RARE as an eco-gift donation. So this map really gives you a better idea of what a long-term effort this work might be, because as you can imagine, kind of everything that's outlined currently in blue is sort of the remaining area of this natural feature, the Roseville Swamp. And there is put a number of other parcels in there that over time could in fact be connected to form a larger corridor that is all under specific environmental protection. And this would of course lead to maximum conservation impact in that area. Next slide, please. I believe we have supplied you with a version of the land securement strategy that contains some more detail on the background on how the data was selected and analyzed, and also target areas and potential securement options. Because often landowners are familiar with only two options. They either sell their land or they bequest it to their children. However, depending on the conservation mindset of the owners, neither of these options might actually be the best long-term solution if the owner wishes to preserve the land for conservation. Next slide, please. So we do hope that many of the lands that are currently under consideration might come to RARE as land donations, which of course from a budget perspective is highly desirable, but other options as listed here also exist, including conservation easements, for example, where an instrument is being registered on title that specifically defines what area of a property is to be protected and what that means and how this is going to be undertaken, while, for example, the owner continues to live on those properties. Next slide, please. So RARE is certified to receive land donations under the Federal Eco-Gifts program. And this program is actually very attractive to landowners who consider a donation because it comes with multiple benefits as they are listed here. And it really also ensures an additional level of protection because lands that were given as eco-gifts can only be ever held by other eco-gifts recipients. So what this really means is that in the unlikely case that an organization should ever cease to exist, the land would have to go to another eco-gifts recipient. And this really gives the owner some extra peace of mind because it ensures the long-term protection in perpetuity of these lands. Next slide, please. And we're already coming to the end here. I would like to thank you very much for letting me present here today. And this is really solely informational because this is now a larger effort. We start across Waterloo Region, Wellington, and it is well possible that projects in the city of Waterloo may come along, or that you are aware of developments, for example, where there might be additional lands that could be of interest for such a program as we offer. So we hope you keep us in mind in the future if something comes along your desks, or if you hear anything of interest, speaking to community members, because it's truly a collaborative effort. And I think it takes the whole goodwill and support of the entire community if we really want to make sure we can protect more lands for conservation into the future, and particularly now recovering from COVID-19, hopefully in a green and meaningful way. I think this is also something that is really for us to consider on how we want to approach this. And having more lands available for the community, we have really seen how important it is for people to have access to green spaces as well for recreation purposes. I think it's really important, and it has many benefits for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Very interesting presentation. Happy to see it again from my role at the region, and certainly really appreciate the research that RARE does on site. I was listening to CBC this morning and heard another article about a tree researcher doing some work with RARE going forward. I see Councillor Bonagor has a comment. Please go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Jaworski. I just wanted to thank you, Dr. Sobek-Swant, for coming and telling us about this. I think it's a fantastic program that holds a lot of potential for the region. And I'm just curious if someone is listening to this now or hears about it in the future, should they come directly to RARE just to find out more?
Through the mayor to you, Councillor, yes, absolutely. That's a wholehearted yes. So if anyone hears about it, is interested, we're always happy to speak to them. We connect with them very quickly. We often have people reach out to us for various issues. So absolutely, that's exactly why we're doing this and why we're here for.
Excellent. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
And thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Stephanie. I see no further questions for you today, but very much appreciate your presenting to our council, where sustainability and environment holds a special piece of our heart and a strategic plan, I might add. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Next up, under delegations, delegate number B, Waterloo Region Community Energy Delegation. And while things get set up, I'll invite Mr. Joel Cotter to join just to do a quick introduction.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski. I'm pleased to provide a brief introduction with respect to this next item. In 2018, the Community Energy Investment Strategy for Waterloo Region was presented to Council. The strategy is based on a 25-year horizon, and its purpose at a high level is to engage stakeholders in the community related to energy planning, identify local priorities for conserving energy and energy innovation, investigating renewable energy and distributed generation options, improve the energy performance of buildings, both existing and new, to identify opportunities to lower the carbon footprint of the local transportation system, to optimize and enhance local energy generation and security, and foster collaboration and commitment related to community energy. And many of these align with the city's strategic goals and objectives related to sustainability and the environment. To move the strategy forward, the Waterloo Region Community Energy Group was formed, which is represented and funded by the 3 area municipalities, or cities, I should say, the region, in the 5 local utilities. And I have the privilege of representing the City of Waterloo on the Waterloo Region Community Energy Group. Matthew Day is here today as the Community Energy Program Manager to provide Council with the first progress report of the working group. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Joel. We really value and appreciate your leadership on the governance committee. And it's also just great to follow the presentation from Rare. I'll offer the counter side or another side of the environmental and sustainability debate, this time through energy and greenhouse gas emissions. And it's also a pleasure to speak with City Council. And thank you, Council, for taking the time this morning. It's really an honor to report to this council, who understands quite well the fact that energy choices have a broad impact on our community, both good and bad. And this was illustrated in the newspaper last Friday with your transportation master plan, and how I think it was Councillor Henry clearly emphasized the greenhouse gas emissions impacts on that master plan. So that's terrific. And also like to thank the city staff that I work with quite closely, especially Robin and Anna Marie Cipriani. They're such wonderful professionals and collaborators, and I always look forward to phone calls and email chains with them. Next slide, please. So I want to talk this afternoon about energy planning at a local level and how it's always been a part of building the community we want. And in particular, how community energy is key to addressing climate change and growing our economy. So as cities evolve, energy systems have always evolved alongside them. So in Waterloo, as we've transitioned from an agricultural to an industrial to a modern economy, our energy systems have transitioned from water wheels to steam engines to gas and electricity energy grids. Currently, our economy is on the move again, and so is our energy innovations. Except in this transition, we're not limited by the amount of power we can produce, but rather by the kind and use and location of our power. So in addition to reliable, safe, and affordable energy, which is what we've been working on in Waterloo for the past 112 years, our future requires our energy to be clean, efficient, and equitable. So the question we're asking ourselves is, how do we grow the economy while building a sustainable future for everybody? And that's where our community energy investment strategy comes in. It's a 25-year plan that was passed unanimously by councils in 2018, and it asks us to act ambitiously by using the many tools available to us in Waterloo Region. In fact, it's the only way we're going to meet our climate change targets while growing our economy and sustaining our quality of life. Next slide, please. So to meet these goals, we have to be proactive in using the tools we have, in particular our policy, technology, and financial tools. And grounding our strategy is collaboration and partnerships. WR Community Energy brings together senior-ranking staff from all of our utilities, urban and upper-tier municipalities in a strong partnership. And considering we own 4 of our 5 utilities, we are well positioned to make these strategic choices. And that's why our community energy approach revolves around an investment strategy. We're able to unlock these partnerships and community scale opportunities that might otherwise be overlooked. Next slide, please. So what do we do? Well, a few things, but chief among them lately, especially as we've been getting started, is taking an early leadership role or connector role on complex projects. So we always keep an eye towards local opportunities and stack benefits that might otherwise be missed. So here are a few examples from 2020. The first is district energy. We led and developed a pre-feasibility district energy study. The UN calls district energy a secret weapon to solve climate change. We wanted to see if it would work here. Traditionally, district energy projects are usually developed as energy and economic projects. We wondered what would happen if we looked at it from a broader community perspective. So instead of a project that had a payback of 8% but actually increased greenhouse gas emissions, we looked at a study that asked the question, what would happen if we wanted to reduce greenhouse gas emissions? The result is a potential project that still makes money, in this case about 5.3% internal rate of return, but it actually reduces our greenhouse gas emissions by 53% and reduces maintenance and building costs for developers, businesses, and other municipalities, and serves a strategic future for our utilities. This particular project was in the city of Kitchener, and the city of Kitchener is now taking the lead on the next steps of this project to see if it's viable from a building perspective. Another project we worked on last year was a community energy financing project. One of the most difficult areas to address in climate change is residential homes. So to meet our community's GHG targets, we will need to deeply renovate about 200,000 existing homes across the region. When FCM opened $300 million of funding for this type of work, WR Community Energy was able to swiftly take action and facilitate a region-wide application. And our application is unique in Canada with its wide partnership within municipalities, the utilities, and local non-for-profits, and in its scope. Again, we led early studies that revealed multiple benefits, including economic, environmental, and quality of life issues. And here in particular in the city of Waterloo, we've worked with planning and development staff on site-level energy analysis for 5 sites, and we're working on even more initiatives and more projects in 2021. Last slide, please. So energy is an important and necessary ingredient in building the community that we want. And WR Community Energy is the hub for energy planning in Waterloo region. Our energy investment strategy is an ambitious energy plan that is central to meeting our environmental targets and growing our economy. Our plan is anchored in strong partnerships from our energy and municipal leaders, and we're central and we're focusing very much on ambitious economic and climate change solutions. So we'll continue to explore and map environmental and economic opportunities in the Waterloo region, and we're beginning to tap into our energy potential, which, if history is an indicator, will boost our economy and quality of life. So that's all for me. I look forward to reporting back to you next year with even more progress and updates and answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matthew, for bringing forward the community energy plan. And I'll just look to see if council has any questions or comments for you. Seeing none at this time. Oh, there's one. Councillor Freeman, please go ahead.
Thank you, through Mayor Jaworski. Thank you very much for the presentation. I was just having a quick look at the residential component that's listed on your website, and it says like residential energy efficiency. It says follow these links from the City of Cambridge and the region of Waterloo to learn more about your plans. City of Cambridge is listed separate from everyone else. Is there a separate page for Kitchener and Waterloo, or do they fall all under the region if people want to get more information?
If they want to get more through you, Mayor, thank you for the question. If they want to get more information, you can certainly contact myself through the website. And in terms of why the City of Waterloo is not on the website, I'll have to take a look at that and contact my web host. I'm not sure why that's not popping up.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all the work you're doing in this area.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I do know the answer to this. So sorry, but I do know the answer to this question. When the residential energy efficiency funding request was being made, it went to the City of Council and the Region of Waterloo's Council for approval, whereas in the City of Waterloo, it was passed. It was approved without going to Council. The exact details, I'm not sure on. I think it went to the CAO maybe.
Excellent, thank you. And I don't see any further. So with that, thank you very much, Matthew, for coming in and speaking with us today.
Thank you for having me.
We now move to delegate number 3, which is a delegation on backyard fires. And let's welcome the delegate, Ryan Hammer.
Thank you very much, Mayor Jaworski and members of council. I truly appreciate your time today. So I'm here to talk to you today in favor of backyard open fires. Together with over 7,500 citizens of Waterloo, we would like to put forth a draft bylaw proposal for open air fires in the city of Waterloo. This bylaw, in accordance with the Fire Act, is similar to many other jurisdictions that permit open fires, including Kitchener, which is a part of Waterloo region. Next slide, please. And sorry, one more. Those cities that have chosen to allow open air fires have done so in the name of safety. The chief of fire prevention with the Kitchener Fire Department is quoted by saying, "We figured it was already happening, so we figured we might as well make it safe." We conducted a survey and found out of the 754 responses we received, 239 Waterloo residents are already having fires. Next slide, please. Small controlled fires in adherence with strict guidelines on personal properties does not cause a health concern, and the environmental impacts are smaller than driving to designated fire sites. A 2019 Angus Reid poll has stated that 98% of Canadians would like to be outside, yet only 3/10 actually do spend time outside. The barriers listed through that survey are that people don't know what to do or who to do it with. Backyard fires are accessible, inexpensive, and they bring families together. In winter, many sidewalks are slippery and some streets do not even have sidewalks at all. This makes going for walks outdoors not always accessible activity, yet you can always walk out your door and enjoy nature safely in your own backyard. Often opponents of this idea suggest that fire tables as an alternative. While fire tables also have been shown at times to pose safety risk if used improperly, they're only accessible to those privileged enough to afford them. They cost thousands of dollars, more than some people in Waterloo make in a month, which effectively discriminates against the entire group of our citizens. Next slide, please. Fires are a ceremonial act in many cultures and allow people to practice their religion in their homes instead of driving to ceremonial sites. With the Waterloo immigration statistics stating that 22% of Waterloo region are now new Canadians, and with that number projected to increase in the future, we need to consider other cultures when making decisions that affect our community. Not all Canadians have the luxury of a second cottage property where they can enjoy outside time with their families. Through our petition, we learned how important these cultural ceremonies are to some residents of Waterloo. We've also learned the importance of fires in the Indigenous cultures. The keepers of our land had fires for generations, and now they feel discriminated against as fires had played an important role in the Indigenous cultures for generations. Next slide, please. Waterloo prides itself on intergenerational activities, providing committees, awards, and money to help bridge the gap. As our population ages at a rate of over 56%, all research encourages communication between younger and older generations. Sitting around a fire with all ages provides the opportunity to learn new skills, share stories, and bond. A fire can bridge the generational gap at no cost to families of all generations so they can enjoy this activity together. Next slide, please. Waterloo also prides itself on being one of the fastest growing communities in Ontario. Yet publicly on Paradise Development's website, they list a con to Waterloo. Has harsh winters with nothing to do. Again, fires can help solve this problem, attracting more people to Waterloo region. Next slide, please. From a mental health perspective, again, Angus Reid has told us that 95% of Canadians feel stress relief when they're outdoors. Outdoor Canada, Nature Canada, Stats Canada, and our current public health minister have all recommended at least 30 minutes of outside time a day. Outside fires will decrease screen time, which we all know is an increasing and serious health concern for our entire population. Children who spend more time in front of screens tend to have higher obesity rates, lower self-esteem, and lower self-worth. High screen times have linked to lower school performance and unhealthy eating habits. Now, we understand the concern of people with asthma and agree smoke should be kept to a minimum. We also agree that a fire is a nuisance to a neighbor. Then we need to be good neighbors first and put the fire out. On the other hand, mental health is equally as important. Those with mental health conditions cannot simply close their window and be safe. Those that are isolated and spend too much time indoors suffer. Fires can help provide an outlet they need. Currently, our survey states that out of 754 respondents, 701 or 93% say they would benefit from outdoor fires. Next slide, please. Speaking to the distance required to have a deemed to be safe fire, currently Laurel Creek Conservation allows for fires. The campground is surrounded by trees, and the size of the campgrounds are smaller in most cases than the average size of backyard in Waterloo. noting the average size of campground as being 10 feet by 20 feet and some as small as 10 feet by 10 feet. These fires are not contained in the way that we are proposing. We know a small contained fire with strict regulations will ensure safety. Next slide, please. Finally, the environment. It's widely known that wood is a carbon neutral fuel source and is better alternative to propane and natural gas. Not only is it a renewable resource unlike other fossil fuels, but wood releases the same amount of carbon dioxide whether it's burned or left to rot. Allowing backyard fires not only provides heat and entertainment for our citizens, but it also stops biofuels from taking up space in our landfills for years to come. The UN strongly urging countries to substitute fossil fuels with carbon neutral biomasses when drafting domestic legislations, and I believe that this is a global effort that should be reflected in Waterloo's bylaws. Next slide, please. Looking at our neighboring cities, Kitchener, since 2016 to today, there's only been 5 fines each year. And over the past 5 years, there have only been 280 complaints in a city with a population of 242,368. We understand that we are in a pandemic where council has more pressing issues to attend to. But what can be more pressing than the mental health of our city? What could be more pressing than providing an incentive to stay home during a state of emergency? What can be more pressing than allowing people to celebrate cultures openly without discrimination? And what can be more important than prioritizing the environment? That's it. Thank you for your consideration.
Excellent timing there, Ryan. Thank you very much for that. I do have questions from a couple of councillors. First up is Councillor Veith, then Councillor Vasic. Please go ahead, Councillor Veith.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski. Thank you so much, Ryan. You've apparently clearly done a lot of work and investigating on this topic, and you have brought some really good points to light. And yeah, I just want to say thank you. And I know it's not an easy go because you're getting it like we are from both sides of the issue. So I just want to thank you for a great presentation. And yeah, we'll see what happens.
Thank you very much, Councillor Veith. I appreciate your words.
Next up, I have Councillor Vasic, and then I might have a question as well. Please go ahead.
Thanks, through you, Mayor Jaworski. Thanks so much, Ryan, for all your work and all the conversation you've opened yourself up to in the last little while overall, and with me too. So just a couple questions for you. I'm curious, I know you've been working with others on this, curious who you've consulted with, and specifically around the culture piece. So just curious if you've spoken with individuals, organizations, and how you are coming to those conclusions, which I've also heard about and also been giving consideration to, but not sure who you consulted with. So just curious if you might be able to speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Vasic. Are you referring to like cultures, like people who have fire as a part of their culture? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking about, yeah.
I do have sources I can provide. Now, that being said, a lot of it has come from the petition and the comments along with the petition. Some people very vehement, of course, to this effect. But Jen, if I can take it offline, I can send you some of my sources. That's okay?
Yeah, sure. That'd be great. Thank you.
No problem.
Thanks. And my second one was just around the cost you mentioned. Also something I've been wondering about between a propane, I mean, environmental considerations aside on that one, but just the cost and accessibility of a propane fire versus a wood fire. So like, for example, I take a look at Home Depot website and you can pick up a propane fireplace for the outdoor backyard for $89. And then of course you have the ongoing cost of fire. So I've never, I'm just curious, like comparably, like I don't have this in front of me and I haven't done it, but something I've been interested to find out more about, if you put them side by side, like what are the upfront costs in terms of like the actual pit and the propane fire pit, and then the propane costs versus the wood, if you got the appropriate wood, if you weren't able to cut down some trees for it or something. So just curious if you have any more detail about that, because I've been really interested to know more about that.
Yeah, there's definitely, thank you, Councillor Bassett. Yeah, there's definitely, inexpensive options for sure, but now having a permanent solution put in place to access heat in the backyard in the winters can prove to be costly. In terms of side to side, the actual cost comparison of what a fire pit would cost and that one you saw at Home Depot for $89, I would venture to say it's about the same for setting up a fire pit in your backyard, especially one that is going to be confined to your backyard. Now, ongoing costs of propane fills is certainly something to think about, but the same can be said about getting wood. Now, again, these are all circumstantial. And as you said, prefacing this, like, let's keep the environment out of it. Propane isn't necessarily good for the environment. I know you want to keep it out of it, but having that as a solution, the environmental piece kind of negates it as a solution at the same time.
Oh yeah, I hear you. I just meant so that it wasn't like really complicated for this particular one. But I agree with you. That's another question too about the considerations environmentally side by side for sure. Yeah, thanks so much for your time, Ryan.
Thank you, Councillor Vazek. Appreciate it.
Next up, I have a couple more councillors in line. Councillor Hanmer, then Councillor Bonagor. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski. Through you to Ryan. Ryan, thank you very much for your presentation today and for the materials that you circulated to us just prior to the meeting. Certainly, there's no question you've been doing a lot of work, and as my colleagues have said, we're hearing lots of information on both sides. I was a little bit curious with your comment about the survey, and so am I, and it may be more of a clarification question. Am I to understand that there was the petition and then you did another survey, and then if you could elaborate, I'm curious about the types of questions you were asking in the survey.
So yes, thank you for your question. I appreciate it. So yes, that is true. We did another survey in addition to the petition. The petition was to more or less get us a gauge to see if I was out of my mind for wanting this, and to see if it's a commonality, and we found that it was. The survey went to those who signed the petition, and I asked other people to share that on their social media because I didn't want it to be anecdotal, meaning only the people that are on my side are filling it out. But to answer the questions in terms of what questions we asked, would you support a pilot program? During a lockdown, would an amended bylaw allow solid fuel fires in your backyard benefit your home and your family? Have you had solid fuel fire in Waterloo, Ontario? While being aware of the bylaw, and we put it in a note saying, don't worry, your info will not be shown or known. Have you been visited by bylaw officers for a fire complaint and fined? And have you been let off with a warning? It was just a simple 5-question survey. Took less than a minute. We just wanted to get a little more data.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Next up, I have Councillor Bonagor. Please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Jaworski. Thanks, Ryan, for bringing this to us. To say you sparked a community conversation would be an understatement. I've been hearing from many people on both sides of the discussion. But I just wanted to ask you a little bit about that survey that you mentioned. Now, I know a lot of people have been kind of using the Kitchener rules as a comparison, or as an example. But when you apply the Kitchener rules to Waterloo, most properties wouldn't meet them. So most Waterloo residents with a property wouldn't be able to have a fire anyway. But in your survey of 754 people, I mean, 239 of them say they're already having fires anyway. So they're breaking a rule that's there. So even if we put new rules in, how confident are you that people would still follow them?
My level of confidence in the Waterloo citizens is incredibly high. In what you just said, Councillor, 239 people are having fires. That's right. Those law-abiding citizens are already having fires, and that's what we want to. We want to make it so people who are already obeying the law in every other sense isn't breaking the law by doing something like this. Now, I get that they're breaking the bylaw by having this, but it's complaint driven. and no complaints have been had for those people having 239 fires. So my answer to that, Councillor, is yeah, I am very confident that the citizens of Waterloo will uphold by those standards. And if there's a complaint, that's part of the bylaw that we've drafted up. Is there severe penalties for people who don't stay within the strict guideline or the strict guidelines that we or hope that council will put together.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, it's just after your input on that one. I appreciate it. I'll have some comments for later, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do have Councillor Bodley. I see his hand is up. Please go ahead.
Thank you, through your Mayor Jaworski. Thanks a lot, Ryan. Appreciate the presentation. I have a couple questions for you before we potentially discuss it later. My first question, I was reading through the draft bylaw that you had sent to us, and I'm curious what went into your sort of thought process when it came to some of the regulations that were in the draft bylaw that you're suggesting that Waterloo undertake. And in particular, I'm curious about why you felt as though lowering the number of meters away from buildings from 5 that Kitchener shows to 4 is appropriate, and also why you felt the length of time versus what Kitchener allows should be extended to 4 to midnight from what Kitchener allows, which I believe is 6 to 11 p.m. So just curious about what went into your thought process when proposing that as part of your draft bylaw.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you taking the time to go over that bylaw. My thought process to the entire bylaw is to remove some of the, hopefully remove some of the workload that we're asking council and their staff to endure. But at the end of the day, when specifically to the smaller distance provisions, you know, when you have clean burns with less smoke, taking proper measures, not burning large items or smoky items, as I said in the CTV interviews, the danger isn't really there in terms of burning your house down if it's a small contained fire, especially if it's being monitored by responsible citizens. So by reducing the distance, it allows more people to take part in this, because inclusion is something we're definitely looking for. Well, we can't aid those in apartments, certainly not. Just like they're not allowed to have propane barbecues on their balcony. So you certainly can't please everyone, but lessening that distance will give an opportunity for more people to be able to take part in having backyard fires, knowing that there's now safer equipment than ever before. There's a fire grate that you can put at the bottom of your fire pit that will actually reduce the amount of smoke that actually emanates from the fire. Burning clean wood that you can support a local company with if they're selling it. That was our reasoning behind the distance. And the time frame, well, that's certainly open for discussion. I think 6 to 11 is more than reasonable. And we put this forth to lessen the workload if it's something that you guys could emanate when you're building looking to amend this bylaw, which is the ultimate hope here. That's essentially where we're at. I mean, the distance is the biggest one we put consideration to. Time, we're open to working with council, absolutely, on this one.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Appreciate that. Just a follow up through your Mayor Jaworski. Would it be, just based on some of the conversations or feedback that you've provided and in conversations that I've had with some of my constituents on this since the discussion has moved into the media a little bit, I'm curious how you feel about enforcement going forward. Do you think if we were to adopt a bylaw such as the one, whether it's a draft bylaw that you put forward or whether we were to adopt our own bylaw, do you feel like in other municipalities where they do have a similar bylaw in place, do you feel like there should be a zero tolerance, high fine, heavy enforcement on those who are disobeying the rules, in particular, including those 240 folks who you had from your survey who may or may not be eligible under a proposed bylaw? Do you feel like we should be proactively enforcing those folks at a higher rate to ensure that people are having safe fires to ensure that they're using the appropriate types of wood, that they're not creating nuisance fires. Would that be your opinion, or do you still think it should be sort of a, laissez-faire, provide a warning? Just curious what your thoughts are on that.
Was that directed to me, Councillor, or to the mayor?
No, to you. Sorry, through
My
Mayor
apologies.
Jaworski to you, Ryan.
Yeah, no, I understand absolutely. So, speaking to that, the level of laissez-faire way of people having fires already, it's certainly a concern. Absolutely. We reached out to Kitchener, and we got their historic, complaints and their course of action. And one of the things I remember from the email, and I'll certainly forward this to you, so forgive me if it's not 100% accurate, is that they find the process incredibly efficient. They launch for weekends bylaw officers specifically for fires, and it's seamless. And the amount of complaints that they're receiving are minimal in comparison to the population. So I believe, yes, if I understand the question correctly, strict guidelines or laws to follow when it comes to burning fire or having fires irresponsibly, I think is absolutely mandatory. We have a big population of students. Now, it's not to say the students are going to be irresponsible. We can't paint them with that brush, but I believe that's part of the reason why this bylaw was initially put into place. So I believe the laissez-faire way is not going to do it. It's not an efficient way of doing it, and bylaws are made to be changed to reflect the progression of a society. So I believe, yes, strict enforcement for irresponsible use of fires outside of time zones, burning smoky, hazardous materials should be fined heavily, without a doubt.
Thank you for that, Ryan. That's all from me, Mayor Jaworski.
Thank you. And I see Councillor Freeman has her hand up. So please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski, and thank you, Ryan, for all the prep work you did and so on. Can you just help me to understand? Councillor Vasic was asking about some of the consultation that you entered into in preparing this information, and you identified that the draft bylaw you provided is in line with the Fire Act. And I just wanted to get a better understanding of how, who reviewed this for you from the perspective of compliance with the Ontario Fire Prevention Act.
Yeah, so thank you for your question. I truly appreciate it. So I have built my own council when it comes to this. So she's listening in right now and she's giving me details to speak to this. I can take this offline. I'd prefer to do that, but I'll give you an answer now. So the current bylaw states the Fire Act. The research was done within Kitchener and London. And to be honest, I'd like to bring that offline and get you more detail around that, if that's okay.
Sure. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Freeman. Just probing further on Councillor Bodley's question regarding the bylaw. I think when I first saw the petition a couple weeks ago, there were some statements in there about, let's be more like Cambridge and Kitchener. But I think you're well aware of Cambridge's bylaw, which is 500 feet from any structure. And then you mentioned Kitchener's bylaw, but I see the thing you submitted was neither Cambridge's nor Kitchener's bylaw. So I guess you think there's, maybe just give some more context to that, please, Ryan. I just wasn't sure why, what the differences were, having just received it this morning, and we started council at 10 a.m.
Yeah, so if I understand correctly, the petition says let's adopt Kitchener, or sorry, thank you, Mayor, I apologize. Kitchener's, we say adopt Kitchener and Cambridge, and what we've positioned is significantly different. Is that correct? Is that just
yeah? I haven't had a chance to really look at it deeply because again we came into council. I did notice that it was certainly different on hours and distances and that.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, just through this whole experience, Mayor Jaworski, it's been, you know, a lot of feedback from a lot of people, a lot of good points, a lot of people who, from the fire department, from the police force, we came to realize that, you know, this is a more of a greater want than my survey has, or my petition has warranted. So gathering that and adopting other bylaws, if around London and Kitchener, that fall in line with more of Waterloo's demographics, that's kind of where the bylaw was born from. And on top of that, you know, lessening the workload for the amazing staff at council there.
Okay, thank you. I'm just looking for any further questions from council before I allow them to have questions of staff. Last call for any questions for the delegate. Seeing none. Thank you very much, Ryan. And now council may have its own questions, and we'll see where from here. So thank you very much for your work, your effort, and your submissions to us via email over the weekend.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski.
Does any member of council have questions of staff? And I think I have Councillor Vasic, then Councillor Bonagor, please.
Thanks, Mayor Jaworski, through you. You know, I've got so many emails about this, which is so great to have such a big community conversation. And like people have said before, like it's on both sides, right? So we're getting emails about both in support and opposition related to environmental impacts, health and mental health, risks. And so I guess I'm just a bit curious from staff, not so much about the details of whether there are environmental impacts or health impacts right now, but I'm just curious how staff might go about doing some of their own work around that. Like how, in order for me to make a decision around this, I feel like I need to have a bit of a more thorough look rather than sort of like, I just need a more thorough look. So I'm just curious, like from a staff perspective, how will we get a really in-depth understanding of negative or favorable aspects in all those regards around environment for wood burns and health, etc. So what would sort of the process be, and what's your perspective on getting that kind of detail so that perhaps maybe it's just me, but that I might feel more confident in a decision around this?
Well, we do have Shane Turner on the line, as well as Chief Richard Heptich. That's sort of a broad-ranging question, so I might look to see who on staff wants to take that, include Commissioner.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, I can start it, but subject to any comments that Chief Heptich or Mark put forward. The first part, in terms of researching the health effects, I think what we would do is certainly reach out to the medical community. I know that there's lots of data that's been published about the impacts of wood smoke. So we would start there in terms of the health effects. With regard to the environment, a little trickier, but I believe that we certainly don't have to reinvent the wheel, so to speak, in terms of putting together that data. I'm sure the research is there. It's a matter of committing to finding the right places for it.
Great, thanks. So that's what I wanted to know, if that's sort of reasonable. And then the other question I have is around staff capacity, enforcement, fire services, staff capacity to do this, considering some of the city's outstanding fire files, and now the province has sort of downloaded some of the responsibility for COVID enforcement and education onto municipal staff. So curious about the staff human resource capacity on this.
Well, through the mayor to Councillor Vasek, this is Commissioner Dykstra. So speaking with both the directors in municipal enforcement and the fire chief, yes, timing wise and just looking at it, it could take considerable time in our opinion to review this. Many facts that need to be quantified and verified and reviewed. And I do recognize the work that municipal enforcement are doing right now with the new regulations through the lockdown. They're having to advance resources in that area as well. They've enhanced a snow program as well. So they're quite committed to their current work plan beyond these additional asks. So that will take some time for them to review, as well as fire prevention and that group. They're active on a number of current files, and I'll allow both Director Turner and Chief Heptage just to offer any further points here. Shane.
Thank you, Mark, and through you, Mayor Jaworski. My experience in Kitchener, as many will know, I was in Kitchener when the bylaw was first adopted. Our approach to enforcement increased resources. I can't for the resource impacts over the last 5 years, but what I can tell you is that when you've got a bylaw that allows a certain topic or a certain with conditions, it requires staff resources to respond quickly to ensure that the conditions are being met. So what we had to do at that, and I can get a dollar figure for you, but I know in Kitchener at the time, we were required to add staff resources. It wasn't a full-time position, but it was increasing our staff costs by having an officer dedicated to the open air burning bylaw when it was first enacted, and that was in place until I left in 2015. And the officer would work, weekends, mostly during the say May to October timeframe. I could do an estimate of what that cost would be. It may be short term until the bylaw becomes more well known, but I do anticipate from the get-go, again, on experience, that you're going to find that that people will have fires even though they're not allowed to, because they're not sure of the conditions. A lot of the public will make assumptions, as they do now in other types of bylaws, that if something's permitted somewhere, it's probably permitted everywhere. So I think we have to be prepared for an uptick in staff costs. I just I could provide a summary, but I just don't have the numbers in front of me right now. So I'll turn it over to the chief.
Thank you, Shane. Through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Vasek, thank you for your question. With respect to staff capacity, it's really two parts at this point. Currently with COVID, we are still doing site visits to properties and enabling approval processes with provisions for staff and public safety at the same time. It's really punctuated by significant matters of life safety and nature, where we have to go out and do inspections and so forth. And that's something that would be, based upon the situation and circumstance with how decisions are made in that regard. And I'm speaking to that from a fire prevention lens, and not just for fire response as well, for complaints and otherwise. With respect to staff capacity, I would like to, simply share that within the current budget process, Fire Services presented information for Council to consider an additional fire prevention officer, which was approved for 2022. And the essence of that request is historical data that identifies outstanding files that require attention, current processes and programs that continue to put pressure on that division in alignment with the fire code and so on and so forth. The other reason for that request to Council was to really move the fire prevention division in such a way that we limit outstanding files, therefore reduce risk and so forth. In addition to achieving the goals and provisions outlined in our simplified risk assessment, which is a provincial document mandated by the Office of the Fire Marshal and Fire Code, where we look at risk and we establish programs or processes to enable them. And the essence of that position is based upon really to move from a proactive state from that of a responsive one. and having to address outstanding files. And we've heard some conversation today about people are open burning and they're not being heard from the city, whether it be municipal enforcement or fire. And that too, that position also speaks to proactivity, public education, and so forth in that nature. So really, if I'm hearing your question correctly, to answer it, is that it does and would have an impact on staff. And similar to what Shane is stating with respect to staffing, we would need a closer look at it with respect to where we're at today and in the future from a staffing capacity perspective.
Thanks so much, Shane and Chief Heptich. That was really detailed, helpful. And Shane, coming back with the cost was one of my questions as well. So I think I would really appreciate that. Last question from me, or kind of comment, is that Ryan, I assume you're still on here. What I really appreciate is that this is highlighting what we already knew, which is that people are really struggling right now. I mean, it's timely that we're having this conversation on Blue Monday, right? The saddest day of the year. And I think that we've really been feeling that for the last week, 2 weeks especially. From what I'm seeing on social media and what I'm hearing from family and friends. And so I think what this is highlighting is we're just looking for something else to be able to do. And if we can do it on our property or near our property, which is actually ideal, and within our households, and not have other people around because of the COVID protocol. I think as much as I love a backyard fire too, this also speaks to just the need for more connection, less isolation, more boosting of our mental health right now. So I guess I'm just curious if you could speak a little bit to just your general thoughts on if that's highlighted this for you too, and if it's brought up any other staff conversations around mediating some of those real challenges we're feeling right now, both either through fires and or other means.
Who was that question for, Councillor?
Commissioner Dykstra, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and to you, Councillor Vasic. Appreciate that. Like, the well-being of the citizens of Waterloo is a key piece for the city, for the community services department, and through the entire pandemic, we've identified that, and we have programs, initiatives in place. And if you look to connect Waterloo, active at Waterloo, creative at Waterloo, so many initiatives that we're offering to support the community right now. And we have a staff team behind the scenes that are looking at all these various opportunities, from our older adults to our rec programmers to municipal enforcement staff, part of that team, to fire prevention and education people are on that team too. So we're cognizant of the challenges that the community are facing around well-being and general activity that they can do at this time. Just highlighting a couple of things that we are doing. We have additional snow clearing service for 3 trails around the community, some additional washroom services to support those as well. And those are, some walking routes as well, have audio and apps linked to them that can give folks an overview of what's going on from a history perspective, arts and culture perspective of that. The neighborhood strategy really speaks to the work that we've done on micro grants within the community as well, and a number of at-home things that you can do, stargazing, backyard activities. Our team has prepared those, so we're even looking at more of what we can do within the current regulations from the province. We have a program Without Walls, specifically for older adults, that provide virtual social and recreational and activity programs. We're seeing if we can do that broader for all ages, and some thoughts have come my way even on how can we utilize the next opportunity with our micro grants and around winter porch placemaking, where people can see what they're doing on the front lawns up on their porches, and we want to enable that. So a number of great things have been done. we are cognizant of the challenges within the community. We want to promote more of the resources we have for folks nearby and in their homes as well. And so we will continue to explore and post and share those initiatives, Councillor Basak.
Thanks so much for sharing all that. That's it for me.
Thank you. Next up, I have Councillor Bonagor, then Veith, Hanmer, Freeman.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Jaworski. There's been a lot of discussion about this issue. And first of all, I want to kind of start by clearing away some misconceptions in the public discussion. You know, I've heard from many people wanting backyard fires, but I've also heard from many who don't. So, I mean, first of all, there is no clear majority in this discussion. As our delegate Ryan alluded to, I mean, backyard fires themselves are complex. Wood smoke is a heavy pollutant. And yes, natural gas burns cleaner, but it's a fossil fuel. So, you know, no backyard fire comes with an environmental halo. And then, but one of the other misconceptions is, you know, Waterloo is not an outlier municipality here. Like locally, Cambridge only allows fires on rural properties. Across Ontario, very few dense urban areas, Waterloo size or bigger, freely allow backyard fires. Those that do often require permits with stringent distancing, like up to 10 meters or more from structures. So I feel like some parts of the debate have been a little myopic. So I'm trying to broaden people's perspectives here. What we do know is people are feeling hemmed in. They want moments of joy. They're particularly looking for boosts from mental health. We also know we're in a worsening pandemic with stay-at-home orders. Like, these are hard days. But fires are a problem for many people. 1 in 5 Canadians has a lung condition, and that's not even factoring in the people who are recovering from COVID right now. Like, people very acutely worry for their health and the health of others. Anyone who's sat at a campfire and done that dance of trying to get out of the plume of smoke, like, they know that you can't control where smoke goes. And even a well-tended fire, even a small fire, can force neighbours to close their windows. You know, in the summer, that increases the reliance on air conditioning, and we're in a climate crisis. You know, it can also drive other people inside on the nice evenings, which limits their ability to enjoy the outdoors. And one thing that kept coming up from people were concerns about neighbourliness. Like, we're a city that's trying to build strong neighbourhoods. But again and again, people were saying they were worried what this might do to neighbourliness. Enforcement relies on neighbours to file complaints. Some don't feel comfortable doing that. Others do complain and then worry that their neighbours will resent them. It's just, I'm not saying one is right or there's a clear path forward. I'm just saying this is hard. And right now, people who want a fire, they do have an alternative with those gas fireplaces. Again, as I said, there's no environmental halo with it, but there is an alternative. But people who want clean air, I mean, there is no real alternative to that. So given all of that, I'm not comfortable moving this forward right now, but I do have questions for staff, because I think at base I'm seeing from the proponents for backyard fires a plea for help, and it's a very real one. So I'm asking staff, like, what can we do now? Like, is there capacity for a lending library with some telescopes or some gas fire pits or something to give people the help they're asking for? And longer term, have we looked at things like community fire bowls in large parks and how that might look? And I'm just wondering if I could ask, so I'll those are my immediate questions for staff, and I'll follow up with some additional thoughts after that.
Thank you, Councillor. I think I'll turn over to Commissioner Mark Dykstra for this because the popularity of micro grants and just some of the things that we can do right away for our community. Please go ahead, Mark.
Yep, thanks, Mayor, and to Councillor Bonagor and all the council. Yeah, there are immediate things that we can do to support the community, get more knowledge of all the programs that we do have, offer some more trail mixes with that have the apps. As I noted, just see how we can use the virtual recreation and programs we can advance. And the micro grant ready to launch shortly. You'll hear more about that opportunity from the update from the team on that. So we're ready to go with some initiatives that align with the current regulation. So we're able to do that. There's no concern with that. On the question of backyard fires, if council so wishes, we can get some more answers to questions that we're hearing today, report back later. Shane can offer some more details in terms of timing based on their workload, but yes, we're able to provide some additional details to council on this matter.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner. Some of the things you listed though, that's all still very screen-based and app-based, and people just need a break from it. So can I ask if staff could please look into the possibility of some kind of lending library for equipment that could help people get outdoors, whether it's through the city or through the Library of Things? Maybe there's a partnership we could pursue. Just things like, very basic telescopes, things like that. I'm just wondering what is there that we could offer more than just virtual screen-based stuff.
Yeah, we can look at all streams, and lending library like the idea, the thoughts of telescopes, the gas burning fireplaces. Welcome that suggestion. We can take that away, and we can see what we can provide. We can do some reporting even at the next council meeting, with the hope that some items get implemented before then as well. So welcome that, and can gladly report back to council on these hands-on initiatives, and also info on the virtual initiatives as well. Okay,
that's great. Thank you. I look forward to that. And if I may, Mayor, I just had one final side comment. And this is not directed to the delegate, please. I just need to make that clear. But I've just been concerned about the tenor of some aspects of the public discussion, particularly on social media. People have been claiming that they're being ignored. I want people to know that's just not true. I've been reaching out to neighbourhood groups, to the proponents of fire, to hear their points of view, to the opponents, to hear their points of view. I've actively reached out to people I know who are recovering from COVID, and I know my council colleagues have been doing the same. Like we take it seriously, and it's our job to seek out many viewpoints and then to make a decision on behalf of the entire community. Council might end up at a different conclusion than the one you want, but that does not mean you are ignored. It just means we don't agree. And I just really want to make that statement publicly, because I'm just very concerned about this rhetoric of being ignored, having seen the politics that can lead to elsewhere, looking south of the border. I'm really trying to avoid the rise of that kind of binary discussion here. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bonagor. Yeah, I would believe that you had a good summary there, because I think what people are missing is the fact that early in the days of this petition, almost every email I received was completely against backyard fires. And it wasn't until more recently when our, I think the survey had our email addresses there, we started getting some on backyard fires. But prior to that, earlier in January, it was pretty much universal against it, at least the emails that I received directly. So there's just two sides to every story, as always. Councillor Veith, Hanmer, Freeman.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski. So I've written down my comments and then I'm pretty much done. So all levels of government and public health officials have asked citizens to obey the stay-at-home rules. COVID and the cold weather have taken away the opportunity for us to be social and to be active outdoors. Since we must stay home, our city should be doing everything it can to offer safe ways for people to connect safely and legally outside on the properties that they own. So let's be creative like we have in the past. Try some new ideas. Recently, this council helped out our restaurants by offering quick access to patio extension permits that allowed them to use parking spots for people to enjoy a meal and social time outdoors in a safe way. Amazing that we could give up parking spots, especially in the uptown. Another recent example of a quick response was when we temporarily modified our transportation rules. Staff quickly put up 40-kilometer-hour zone signs on several streets and closed lanes for walking and cycling. Bike lanes were added very quickly on city streets to accommodate a small group of citizens. Allowing citizens the opportunity to have a small, modern commercial fire pit in their backyard will help them get through what is looking to be a long, isolating winter. Bylaws need to be continually reviewed and updated to ensure they are still valid. It's really easy just to leave things alone and avoid making changes. It's an old bylaw, and this community has changed. Using the excuse that students will burn the city down is not appropriate. Just look down Albert Street and some of the other streets in the Northdale area. Students are living in high-rise buildings, not in the modified student dives from years past. Using students as a reason to not allow backyard fires deprives families the opportunity to enjoy the property that they own in this city. The last point I wanted to make is about equity, a very important lens for this council. Few people can afford a commercial gas fire table to enjoy in their backyards. Small metal fire pits are available at Canadian Tire, and they are reasonably priced and affordable for families. And what about equity with neighboring cities and townships? Different bylaws create confusion for folks. Responsible Waterloo residents struggle with the current rules. It seems really unfair that our neighbors on the other side of Union Street in our own backyard can enjoy some outdoor social and recreation time, and we are not allowed. I would like to recommend a temporary lifting of the ban during COVID and that staff review this outdated bylaw. Thanks.
Thank you for that comment. That was a comment, Councillor Reith, not a question or a motion, I don't think.
My comments.
Thank you. Next, I have Councillor Hanmer, then Councillor Freeman.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Many of the comments that I was going to make have already been made by my colleagues, and just to highlight with not repeating, this is a very complex issue, compounded by COVID-19 and the situation we're in right now, where people really are looking for ways that they can be safely outside and enjoying what we have around us. And I can appreciate there are many sides and considerations that we need to make. I agree with Councillor Bonagor's comments that we are taking this extremely seriously and are trying to listen and hear and understand all perspectives and all sides around this particular issue. The health and safety concerns are paramount for me, and with that, health on both sides, the mental health of people being able to be outside, and then equally the health concerns of those who have respiratory illnesses. We are in the middle of a respiratory pandemic. But equally importantly are the safety risks. So that leads to a couple of my questions, and I think probably directed either to Director Turner or to Chief Heptich. And I'll say my two questions and then they can decide who's going to respond to them. We've talked a little bit about some of the considerations, the risk considerations that we have to have with this particular issue. We've talked about health, we've talked a little bit about safety, we've talked about the capacity of staff to be able to follow up. And so my two questions are there any other risk considerations that would need to be explored? And the second piece is, could you share with us the number of complaints or calls that we have had to respond to with our current bylaw, which does allow, albeit a propane or a non-wood fire burning burn. Just have there been, what kind of complaints, what kind of issues have we had to deal with?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, it's Shane here. I can provide some stats on the number of calls. For the last, in 2016 and 17, we had 64 complaints each year. We saw a dip in the calls in 2018 and 2019. I think that, to my recollection, had to do with periods of time when there was fire bans on because of dry conditions. And in 2020, when there was no fire ban, like provincial fire ban in our area, we had 86 complaints. I would say over that time period of 5 years, we've laid approximately 25 charges. In terms of other consideration, nothing's coming to mind right now. I think we've covered the key ones, so I'm not thinking of anything in terms of a risk factor right at this moment. It may come to me as we look more into this, but I'll turn it over to Chief Heptich. He might have some other risks identified.
And thank you, Shane. Through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Hammer, can you clarify that you're asking about the actual fire safety risk of the act of burning a fire itself, for clarity?
I know more broad, that is a portion of it, but more broadly, are there any, if we were to take a look at the bylaw and take a look at making the changes, are there any other risk considerations that we have not talked about that would need to be explored? And as Mr. Turner has just said, they could be things that come up as you look at it, but just curious if there's anything else that needs to be considered.
Thank you for the clarity, Councillor Hammer. So I think, I think a number of the factors have been addressed thus far in the conversation. If we talk specifically about risks, with respect to fire, it really depends on what's being burned. And is the use of accelerants to start a fire there? Is it wet wood? Is it the prospect of an additional fire happening or starting? And as we know, we can start fires with cigarettes in a potted plant kind of thing. So it really is dependent on the behavior from an actual fire safety perspective. And we've talked about the health concerns and so forth. So I'm not sure that I'm completely answering your question. We've also talked about staffing and capacity to do that with our current staff, up to and including additional fire prevention officers approved for 2022. Really, the outlier risk is holding that risk and not being able to get to a proactive state as discussed. So if I haven't answered your question, please question me further for clarity. I'll just hit the pause button there.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chief. It was just really to get a summary of the risks, and if there is anything else that we need to consider. And I think you've highlighted it. There is a fire safety risk for sure, the capacity risks that go along with that, and as well as the general health and safety risks to the community, etc. So both the positive and the negative for it. So that's great. Thank you.
Okay, great. And very lightly, I would add to the conversation as well, is that this does have a part in the fire code for consideration and can be applied as well, and that's designed to address the risk and enable the interpretation of the fire code at a local level. So I think you were going to say something else, and I'm prepared to answer questions about call numbers.
Okay, and then you answered the last piece. I was wondering about the fire code, so thank you for that. And then the call numbers and any concerns if there were a change in the bylaw that we were enabling backyard fires. Are there any other risks, and it may fit with the capacity question that we've already discussed, and that's fine.
Okay, well, I can give you data from 2015 to 2019, and fire services responded to 19 confirmed open burning situations. That data, however, needs to be looked at closer. We're waiting for 2020 data, working with staff to get those numbers. I do see a significant uptick in municipal enforcement response in 2020. So we'll await that data and share it with council when it comes available. With the reality being is that our data for fire, and I would suggest the same for prevention, is that data is incomplete, meaning that it depends on how the call is reported to, either directly to the fire station, as it sometimes happens, but mostly and by and large, those calls come into communications or dispatch centers, and it depends how they come in. Sometimes it's a direct confirmation, someone's reporting my neighbor is having a fire, it's open burning. It could be that they see the fire and or they smell the smoke, or they know it's someone who does that in their community, up to and including a response for a smoke odor. And fire services, it's important to know from a response perspective, we respond to all fire conditions, which could be, there's a smoke odor in a neighborhood. And so that process means we respond, we send the appropriate level of resources, and quite frankly, we use our senses and smell for where the strongest odor is, where it's coming from, and try to narrow down where the fire is. So I don't have that particular data in front of me, but there are other instances that are presumed open burning, but we simply can't locate the address, and neither can the caller. But of course, we do respond to such calls and address what's with what is found.
Great, thank you, Chief Heptich. That just helps put it in just a little bit in perspective of the type and nature of calls, and I appreciate that the statistics are all reliant on how it's reported in the first place, or how the call comes in. So that's helpful. Mayor, that's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Hanmer. Next up, I have Councillor Bodley with a question. Councillor Freeman.
Just because Councillor Freeman jumped in and out, I'll allow Councillor Freeman to jump back into my place if she could wait till the end. It's up to her.
I think it's up to you.
It's okay. You go ahead. You go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't stepping on anyone's toes. Thank you, Councillor Freeman. And for you, Mayor Jaworski, I have a comment, but I'm going to ask a couple of quick questions first. Is there, and I don't know who this is to, it may be to enforcement, it may be to Chief Heptich. In reviewing some of these bylaws that in the as Councillor Bonagor says, the minority of municipalities of our size that do allow this, the distance, and I know I asked the delegate about this in his proposed bylaw as well too. I'm curious about what is driving that distance. So we see the city of Kitchener has a 5-meter rule. I know back in 2012 they were debating increasing that up to 6 meters. This delegate has proposed 4 meters, which I think is in line with the City of London. As I read a report from 2016 by the Canadian Council of Ministers of the Environment, I don't see a number within their document that's less than 7.5 meters. Is the reason for the distance primarily related to fire safety reasons, or is the reason related primarily to like nuisance smoke issues? I'm curious about what necessarily to the specificity of the distance. What goes into determining what would be an appropriate distance away?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, I'll just comment on the 5-meter distance from Kitchener, since I was there at the time. That 5-meter distance was recommended by the Fire Prevention Office in Kitchener at the time, and the rationale around it was didn't have anything to do with smoke. It had to do with embers and sparks that could come out of the fire when, as you typically have, particularly if you're burning dry softwood like pallets and stuff like that. So that was the rationale for the 5-meter piece, but I'm sure Chief Heptich has some comments as well.
Thank you, Shane. Through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Bodley, great questions. I think, part one with respect to fire safety, part two being nuisance, they really are one and the same. And while I can't comment on why other municipalities would make a decision and why, I can share with you what my input would be on that. With the first being fire safety. And the distance piece is by and large related to the proximity to a fire. And depending on the fuel source, depending on what types of fuel are used, you're going to get a different result. You're going to get a larger fire, you're going to get a hotter fire, depending on what people use. So that would be in direct relationship to the safety of those who are using or having an outdoor fire. But by and large, the proximity to buildings and detached buildings and so forth. Smoke migration would be a part of that as well, without question. To back up, the most significant piece would be to reduce fire spread. And as we know, fire can spread from direct contact, fire can spread from convection, and so forth, and fire can spread from the accumulation of gases, which would be the latter part being difficult to happen in an outdoor sense. Compared to a closed compartment area. So that would be, really one and the same. And if I may comment with respect to the differences we see and are aware of, with respect to open burning in different municipalities, it comes back to the fire code. And that really goes back to really risk tolerance, the application of the fire code, and therefore the risk tolerance as it pertains to a community. And though we are much alike our municipal partners in many ways, we do see differences with the interpretation of all legislated documents and laws and so forth. And, that's not negate that we can't be accountable to answer questions when I share that, but really it's the interpretation of the fire code and risk tolerance that go hand in hand with both of your questions.
Very good, thank you. I have two additional questions, if I may, Mayor Jaworski. And I'll wrap this next question in with sort of a comment as well. So for me, it's a tough one for me because if I'm somebody who has enjoyed many backyard fires, I'm sure like many of my colleagues. And for me, I've had many a social logger with my friends around such fires, and I can certainly appreciate the social nature of it and the ability to engage in something that seems low risk to me. The challenge that I deal with, or the thing that I wasn't anticipating as this conversation has really increased over the last couple of months here, the thing I wasn't anticipating was the really passionate letters and emails that I received from a number of constituents and folks within the community who do suffer from breathing and lung-related issues, and how someone else's enjoyment of their own backyard when it comes to a fire doesn't respect their property line and can cross over into their property, which could potentially mean them closing their windows or not being able to enjoy their own backyard. And not just that, but it creating a health issue for them. And that's something that honestly I had not contemplated until this conversation began. And it's something that I really honestly, without being somebody who's in a privileged position to not have a breathing difficulty, can't really speak to how challenging that can be. And so I'm relying on those emails, the numerous emails that I've received from folks on that. And so with that as my preface to this question, is in any of the discussions that we've had on this in the past, is there a safe distance that we could implement that would permit somebody to have a backyard fire that would not create these breathing difficulties for folks that are challenged therein? Or is that just not feasible because of how far smoke can travel?
And Councillor Bodley, thank you for your question. Through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Bodley, your question is there a safe distance for those with breathing difficulty? And what we're talking about is the migration of smoke. And with respect to the migration of smoke, it depends on many things. It depends on the type of fuel being burnt. It depends on the fire load, meaning how much wood or combustible product do you have on the fire? What are you adding to it? It also relates to temperature, seasonal temperatures and so forth. With respect to the, the rising of hot air, and with that brings smoke, or cool air, it keeps it lower. And again, wind factors it well. It really depends on the environment and the products being used, and of course the behaviors of those managing and monitoring the fire. So the short answer for me would be is that I do not know of any such safe distance with respect to each fire and the environmental component, or the state of the environment that we're experiencing, would add to it being a different scenario with every time someone burns, and in which case it would not know the difference between a property line from one to another.
Thank you for that clarification. And my last question, if I may, is as a new councillor, and recognizing that we have 4 new councillors on our council here in our first terms. I know that this was debated at council previously back in 2011, and so some of my colleagues may have had an opportunity to really get into a very thorough review of this, and had the opportunity to put it out to the public for further engagement and to hear from all sides, knowing that there was a future decision potentially going to come forward. Personally, I'm not against engaging in that sort of a conversation again, notwithstanding that this may not be the appropriate time given all of the capacity issues that have been spoken to already with respect to bylaw and fire. But maybe just if from a summary perspective, do staff, and this could be enforcement staff or fire staff or community services staff, do staff feel as though the conditions within the city of Waterloo have changed substantially since the last time this was debated at council in 2011?
I do sense, I'll just pop in here, I do sense that we're probably going to be instructing staff to come back with more information. We've asked for lots of little pieces of information. So I just, I'm not sure if it's a good time. Maybe staff actually know this answer, but I wouldn't want them to speculate. So maybe Shane or
I'm speaking simply broadly without getting into the minor things. Do we think that there's anything drastically that has changed since 2011, since the last time this was debated? Thank you, though, for that clarification, Mayor Jaworski.
Yeah.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Budley, again, thank you for your question. I have spoken to staff by way of our fire prevention team, and you're asking if much has changed, and I would say not particularly. Reason being is because I understand that the impetus with respect to the changes and updates to the bylaw were in response to 3 things: fire safety, the environment, and health. And for this conversation, I explicitly acknowledge the mental health component is part of this, with respect to it being presented in such a way to support fires. So for myself and my staff engagement to learn and understand the history behind the current bylaw, it's those 3 areas that stand out with respect to the impetus for updating the bylaw, while at the same time I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the health piece with respect to respiratory health that pertain to those that have health matters. So they go hand in hand with today's concerns, as a summary for you, Councillor.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the feedback on this. Back to you, Mayor Jaworski.
Thank you, and thanks for staff for the good feedback to Councillor Budley. Next up, I have Councillor Freeman and Vasek.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski. Through you. I really wanted to thank Councillor Bonagor for her comments, because I think she's right. I certainly haven't ignored or made up my mind on this decision coming into this. I've read and considered everything that I've received, and I've also done a lot of my own research. I do work as an environmental engineer, and my area of specialty happens to be air quality. And so, notwithstanding the fact that carbon sequestration may be neutral where trees are concerned, burning trees is not neutral. The burning and open burning of solid fuels creates PM 2.5 and PM 10, black carbon, soot, depending on how people utilize their fires. And look, a lot of folks are going to try to follow the rules, but how specific do you get in the rules? Because if you start burning woods that have any kind of treatment on it, whether it be paint, whether it be pressure treated lumber or whatever, you start emitting things like polychlorinated dibenzodioxins, polyaromatic hydrocarbons. All of these things are significant issues as it relates to climate change. And I just, you know, when I stood in the public square and saw hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people telling me as an elected official that climate change is one of their #1 concerns, I have to balance those folks that stood in front of me and said, do everything you can to stop climate change against the folks that have signed this petition. The Environmental Protection Act in Ontario simply states that no one can eliminate, reduce, impact the ability of someone else to enjoy their property. That's what the EPA says. And when we open burn, we are in contrary to the Ontario Environmental Protection Act. I happen to be one of these people who is a very significant asthma sufferer. My asthma medication regime is extraordinary, and triggers like wood smoke, depending on how close it is to me, diesel fuel and diesel fuel emissions pretty much are a guarantee that I'm going to be going to my series of rescue inhalers. And I would say, compared to the information I've received from folks that also suffer from asthma, that my symptoms are small compared to some of the folks who have been honest in sharing their asthma journey. The Ontario Lung Association speaks to this piece, and I don't understand why people think the bylaw is so outdated. We considered this bylaw and made changes to it in just 2018. And for sure in 2018, we spoke as a council about whether or not we wanted to reopen this. We receive advice in camera on many of an occasion. And every time we've considered this bylaw, we have considered opening it. And we said no in 2018. And we modified it to allow for smoking devices, in particular wood smokers, because the emissions from that are retained within the smoking environment and to a certain extent controlled. I can't in good conscience ask staff to do anything more on this matter at this time. The provincial government has identified that they want bylaw officers to be proactively enforcing the stay-at-home bylaws. We know that we need to roll out vaccine clinics, and what that looks like and how staff who are trained in terms of rolling out those kinds of programs, including maybe our fire services, paramedics, and all that kind of stuff, that everyone is so busy. And I don't see this as just being simply, oh, well, you know, things are terrible, so let's do this on the short term. I think we have to be thoughtful. I don't think this is it's not something where we say, well, it was okay during COVID, but it's not okay another time. And one of the pieces that really concerns me is this notion of people coming together. The public health department has made it very clear, like yes, you can have up to 5 people in your backyard, but it's not intended for 5 people from different families to come together. It's intended for individuals within the same family, or maybe individuals who are single and have one other friend or something to be able to come together. But I really worry about facilitating gatherings. And, you know, even talking about this brings on an asthma attack because it raises my anxiety levels to such a high point. It's just, for me, I can't do this. And I can't ask staff to do this either.
Thank you, and I think that was just as commentary as opposed to a motion at this time. I do have Councillor Vasek up next and last.
Thanks. I just wanted to, because I went first, I wanted to sort of say where I'm at. And I think, Councillor Freeman, you segue nicely into where my thinking is on this, though we might slightly differ a little bit. But just around taking the challenges, I definitely don't take the challenges lightly, and I don't think I have enough information to make a decision to lift entirely or temporarily lift a ban. I mean, there's the health challenges, there's the neighborliness. I've had people reach out saying, I don't report my neighbors because I want to have a good relationship with them, which tells me that there's a lot of people who don't want this. So I need to have a better understanding of those folks too. The environmental challenges, and a big one is staff capacity for me. I think part of our strat plan also speaks to the importance that council placed on healthy and safe workplaces. And so we are leaders of an organization where staff are also online schooling and trying to fit in work whenever they can at home. Some of them have to go out. And so I take that responsibility as well as listening to residents' concerns very seriously. I'd like to be a leader of an exemplary organization. And I just think that I hope every resident also has leadership wherever they work who is also thinking of them and the decisions that they make. And so all of these challenges, I think if we don't take them really seriously, like Councillor Freeman said, just talking about it creates anxiety in her. These challenges actually have the intention to, or the possibility to do what the lifting a ban is intended to do, which is to address mental health challenges. These challenges can actually increase mental health concerns. And I wouldn't want something intended to improve mental health to actually potentially have the opposite effect. And so I am definitely in support of getting more information. I am not in support of temporarily lifting the ban, though I would love to see more ideas come forward in addition to what's going on. And of all of this, I am so appreciative, Ryan. I know I'm not saying things you probably want to hear, but I am so appreciative of you bringing this forward because I think it's so important to have these conversations. Also, like Councillor Bonagor said, and I think it's I'm making some assumptions here about who's connected to who, but I think your kids might have made a TikTok, and I just think that getting the next generation civically engaged at a young age is amazing. And so kudos to your wife who said, do something about it. And kudos to you for doing something about it. It's moving the needle forward to get us more information and engaging the next generation. So while I think we might not fully agree on this matter, I think you've brought us together in a really great way. So thanks for that. That's all for me.
Thank you. And just my commentary, I do know with the 5-meter rule, a number of people who had emailed in gave their addresses. So I quickly, used our open data available to everyone on property lines and used Google Satellite to look at the trees in their backyard. And I think a total of maybe 6 or 7 people who wanted fires actually, based on my own quick analysis, really even qualified or potentially qualified based on the 5-meter rule. And I doubt we'd ever go less than that. So I think we're really talking about probably 3% of the population might be able to take advantage or might want to take advantage of it and can actually take advantage of it. Very, very few. But I do sense that some people want to direct staff to bring back further information, and number 2, to also promote the outdoor and virtual activities more prevalently of the things that you can do in the city of Waterloo. So what I might go is to Commissioner Dykstra. If a councillor, say Councillor Vasek, was to move a motion to first direct staff to bring back information at a future council date, what would be that council date? What sort of time frame is needed in this?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Great question. The ability to connect on the additional resources that we can do, I can see that coming back in February. If we need some further conversation around, what this open burn could look like, more detail on that. I'm thinking more the fall based on staff capacity to answer some of the questions that we've heard. So hopefully that assists council.
Yeah, it does. I think the the reality is the provincial government has downloaded a ton of work to be done locally by bylaw in terms of helping keep people safe during the pandemic. Vaccines aren't coming fast enough in Canada, and we certainly have challenges in terms of staff time. But what I think I've heard is that motion to direct staff to bring back something in February, more information on what this might what might be possible, maybe some options, bring back options to council, what we can do. If that's does that make sense, Commissioner Dykstra?
Yes, that can work, Mayor Jaworski.
Thank you. And with that, I know Council, I see hands up here to move it second. Councilor Vasic, Councilor Hanmer. I'll let each of you move it with commentary if you so choose. But I do recognize we're 90 minutes into this conversation. So go ahead, Councilor Vasic.
Comment debate on the motion. Okay. So yes, I will move the motion, and I'll move the motion, and I don't need to comment because I just gave you all my comments.
Yeah, let's just move it and get it on the table first, because I know Councilor Henry wants to talk about it.
Yeah.
Councilor Hanmer, do you want to second that motion?
Yes, I will second the motion that we are directing staff to provide additional information regarding review of the bylaw and promotion of the virtual and or in-person kind of activities that we may be able to offer in the winter.
Yeah, the outdoor ones for sure.
Yeah, okay, ones for sure.
Yeah, Councilor Henry, please.
First, point of clarification. Can somebody tell me what this motion is about? I understood it was being moved to ask for more information on staff on options for enabling backyard fires, and now I'm hearing it's about outdoor activities. So before I make some comments on the motion, I'd like to just clarify what is in the motion so I can make appropriate comments.
Yeah, it was two parts. So one is the easy one, is immediately we can start better promoting the outdoor activities and virtual activities that we already do offer, since people are sort of keen on it. That's the very, very simple one. And then the first part is the part that you back options on potential outdoor fire or outdoor fire recommendations.
Thanks for the clarification. I'm certainly in support of council hearing information and the public hearing information about what we are already doing and what new ideas Commissioner Dykstra's teams may be able to bring to the fore. In terms of the backyard fire requests that came before us, I concur with the comments of Councillor Bonagor and Councillor Freeman. I have nothing to add to their very lengthy and thoughtful commentary in that regard. And I agree with Councillor Freeman that I can't in good conscience ask overloaded staff with lots of work to do, knowing the challenges that exist and the comments that have been made, to do more work on this subject. So that's not something I can support.
Okay, what I'm hearing, Councillor Henry, is preference would be to just split it into two, right? So one is the promotion of other outdoor activities and that, and because that was something that you spoke in favor of just now. And that was to Councillor Henry, that you would want the motion split into two?
If it were split, I would vote for on one and opposed on the other. If it were the same, I'd vote opposed on both. I leave it to the mover and the chair to figure out what's going on there.
Yeah, let's split it up.
We'll split up. Councillor Bodley, comment on the motion, which has now been split into two.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jaworski. On the backyard fire portion of the motion, again, I would, as a new councillor, appreciate additional information or further discussion on what it might look like. But like Councillor Freeman said and Councillor Henry said, I don't know that I have this level of urgency that we need to get that information ASAP. So when staff say that this could be provided back to us in the fall, do they feel comfortable that this is not overloading them at a time when there's a ton of work within the enforcement division and related to COVID?
Councillor Bodley, I can answer that on the team's behalf. I had a discussion with both the chief and Director Turner, and looking at a response on the bigger picture in the fall. Later in the fall, it would be with respect to options around open burn. That is feasible from a discussion we had with them. I had with them.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. And I don't see any further debate. So let's assume the movers, and just to confirm. So Councillor Vasic, I think you're okay separating them. Councillor Hammer, same for you?
Yes, Councillor, I'm fine with them separated.
Okay, let's do the easy one first. To better promote outdoor and virtual activities. Why don't we just go, we'll go with the mover and the seconder. So Councillor Vasic, Councillor Hammer, and then around the horn.
Councillor Vasic in favor.
Councillor Hanmer in favor.
Councillor Bodley in favor.
Councillor Beath in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
Councillor Bonagor in favor.
The mayor's in favor too. That passes unanimously to better promote activities and both outdoor and virtual that don't cause gatherings. And then we have the second motion on the table with respect to bringing back more information at the next council meeting regarding open burn. Moved by Councillor Vasic. So let's go with you, then to Councillor Hanmer, and around the horn again, voting on that one.
Sorry, Mayor, I think you said to come back at the next council meeting, but I think the motion is to come back in the fall with more info. So just clarifying the motion that I am voting on.
Yeah, I'll just, Commissioner Dykstra, just to offer, make sure that you have a solid understanding and we're all on the same wavelength of what we're voting on.
Yeah.
Yes, I can confirm, yeah, reporting in the fall with the options, and we are comfortable as staff to take that direction so approved if it is so approved by council.
Perfect, thank you. I must have misheard, Mayor. Okay. Yeah, I vote in favor of that. Thank you.
Councillor Hanmer in favor.
Councillor Bodley in favor.
Councillor Beath in favor.
Councillor Freeman contrary-minded.
Councillor Henry opposed.
Councillor Bonagor in favor of getting more information.
And the mayor is in favor of further information as well. I think that certainly it will be a very, at the end of the day, it comes down to the people who are impacted by this and the people who would enjoy this, and then a lot of the silent majority in between. But anyway, thank you all for this. Thanks to the delegate for coming forward, and we'll look forward to more information on this at an appropriate time as we deal with COVID-19 and keeping people safe using our bylaw staff and all the staff in our municipal community. Okay, believe it or not, next up we're on item item D. And with that, I'd like to welcome in a new delegate on backyard hens, Daniel Durstein, resident of Waterloo.
Hello. Sorry, shifting gears. I just had a 2-year-old wake up from nap right at the same time. Very convenient.
Oh, lucky you. Well, we'll go ahead, and we'll appreciate having the youth on the call.
Wonderful. Great. So getting started. Thank you, everyone, for taking the time this afternoon to listen in on this request for bylaw amendment for backyard hens. I represent a group of backyard hen enthusiasts called Waterloo Backyard Hens. and I will be sharing our requests today. So I initially came into this idea of owning hens over the summer when our 2-year-old son would go to the park, sometimes passing the playground. When it was closed, we would walk to the chickens that backed onto the park. We soon discovered that this was a regular practice for many families to visit the chickens. Our son's fascination for these hens has been wonderful to see. So we thought maybe this was something we could do during a pandemic to show our son where his food comes from. We then discovered that our neighbors had been grandfathered in and that this wouldn't be an option. So amending the bylaw seemed like a project worth undertaking when I saw the success of neighboring communities like Kitchener and Guelph already doing this. They've developed a great community network by sharing common solutions and helping one another when needs arise. So slide 2. Yeah, so what we're asking for. This is a brief run through of what I'll touch on today. First, what we're asking for, then why we would like backyard hens in Waterloo, common concerns and solutions to those, some proactive steps, and local support. And then finally, a few links of external resources, just a few that are mentioned throughout the presentation. Next slide, please. So what we are asking for. Within the bylaw, amendment and rationale, what we would like to ask for from the Waterloo Backyard Hens group is 4 to 6 hens, no roosters. To reduce noise concerns, only hens would be permitted. A 2.5 meters distance from neighboring properties unless permitted with signed forms by neighbors to be closer than that, depending on people's spacing availability in their backyard. See the Kitchener bylaw for more details on that. No culling on site, so there's also a list of local resources and locations that we've compiled in a PDF to have as options for culling and as hen sanctuaries. So no sale of eggs as well would be a request, but this also is a bit redundant as you don't really produce enough eggs for sale. But it is a concern that's come up. One-time permit for $50 to cover any costs of inspection and administrative fee. Coop parameters, so this is one of the more important ones in setting up in the beginning stages, would be ventilation. Minimum space requirements per hen, coop raised from the ground. So the ventilation prevents smell concerns, spacing as, and prevents overcrowding and pecking. Also a requirement to follow animal bylaw controls to maintain a permit. And then reviewing the best practice for keeping backyard hens document to be reviewed by individuals requesting a permit. And this should help resolve a lot of, or any complaints that come up. Slide, please. So why we are asking for this? Why would we like backyard hens? Sustainability is one of the first. And we define this as meeting our own needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Reducing carbon footprints is one of the options. Reducing carbon footprint is one of the benefits of keeping backyard hens. And food security, this is also defined as a reliable way to access nutritious, affordable food. For kids, teaching care of animals, deeper connection to where our food comes from, and education, I've said kind of again, but I like the idea of posting small signs for our neighbors that look over the fence on plaquelet information for kids about hens and the process. After a call on AM 570, when we had several community members call in that didn't know how egg production worked, we thought that that was a good enough reason to need more education about where our food comes from, how it's produced, and what good care of these animals looks like. What else? Community building. We've had a lot of that just from meeting other families and connecting about keeping backyard hens and the ones that are kept in our park that are grandfathered in. This also supports urban agriculture and provides fresh, more nutritious eggs. And generally they have a higher omega-3 content, a third of the cholesterol, and there have been studies that have been repeated and verified for this by Mother Earth News as one of the sources. And it's also fun. Slide, please. So primary concerns. So the primary concerns that we're addressing are smell, noise, attracting pests, illness from contact with hens, cost prevention, and influx of hens after people in a post-pandemic scenario. So we have already addressed a number of these concerns with the way that we have framed our bylaw amendment request. So for smell, mostly this comes from factory farming and large flocks, or a lack of ventilation or poor space design when setting up a coop. Limiting the number of hens is also helpful for this. I was surprised and impressed by our neighbors that they had quiet birds and that it never smelled ever. And we visited them every day, and that was one of the reasons that they became of interest, was because we found out that you can do this well. So for noise, they make some noise, but it is minimal, and compared to other animals we're currently, and comparable to other animals that we are currently allowed to keep in Waterloo. And by not having roosters permitted, this significantly reduces any noise concerns for our neighbors. And in regards to attracting pests, the document we're creating has a list of suggestions to reduce this possibility. Keeping feed raised off the ground in a sealed container is the #1 way to reduce the probability of attracting pests. Bringing food and water into coops at night, and designing a coop that prevents this. Digging around the coop and laying hardwire cloth is suggested as one of the more common solutions for a lot of things. And is it cost prohibitive? This is a pretty important one as well. It is not inexpensive to start keeping hens necessarily, but room needs to be left for people to get creative with reducing costs. It seems I've seen a number of very resourceful solutions that drastically reduce the upfront and weekly feed costs. Yeah, so that's that part. And then in regards to an influx of hens, I've seen a few concerns for this pop up in our group, because we've had people that were initially against the idea also post in our group, so that we would have a better view of what our community thought about it and how we could best address neighbors' concerns. So resources being available to community members, sorry, backtracking. We've made sure that there are community resources available for people. So there are the culling sites, and there's also sanctuaries. And I honestly see that as a secondary solution because of the Facebook groups and how people interact. They're always willing to take on hens for one another. And yeah, I don't see it as a need, but it's a proactive backup step, I guess. Next slide. As I've mentioned several times, we're compiling a document to share as a resource for new hen owners. I think this is one of the biggest points that could make this successful, and to reduce any complaints and to care well for our neighbors. That's one of the best ways we can do this. And it will be, we've been working on it since the formation of our group and have had several Zoom meetings. But yeah, we're excited to share this educational resource and common solutions and issues that are resolvable. Next slide, please. So risk reduction of transmission. So this one is also pretty important. We have included a response, sorry, this is from Public Health Ontario. It's Ontario Agency of Health Protection and Promotion, and they have an article on an evidence brief article on reducing health risks associated with keeping backyard hens. And this is one of the better resources that I found. And they don't advise against not keeping hens, but they do suggest that there are important steps to take to prevent things like salmonella and bird flu. So those steps include wearing dedicated gloves, shoes and rain boots, hand washing, sanitizing after handling birds, refraining from kissing and snuggling birds, appropriate cleaning of equipment and facilities, and protecting from above coop run from other bird interactions. And this would be important in the coop design, which I think Kitchener has a similar plan for theirs as well, and would be fairly easy to replicate. I myself plan to use gloves and have a hand sanitizing station outside of the coop if I'm permitted to do that at any time. And yeah, those resources would be included in the PDF document. Slide, please. So just comparing to what our neighbors have done, one of our neighbors have done, they've had about 126 permits given out since December 2016. And yeah, they've done a really good job at surveying their constituents, and there was a survey for 1,800 people and nearly 90% were in favor. I have some resources that have been shared with me from the Director of Enforcement Bylaw from Kitchener. Just she shared a bit about the complaints and solutions. And I think she said she's had about 6 complaints regarding roosters from the beginning of the permits being allowed. And a lot of the times this came when people purchased baby chicks, and at some point they figure out that they're male or female and are surprised by this, and then they have to find a place to bring the roosters. And this is one of the things that we wanted to include as an important resource, that they have to be relocated. Yeah, and other complaints had been around hens at large and rodents. So she said one of the rodent requests was unfounded and the other was legitimate, but once they made proper changes to the coop, it was revised and was no longer an issue. But finally, she said, Kitchener has had a lot of success with our chicken bylaw, and we have found that the people who have chickens generally spend a lot of time researching and learning about them prior to getting them. Some of the coops we have seen are unbelievable. People have spent a lot of time, money, and effort in building or purchasing the coops and caring for their hens. As I noted above, we have had some complaints, but for the most part, they have been minor in nature, and we have been able to resolve the issues very quickly. So I thought that was a very positive response from the Director of Enforcement Bylaw in a neighboring community that has a similar, had something similar. Yeah. So slide, please. We aren't the first.
Danielle, you're over your time by
quite a bit. I'm sorry.
I think you still have a few more slides. You could move
okay.
along.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is our list of others that are other communities that permit backyard hens. And then next, I was just going to mention that there's some support from local businesses and organizations. And then a formal request from an 8-year-old is slide 11. So we can just skip to that.
I'm having problems connecting to the network.
So this is our formal request from the family of an 8-year-old.
Can you turn on your volume? Yeah. Oh, connected.
Mayor Jaworski, we can hear you. I don't know if that's intended.
My connection was disappearing on me, so I was trying to get off mute to find out where we were.
Mayor Jaworski just spoke. Did you hear him, Councillor Freeman?
Yes, we can hear him. Julie, and we're hearing an echo with you.
Thank you. Yes, sorry, we're in the same room.
Should I continue?
Okay. Yeah, why don't you continue, Danielle?
Okay.
Because I lost my connection for a bit there. Go ahead.
Absolutely. So final remarks. I found the City of Waterloo community vision statement for the city's official plan very inspiring. And I think that our backyard hens proposal would contribute to where the city wants to be in 2021. An agreement with that vision, backyard hens would help enhance the city's friendly feel, promote a caring community, build more vibrant neighborhoods, and encourage one another to create and share healthy green spaces, contribute to our identity as a learning community, a place for recreation and culture, and it will help Waterloo become a better place to live, learn, and play. Thank you to the mayor, city councilors, and staff, and everyone else for taking the time to listen this afternoon.
Thank you. And with that, I'll turn over to Councillor V.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Jaworski. Thank you, Danielle. This is Danielle's first presentation to council, but she's very seasoned at interviewing with Brian Burke on 570. She's done 2 interviews. So anyway, I just want to say thank you, Danielle. You did a great job, and I'm really impressed by what you've done and what your group has done. All the research and adding all of the links here and the great little drawing by the 8-year-old. So thank you for coming and for all your work. And at the appropriate time, I have a motion to put on the floor.
Excellent. So we'll do that right after Councillor Vasik's question. Please go ahead.
Thanks, through you, Mayor. Thanks so much, Danielle. This is a great presentation. I'm very excited about it. I have a question for you and also staff when that time comes up around transmission. Have you, in your research, did you come across any place that there was transmission at a backyard residential chicken coop?
So the in the link section of my presentation, there's the article that's shared from Public Health Ontario, and they took all of their data from the States because there wasn't really a lot of data available in Canada on it. So, and the Vancouver bylaw also talks about how it's nearly not negligible, but it's not as concerning as people might think.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'll look at those.
To Councillor Bonagor, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Jaworski. Thank you for bringing this to us today. You did great. I love that final slide. I just have a couple of questions, and you may be able to answer it just from your discussions with people within the group, but I'm just wondering, where do those relocated roosters go?
So specifically for our Waterloo community, the PDF will have a more substantial list of resources, but there are several culling sites that are licensed Ontario poultry facilities that will take them and donate the meat locally. And then there's also at least one sanctuary that will just take hens and chickens. That's a farm that's willing to take those on in order for people to be able to do this. If they decide that they're not able to for roosters specifically, they will take them on because they know that that's part of the possibility when people get baby chicks. One of the solutions is getting older hens that are pullets, and then you're more sure of what you're getting.
Okay, that's good to hear. And I was just wondering, because hens don't lay for all of their life. So what happens when the hens stop laying? Like, do people tend to just keep them as pets? Do they also need to be kind of rehoused? If you can give me some information there, that would be great.
Yeah, I think the majority of people keep them because it's only about another year past when they're able to produce that they do survive, from what I've seen from the Guelph and Kitchener groups. And then again, I think it's situational. Some people really, really love their hens, and some people are more are hoping that they'll still produce eggs for their families. So I think the sanctuaries have become a more popular option. But again, it's not that many people. So it's, I think, 126 permits since 2016 in Kitchener. So I don't think it's as many hens as people think.
Okay, no, that's really helpful. I know in some more densely populated jurisdictions, the introduction of backyard chickens led to kind of an overwhelming response a few months later or a year later at animal rescue organizations. So people aren't always ready for the hard work that's involved. But I think, with groups like yours and the fact that you're sharing information at really early stages, that can help people work out if it's really for them. So thanks for getting that started already.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think I share some of your similar concerns, Councillor Bonagor, but we'll see where it goes as long as it's keen people. Back to you, Councillor Veith, to move that motion that you've written.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Jaworski. Do you want me to read it out loud?
Yeah.
For the, I guess
that Councillor Hanmer was interested in seconding it. Please go ahead.
Yes. Okay. That a working group that includes appropriate city staff, Humane Society staff, and community members be established and directed to review the city's current regulations regarding the prohibition on the keeping of hens on residential property, to include a robust community engagement effort to determine the feasibility and implications of allowing the keeping of hens on residential property, subject to prescribed regulations. That's my motion.
Thank you. And I'll look to Councillor Hanmer, and I'll go over to Councillor Freeman.
I will second the motion and then hear from Councillor Freeman.
That's great. Councillor Freeman.
It may just be a friendly amendment, but can that working group, if council votes for it, include a veterinarian? Because I know, having served on the board of directors for the College of Veterinarians of Ontario, that there are challenges associated with use of antimicrobials in backyard hens and getting access to veterinarians that actually treat backyard hens, because typically veterinarians that work in the poultry industry do so with large farms. I think that because the World Health Organization and the Canadian Food and Drug Administration, or whatever they're appropriately called, there's a lot of regulation now associated with not using antimicrobials or antibiotics in food source animals, and I know that there are significant concerns around this issue with backyard hens, and then there's also some illnesses that require entire coops to be culled that oftentimes go unnoticed until they're an issue.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Vasic, Councillor Veith, and Councillor Hanmer to see if you're okay with adding the word veterinarian.
If we can find a veterinarian, I don't have an issue with it.
It's Councillor Hanmer. I think it would be a good idea, and if we can find one, that's great.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, so that's good. We'll just adjust that as printed. Councillor Vasic, Councillor Bodley.
Thanks, through you, Mayor Jaworski. Just curious, based on our discussion about backyard fires, is there a staff capacity to do this kind of review at this time?
This is Commissioner Dykstra, through you, Mayor, to Councillor Vasic. In discussions with Nicole Packey, acting our new director in municipal enforcement, there is capacity, and my understanding is that would be, again, reporting into the fall of this year on this topic, as well as they work through all the different variables.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Bodley, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Jaworski. I just wanted to highlight that I know that we have a number of councillors who are on this, who are part of our council, who are members of the Climate Caucus, which is a group of elected officials across the municipal elected officials across the country. And within their handbook, councillor handbook, this is actually something that I had highlighted as a action that could potentially be taken within your municipality that would be beneficial from a sustainability perspective with respect to food security. There's 3 elements within what their proposal or recommendation is on that, and so I'm just going to highlight what it states there. One of those is to look at municipal bylaws regarding backyard hens. The other one is with respect to community gardens in public parks and having a program there, which we already do, which is great. And the other one was around the potential of allowing backyard bees. And so I know that that may be a little bit different than backyard hens with respect to the potential risk associated with those who are allergic to bees. But if we are engaging in this conversation around backyard hens, if this was to move forward, I wonder if Councillor Beef would have any thoughts on also reviewing bees at the same time, given the food security impact that could have as well too. Or if staff have any thoughts on that.
Well, I'm going to go to Commissioner Dykstra because I think about 3 years ago I asked about backyard beekeeping and we're just silent on it. I think you can. Commissioner Dykstra.
Yes, back to you, Mayor and Council. Yeah, great question. I will actually need to get some additional information on that. I know we, through our, bee initiative that we have as a bee city, that was part of the discussion. So I think we do have some, but I can't 100% confirm the status of that. If any of my other colleagues on the line have any additional information, I would appreciate some further input. Maybe Nicole, if you're aware of anything in this discussion.
No, I would have to get some more information just related to that through you, Mayor.
Yeah. Let's just leave them separate for now, Councillor Bodley, but I'm pretty sure I'd asked and there was just no restrictions.
Okay, that would be great. Perhaps even a briefing note separately would be appreciated if we have any further feedback.
Cool.
Sorry?
Yeah, no, that sounds good.
Okay.
Back to
thank you.
Councillor Beef, and then we'll start the voting.
Through you, Mayor. There's already been a lot of work done on this. I have met with bylaw. We had a Zoom meeting. The group has had a Zoom or a Facebook meeting. The group has done a lot of work on this. This can't come back in the fall. I would respectfully suggest February or March. People want to do this. They've already done the research. They're ready to go. And I just think it's COVID. We can't wait on this until the fall to have a report back. And then then people won't be able to start their coops up until next spring. And that's just not fair or respectful, in my opinion, to the work that's already been done by our citizens and our staff. Everything's there. So I don't understand why this has to wait to be brought back to council till the fall. My
understanding from would be the robust consultation that we're asking for.
What's a robust consultation? Let's put it up on the Engage site. There's already, if you go to the Facebook page, there's lots of opportunity there. People have learned a lot already from that Facebook page, or people that have made comments. Oh, I'd love to do this, but I don't have a lot of information. One particular person put up a thing. Oh, don't they smell? Well, Danielle and her team, responded to that, and this person now is, thinking about setting up a coop. So I just think that we can get this done a lot sooner than the fall. And again, to be respectful to the work that's already been put into it. Yeah, I would like to see this come back either February or March at the latest.
Well, I do think we have a bit of a. We'll go to bylaw to hear, but we just had another decision on another robust consultation that we said was fall, and that was fine. And so I'd just like to hear from perhaps Ms. Papke on this one.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, and thank you, Danielle, for all the work you've done on this. I will speak to a few things related to the public engagement piece. A zoning bylaw amendment would be required to proceed. But my experience in having done this before, and also in consultation with Kitchener, that it is important to have a public engagement related to this in order to come up with the parameters, have zoning involved, planning division, and because there could be opposition, this issue can be divisive in my experience as well. There's many good things about it, but in terms of doing a survey and having some public meetings as per the planning process would also create a little bit longer of a turnaround. Thank you.
Councillor, well, we now hear from staff why it will take so long. Councillor Vassic, question?
Yeah, thanks through you, Mayor. Like, wasn't this reviewed also kind of recently by a not too long ago council? And is there any data from that that we might be able to use that could expedite it in a way that doesn't burden staff and their capacity, and also makes it possible for people to, I mean, even maybe at least start building a coop before the next winter to give people something to do? Because I think that's the intent behind it, right? Which is to like give something people to do during this COVID time before everyone's vaccinated.
Well, I think the challenge is just like with the backyard fires, until the bylaws pass, there is no, you wouldn't want to get ahead of yourself on something like this, Councillor Vassic, because council could say no, and as a matter of fact, we look at our last time it came around, council at the time voted against it with that information. So I think
for sure.
really,
I just mean, sorry, can we get that report at least so we can review it?
Yeah.
And for staff who was here, is there anything that would have been useful from the public engagement? Because we're a totally different council now. Well, not totally different, but like we're different.
Yeah, I'm just going to cut you off a bit here. I think we want to do a modern day consultation, Councillor Vassic, because we can hear from others. I see Councillor Freeman, who was here at the time, has put up her hand. But guys, I'm really cognizant of the time here. We haven't even got to the consent motion yet, and it's nearly dinner time. So I just, we do have a motion on the table. Councillor Freeman, you can provide commentary, right?
I agree with you, Mayor. I'm happy to move on. I will say that this has come to council twice since 2010, and both times has been turned down. Nicole provided good advice. It's a very divisive issue within the community. If you want to see the previous commentary, there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages of citizens who are contrary minded to this.
Okay, Councillor Hanmer, Councillor Veith, and then we're going to take the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree that, and I am in support of this motion to gather more information and look at what the possibilities are. It is really important that we do the community engagement correctly. So as much as I would like to see it happen sooner than later, I would want to make sure that we've got a robust opportunity for citizens to engage with this particular matter. And I do appreciate all the work that the group has done. It's great. It's a good starting point, which is excellent. Thank you.
Okay, to Councillor Veith.
Through you, Mayor. This is a different community now than it was back in the day when we last discussed this. And I'm floored right now that where this is going to the fall. So what's to stop people from setting up a coop? Like, it just seems we're just putting up another barrier for people to have an outdoor family activity in their own backyard. And and it's a pandemic. People can get engaged. They will be engaged because they're in front of their screens, because they're not outside and they're not congregating and they're trying to follow the rules. And here we are, we're gonna just put up another barrier, another block for them, not to have an activity that they might like to do. And the other thing is, I don't think we're gonna have thousands of people setting up coops in their backyard. I just really struggling right now with this. I don't even know if I can vote on it if we can't move the date up to sometime this spring.
Are you saying you'd rather withdraw the motion? No. Ms. Papke has. I see she has her hand up.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski. I just, from my experience, it is important to have the engagement. And I know Danielle and her group have done an awful lot of work, but the zoning bylaw amendment piece, in addition to the public consultation, would take some time because there are requirements. I'm not a planning expert, but under the Planning Act, there are several public meetings that would have to take place. And I think my also experience in having spoken in Kitchener, and unfortunately in Cambridge it didn't pass, but I think that in public engagement piece and having a moderator is really important to help people get through it and potentially make it a successful outcome.
Thank you. I see Tennille Ronagor has a comment.
Yes, through you, Major Jaworski. I'll keep it brief. It's January. Fall is a really long time away. I would also like to see something sooner. I know the city generally tries not to do very heavy public engagement in the summer. Given the summer that's likely ahead of us, I would say that reticence is unnecessary. People will be home, they will be paying attention. So if that opens the door to moving this forward, potentially having something to discuss and debate in the summer, I think that would be really helpful.
Okay, and Councillor Veith is next.
What about I mean, I understand the public engagement and a moderated WebEx or Zoom and open to the community, maybe if it's 2 or 3, why I'm having a hard time getting my head around why that is such a difficult thing. Let's pick a couple of dates. Anyway, I may have to, someone else may have to take this on because I just can't, I just can't support something that's not going to come back to the community in the fall.
Yeah, I think we've heard a bit from Ms. Papke, but I think she has something further to say. Please go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, if I could commit to speaking with planning to get an idea from their perspective, because it could require a zone amendment, I could better come back with a timeline within the next week or so. Is that, if that's appropriate for council and the mayor?
I can jump in. It's Cam through Mayor Jaworski to council. Typically, a zoning bylaw amendment takes about 90 days with the public hearings. That's a quick one. We can work with bylaw enforcement about the interpretation. I right now do not know if a zoning bylaw amendment is needed or not, but we can determine that very quickly. And if one is needed, then it's typically about 90 days to come to a formal public hearing, particularly when council's meeting once a month at this point. It could be longer, but I'm sure we could pull it off in the 90 days based on the Planning Act. Again, we just need to confirm, go through the zoning bylaw and take a look at it, but we can do that very quickly.
Okay, so why don't we move forward on this, because I get a sense that overall councillors want to move forward on this, some very keenly, but let's move forward on this and put it in the hands of staff, and we'll hear more on when this can actually come back, because the motion is not prescriptive saying it's coming back in the fall. This is just anecdotal information. It's very likely to come back in the fall, knowing full well that, as I said before, bylaw has been asked by the provincial government to make sure that we all stay safe, and we've heard other things where people are going out on stormwater ponds and skating, and we're being parents to those. So my suggestion, Councillor Veith, would say we move forward because we're not committing to coming back as late as fall. It's just expert opinion at this point that it might be that late.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's, I'll call the vote. We'll go with the mover and the seconder, Councillor Veith, Councillor Hammer.
I vote in favor.
Councillor Hanmer in favor.
Councillor Bodley in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
Councillor Bassick in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
Councillor Bonigo in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too. That passes unanimously. So there we go. Thank you, Danielle, for coming forward and doing the work on this. And sorry the timing didn't work out with the sleeping arrangements that you had probably worked very hard to arrange. So anyway, thank you very much, Danielle, and for all your information.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Next up, item 9E is City of Waterloo Community Investment Approach. We have Nadia here, and then we'll probably take a short, well, we're probably getting the time. Yeah, okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski, members of council. My name is Nadia Nassar. As some of you may know, I'm the policy analyst with Community Services. We regularly hear from council and have heard again today about the need to learn more about the types of investment we're making in the community with regards to well-being. And so the purpose of the presentation today is just to give you a broad view of the financial and in-kind supports the city provides to improve well-being in the community. Community organizations are incredibly important as they increase and broaden the range of recreation and leisure opportunities available to residents. And of course, as we're all aware, over the last year, our community has faced new and unanticipated challenges due to the pandemic and its effects. And I will discuss efforts made to support our community during this time in particular. I want to thank council for their support, and we want to extend that support or thanks to council. With council support of these programs initiatives, we're able to build relationships with community groups and support community well-being. And I will note that the presentation will be very brief and very quick just to give you a real overview, but I'm happy to answer any questions that council may have. In terms of our agenda, I'll start by outlining the overall community investment approach, which as well as the service delivery policy that serves as a framework for how we work with the community. I'll then go on to give an overview of the different programs, grants, and supports we provide, as you can see listed here. And then I'll finish by briefly discussing the plans we have for where to take community investment in the future in 2021. And before I continue, I want to mention that most of these initiatives are the work of multiple divisions and units within the city, as well as outside agencies. Next slide, please. And of course, along the way, I want to show some photos of different community events and projects that really highlight the importance of the community investment I'll be speaking to. And this picture, as you can see, is from an art installation in Mary Ellen Park by artist Luke Swinson, which was supported by a neighborhood matching fund, which I'll speak to later. Next slide, please. So council approved a community investment strategy in 2010 to provide a framework for the public investments and supports the City of Waterloo will make available to eligible organizations as they work to provide quality programs and services. There are many key objectives and goals of the strategy, but some include providing a holistic view of the entire spectrum of supports and services, ensuring publicly provided supports and services are sustainable, affordable, and transparent, and ensuring alignment with our corporate strategic plan and the service delivery policy. And this includes, of course, our commitment to equity and inclusion, service excellence, and community and resilient neighborhoods. There are several policies and supporting documents, which are the implementing tools of the community investment strategy. You can see them listed here, but I wanted to note that our affiliation policy, our facility rental discount policy, and our fee assistance policy are all ones that we are going to be reviewing in 2021. Next slide, please. So our service delivery policy defines the community programs and outreach division, recreation services division, and arts and culture units, principles of service delivery, and the scope and criteria and approaches to service delivery. And for today's purposes, I just wanted to highlight the three methods of service delivery listed in the policy. These are prioritized in the policy, with the first being facilitation, the second partnership, and the third direct delivery. And for some context, when the policy was first improved in 2010, the idea was to move more organizations and services towards the facilitation model, but that approach has shifted to one in favor of just supporting groups where they're at along the continuum. Another change related to the policy is it was developed when community programming and outreach, neighborhood support, and sports and rec, and arts and culture were all considered under a recreation and leisure activities umbrella. But over the last 10 years, perspectives have changed to take specific approaches to service delivery with each of these streams. Next slide, please. So our affiliated organizations, we have 101 affiliated organizations that have agreements with the city, and you can see the breakdown of these organizations listed on the screen. Affiliation, as you may know, is a formal relationship between the organization and the city, and it's intended to acknowledge the importance of the organization's services to the community. The affiliation agreement also outlines how the city will support the organization, maybe through foundational operating grant support, in-kind services, access to space, or a facility rental discount. And the focus of affiliation is really supporting the sustainability and the success of these organizations. And an important part of that is the collaborative working relationship that organizations have with our staff liaisons. Staff provide a range of supports, and this includes being in regular contact, answering questions, helping with a lot of problem solving, and addressing any unique concerns that come up, as well as attending AGMs and other board meetings. And final thing that's important to mention about affiliates is that some receive foundational operating grant, and this was a fund was established to streamline the granting process. Prior to this, affiliates had to apply for operating cash grants on an annual basis. Next slide, please. And here we see McGregor Allen Community Association hosting their Welcome Barbecue. Next slide, please. So a cash grants program is one of our programs that supports not-for-profit and community organizations that play an important role in providing programs and services to our community. Eligible applicants can apply for either operational funding to support them as an emerging organization, for project funding to support growth of new ideas, or for both. Cash grants funds project one of the 4 categories you see listed on the screen. And council may remember that late last summer, we introduced some temporary amendments which were approved by council to support future and successful applicants that were struggling due to the pandemic. Cash grants typically funds about 50+ organizations each year. And the Community Grants Committee, which is appointed by council, reviews the applications that have passed an initial review by staff to ultimately determine the funding allocation. And this committee also determines the funding allocation for a neighborhood matching fund, which I'll now discuss. Next slide, please. So Neighborhood Matching Fund, or NMF, while it has some similarities to cash grant, is really intended to support smaller informal groups or a few individuals focusing on ideas within their own neighborhood. Another major difference, of course, as the name suggests, with Neighborhood Matching Fund, the request must be matched. So this means that for every dollar requested by a group, they must provide the equivalent dollars in volunteer labor, donated services, materials, or cash. And NMF is really intended to encourage neighborhood projects that are inclusive and welcoming and primarily resident-led and delivered. And NMF also provides guidance from staff to help residents working and thinking through projects. NMF is really ideally suited to offer more flexibility to neighborhood groups and residents. And NMF provides project or capital funds. Next slide, please. Here we see our Clare Hills Community Association building a new community garden in St. Moritz Park with NMF support. Next slide, please. So mini grants is another type of granting program that we offer. In contrast to NMF, mini grants doesn't have a matching component, and there are no application deadlines, so individuals can apply year-round. It's open to Waterloo residents who are working on a project that benefit neighborhood cohesion, either independently or collaboratively. Because the mini grants process is a simpler application, it's open year-round, the program is really ideal for responding to emergent needs and increasing the capacity of applicants to build community. Next slide, please. And here we see a picture from during the pandemic of a physically distanced neighborhood concert with Whistler Road neighbors. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to turn to some of the programs and services which help increase affordability and access to community services, programs, and city facilities, beginning with our fee assistance program, which is a program that provides funding to low-income residents of Waterloo to increase their access to sports, arts, and cultural programs. It's open to residents of all ages, and successful applicants receive $300 that can be used for City of Waterloo or affiliate programs. Since the program began in 1991, there have been many changes, and recently staff have been working to make the program as efficient as possible, and there will be a revised policy coming to council that will reflect those changes. Next slide, please. We have a facility rental discount, and this is a program that's aimed at increasing the accessibility of our facilities. It's primarily a benefit for our sports affiliates that use our city facilities for programming. However, it's also available to neighborhood and arts and culture groups. Those who are eligible will receive a reduced rental rate of 50% on city recreational facilities. And overall, the benefit of FRD is really that it's a community investment. So by providing those reduced rental rates to groups, facilities opportunities for many affordable recreation-based programs and experiences, and also increases the accessibility of our facilities. Next slide, please. And here we see a sports group enjoying some of our facilities with the FRD. Next slide, please. So there are many other additional programs that I can't go into right now just due to time, but you'll see these listed on the screen, and many of these you were likely aware of, and we could go on about the benefits of each of them, but for now, we just have this list here. And next slide, please. I just want to touch on again the future directions that we're looking to in 2021. Of course, as we continue to live through this pandemic, we're always looking for ways to support our community. As I mentioned, we have a few different policies and programs we're looking to review just to bring them in alignment with current practices, as well as new policy to introduce. And as always, we're always looking to review our programs to ensure they match strategic directions. Next slide. So thank you so much for your time today, and I'm happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Nadia. Let's take a look for councillors to put up their hands, see if questions. I think this is the type of presentation it would be good just for us to have handy. So if you could circulate it to council, that'd be good. And I don't see any questions. So thank you for highlighting all the stuff that we do. As you probably heard earlier in the conversation, people are looking for more things to do outdoors and that. So this is a great opportunity to highlight the things that we've been able to do, Nadia. Thank you, and to the neighborhood team. Next up, let's move on to the consent motion. We have two items there: traffic and parking bylaw amendments, various locations, as well as the Grand River Accessibility Advisory Committee appointments. So we're going to just go around back to Ward 1, Ward 2 to consider moving the consent motion and voting for it.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski. Councillor Hanmer moves that we accept the consent motions as presented, and I vote in favor.
Councillor Bodley will second that motion and vote in favor.
Councillor Veith in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
Councillor Bassick in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
Councillor Bonagor in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too, passes unanimously. Moving on to the real part of our meeting, staff reports. Item A is the contract with Kitchener, Waterloo, and Stratford Perth Humane Society. Report prepared for us by Shane Turner. Does anybody have any questions about the contract that we are planning with the Humane Society? Councillor Bodley, please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Jaworski. Just a question about, again, sort of as a new councillor here, about the enforcement of dogs being walked off leash. And I know that that's something that's part of this contract. I'm curious from an enforcement perspective, whether we see that as being something that has increased significantly over the last little while, and whether that was addressed or discussed in terms of how we deal with that going forward as part of this contract.
Yes, through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Bodley. You're right. The enforcement of dogs off leash and monitoring of the leash-free zones or leash-free parks, I should say, is primarily, it's included in the contract, and it's primarily something that is done by the Humane Society officers, although our staff are also able to enforce that provision. We did not allow for an increase in officer coverage through this contract because the officers' hours are set in the contract. What we do have, though, is provision. If we've got trouble spots, we have on a fee for service basis the ability to bring in extra coverage through the Humane Society to monitor a problematic area. So it's not necessarily about, or at least my response is not necessarily about specifically dogs off leash, but just the service levels in general. And the service levels in terms of the officer coverage, the number of hours per day and the number of days per week is something that is remaining constant, with the caveat that we do have the ability to, first of all, include our officers when necessary, or to provide for a increased level of coverage at an extra cost.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Jaworski. Just, I really appreciate that. That's very helpful context. But just if you could comment on, do you feel as though this is an issue specifically that is necessitating increased attention to it from your perspective at the City of Waterloo, or is this something from a complaint basis perspective that has been sort of steady or declining, perhaps even?
Mayor Jaworski, I apologize, Councillor Bodley. I may have misinterpreted your question. I actually think that the issues are on the rise. Fortunately, over the winter, there's been a lot of people out walking their dogs, and I think because of the pandemic restrictions and the ability for people to, or the necessity for people to stay further apart, I'm noticing that there is a bit of a positive impact in that people are maintaining those distances and maintaining control of their dogs. I think that's probably just personally, it's a product of the pandemic regulations. But if I go back to pre-COVID days, or when things were relatively loosened over the summer, we are seeing an increase, not so much over across the entire city, but an increase in certain hotspots, if I can call it that, and certain parks that are perhaps not as used as much as, say, Waterloo Park or whatever. So that's why we have the provision in place to deal with the ability to bring extra officers in to target a particular issue. Generally speaking, I would say that it's more on the increase than it is remaining the same or decreasing. And I apologize for missing the point last time.
No, not a problem. Your initial answer was great as well, too, and I appreciate that context. Just something to contemplate as we move forward. Thank you very much. Back to you, Mayor Jaworski.
Thank you. What I'll do is I'll look to Ward 3, Ward 4 to consider this motion, moving it and voting for it.
Yes, Councillor Veith here. I will move the motion and vote in favor.
Councillor Freeman, I second the motion and vote in favor.
Councillor Vasek in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
Councillor Bonagor in favor.
Councillor Hanmer in favor.
Councillor Bodley in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too. Passes unanimously. Next up, B, is the Oracle PeopleSoft Systems 5-year agreement. Report prepared for us by Teresa Soulier. Does anybody have any questions on this one? Seeing none, I'll look to Ward 5 and 6 to carry us forward on this one.
Councillor Vasek in favor. Moves and in favor.
Councillor Henry seconds the motion and votes in favor.
Councillor Bonagor in favor.
Councillor Hanmer in favor.
Councillor Bodley in favor.
Councillor Veith in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
Mayor's in favor 2, that carries unanimously. Item number C, the KW and local municipalities Joint Services Initiative Committee 2020 update. A report prepared for us by Sandy Little. Does anybody have any questions on that item? Seeing none, I'll look towards 7 and 1 to keep forward on that.
Certainly, Mayor Jaworski, it's Councillor Bonagor here. I will move the motion and vote in favour.
Councillor Hanmer, I will second the motion to receive the report and vote in favor.
Councillor Broadley in favor.
Great report. Councillor Veith in favor.
I agree with what. Sorry, Councillor Freeman. I agree with what Councillor V said, and I really think that our shared services is something that we should have almost like a separate section on the website for, so that people can see the things that we do together as two municipalities and also the region. And I vote in favor.
Sorry, Councillor. I clearly am hungry for dinner. Councillor Vasic in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
And the mayor's in favor 2. I echo the comments of Councillor Veith and Freeman. That is an excellent report, shows a high level of cooperation amongst municipalities, particularly Kitchener-Waterloo, but also others in the work that we do. Thank you very much, Sandy, for stick handling that. It is so important, and we've even, I think we used to have a page on our website that covered this, but when we did our website refresh, maybe that disappeared. I'll ask Tony to get further information emailed out to council on where that information is, or consideration of putting it back in the future if it isn't already there. Next, what I think we'd like to do is, we're at a point now, we've been running for several hours, to recess and to have our dinner, and to come back at 6:15, and we'll re-begin with the City of Waterloo Transportation Master Plan 2020 update, which I assume will have a fair number of comments and questions on that as to where it goes. Yeah, so what we want to do is everybody just make sure you mute, stay connected, save clerks a half hour of time, and for retesting everything. So please just mute and consider us in recess.
Hi, it's Tennille here. Just checking if we are resuming the full meeting at 6:15 or logging on then for a 6:30 start.
We'll be starting back at 6:15.
Excellent. All right, I made it just in time. Thank you.
just a heads up that we'll be starting shortly.
We'll just switch over to displaying the agenda now.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the continuation of the City of Waterloo Special Council meeting, Monday, January 18th, 2021 at 6:20 p.m. We're moving on to item D on the staff reports, which is the City of Waterloo Transportation Master Plan Update, brought to us by Chris Hodson, as well as our friends at Paradigm Transportation Solutions, Jean and Heather. Welcome, Chris.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council.
Thank you for... Chris, I forgot to do a roll call, so I officially have to do a roll call before we get... So let's see, I think Councillor Hammer is with us, so please go ahead, Councillor Hammer.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Hammer, present.
Councillor Waterloo here.
Councillor Veith, present.
Councillor Freeman, present.
Councillor Vasic, present.
Councillor Henry, present.
Councillor Bonigo, present.
And the mayor's here too. Thank you all very much for reconfirming, and back over to you, Chris. Thank you very much.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Jaworski, members of council. Apologies for that. Very eager to bring this to council this evening. We are seeking approval of the draft TMP to be released to the community for review and feedback. There are members of the project team on this call to help respond to questions or for clarification, or we may have to follow up afterwards. There's certainly a lot of information contained within the draft report and associated appendices, but with a 4-week review period, we're happy to receive comments at a later date, whichever works for council. Likely we're going to see some similar questions, themes through this engagement session or through the engagement process. So we may return with some FAQs just to assist in managing council's time. I'd like to hand over to the consultant, Mr. Chartier, to undertake a brief presentation. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chris. And good evening, Mayor Jaworski, members of council, and thank you for the opportunity to present this evening. Here with me this evening are Heather Hector, from our firm Paradigm Transportation Solutions Limited, as well as my colleague Kate Whitfield and Ezra Lipton from Alta Planning and Design, who assisted with the project. The presentation this evening, next slide, please. So briefly, we'll just very briefly give you a high-level 30,000-foot overview of the draft Waterloo Transportation Master Plan 2020. Speak to you a little bit about what actions have occurred since we were last before Council in July of 2020 to provide you an update on the study and its progress. Talk briefly about the consultation process that Chris alluded to in his introductory comments, and then finally talk to you about what are the next steps. Next slide, please. So the Waterloo Transportation Master Plan is a strategic planning document that defines the policies, programs, and infrastructure required to meet the city's future transportation needs and fulfill Waterloo's transportation vision. It's a broad-ranging document that gets into a variety of different transportation areas and basically sets out the future direction for the community for the coming years. Next slide, please. So sort of a very high-level overview of the document, what's contained within the plan. So I think it's important to recognize the city wasn't starting from a blank slate. You did have a transportation master plan that was approved by council in 2011, I believe it was, 2012. So we were building on a foundational strategy of previous work that had been completed for the city's transportation master plan, which provided a sound foundation. But like all plans of this nature, things do evolve over time and required update. Something that we heard loud and clear both through the community engagement and our discussions with council previously is that the document needed to focus on all ages and abilities in terms of meeting future transportation needs, particularly around the directions that are proposed in active transportation. The plan aligns with both provincial, regional, and local policies and plans and reflects a 2041 horizon year, as do most other planning documents within the city and region. It also reflects the city's planned urban form. Next slide, please. The plan also supports the investment that has been made in Waterloo Region in the ION LRT system. So we've ensured that the transportation elements both support and build upon that very important piece of infrastructure that serves the city and beyond. We also wanted to ensure that the document and the plan promotes travel choices with a strong emphasis on walking and cycling. We also want to try to strive to reduce dependency on auto travel modes. So the plan is largely focused on active transportation, but does recognize that there does need to be some policy direction around accommodating vehicles into the future. As well as we need to ensure that we want to plan for new and developing technologies. So there's a section that talks about how the city could leverage the evolution and emergence of different technologies that are occurring now and we anticipate into the future. Next slide, please. Now we've structured the document into a series of volumes to help make it a little bit easier for people to follow along, or a little bit more manageable, because it is a relatively lengthy document. So we've structured into a series of pieces. There's an executive summary that's attached to the staff report and serves as sort of an overview or an explanation of the elements of the plan. There's a section introducing the plan and its foundations, which are captured in Volume 1. The active transportation strategy is laid out in Volume 2. And a large reason for wanting to sort of separate the document into this manner was to strongly place emphasis on the active transportation component and make it seem, or give the appearance rightly that it's a significant element of the document. And then finally, Volume 3 provides the roads, transit, and future mobility strategies. As Chris mentioned, there's two appendices that go with the document to capture the engagement program that we've completed, as well as a update to the city's sidewalk policy. And finally, we've assembled all of the working papers that have been generated in preparing the Transportation Master Plan update, so that there's a full accounting of all of the technical analysis and policy research that has gone into developing the document. Next slide, please. So since we last presented to Council in July, we've gone about a number of actions and adjustments to the work that we were doing, based in part to a certain extent about the feedback that we received from Council at that time. So the approach to Vision Zero and speed management has been strengthened and has been further refined to ensure that it's reflecting a direction that's more consistent with those principles. We've also attempted to work in more information and more guidance and more explanation about how we've accommodated for user experience as part of the Transportation Master Plan update. We've compiled, or we prepared our second major technical memorandum on our phase 2 work. That was a fairly significant undertaking. We also went through the process of establishing project priorities and providing the framework for future priority setting, particularly around the active transportation elements. As mentioned, city staff has worked on the updated sidewalk policy. And I know this was a topic of interest with Council in exploring the concept of a 20-minute city and how that may apply in Waterloo and going forward. Next slide, please. So in terms of the process going forward in terms of consultation with interested stakeholders, the community and agencies, the intention is to make the document available. So it's currently online on Engage Waterloo. We intend to be sending out notices to those individuals who have been part of the process to let them know that the document is available for review. And we've asked for a feedback period of approximately 1 month. So looking for community feedback and agency feedback by February the 19th. Next slide, please. So in terms of our next step, as mentioned, we'll be circulating the draft TMP for consultation. We'll be examining the feedback that we receive and making appropriate or recommending appropriate adjustments to the Transportation Master Plan for Council's future consideration. And we intend to be presenting the final TMP for approval in April of this year, assuming that the consultation goes as planned and the type of feedback that's been received is, is something that we can address within that period. And then once City Council has the opportunity to consider the plan for approval, assuming that is the case in April, there'll be the issuance of notice of completion under the municipal class environmental assessment process, which is a perfunctory step that we need to take to ensure that the city has complied with the Class EA process. So with that, happy to answer any questions. I believe the questions will be, that Chris will be responding to the questions and directing them to the appropriate member of the consultant team or staff to respond to. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Gene. And now we have had a delegate, and I really appreciate the Paradigm and Alta team for bearing with us. We also have a delegate who's been waiting patiently this afternoon. And so what I might do is let the delegate go first, and then we'll have questions of the delegate, then we'll come back to questions for our city team. So with that, Natalia, I'm wondering if you could bring in Jane Mitchell.
Jane, you're in now.
I'm in now? Okay. You can all hear me? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Jane.
Yeah. Is my page up? Is my picture? Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you very much for. There we go. Oh, I've got a feedback loop somehow. I don't know how. But anyway, I will continue. I thank you very much, Mayor and Council, for hearing me and seeing my pictures. I want to just talk. This is very weird because I'm getting feedback and I don't know why.
Yeah, one moment, please. We'll just have Julie something here, Jane, because it is cutting in and out a bit too. Just one moment.
Natalia, can you delete the second Jane Mitchell login?
Okay.
Should be okay now.
Jane, can you try speaking, please?
Okay. Yes, I'm speaking. Can you hear me? No.
Much better. Thank you.
You can hear me? Okay, good. Yeah, that's better. That was hard. Okay, so thank you very much, Mayor and Council, for hearing me. And as you can see, there's some pictures here of the walkway beside my house. And my husband decided to take the dog for a walk while I was at Sobeys. And our dog, Amber, loves the city plowed trail behind our house. To get to it, my husband and the dog decided to go down the walkthrough or walkway. My husband fell on the ice of the unmaintained route. He scraped the side of his head and strained his arm. He was lucky he didn't break a bone, but he's now healed. Discussions on social media from active transportation activists have talked about having the cities of Waterloo region plow all the sidewalks, as is done in Elmira. Waterloo decided to try bylaw enforcement instead. As you can see from the pictures, the residents in my neighborhood are very good at keeping our sidewalks clear. The only place on the sidewalk that is solid ice is in front of the pedestrian walkway. A sign says, "No winter maintenance." This seems to include the patch of public sidewalk in front of the walkthrough. I talked to my neighbor who lives beside this patch of ice. He says that part of the sidewalk doesn't belong to him. It doesn't belong to the neighbor on the other side either. It belongs to the city of Waterloo. Although the pictures are the walkway near my house, I am talking about all city walkways. Unmaintained walkways are used by children going to school, dog walkers, cyclists, and pedestrians generally, with many with strollers. If the city of Waterloo is really for increasing active transportation, if the city is really for clean sidewalks in the winter, as you say you are, then you should maintain all pedestrian walkways, not just a few. I know at one time that men from the House of Friendship cleaned the sidewalks in downtown Kitchener. That's an idea that could work. A week after I complained about this situation, a city worker with a snowblower did appear, according to my neighbor. He poked about the ice on the sidewalk and perhaps put salt on it. There was salt on that patch when I went by later. My neighbor asked him if he was going to clean the walkway, but the worker said the city was discussing it. The walkway is still solid ice with no salting. The piece of sidewalk is actually now clear because another dog walker went by and got on to my neighbor, and so he gave up and shoveled it, so it's now clear in front. Okay, I do not believe that a sign saying no winter maintenance will stop the city from being sued if someone is really hurt on an unmaintained walkway. And I just wonder, why does the city leave a solid patch of ice on the sidewalk when the rest of us have to clean our walks? And how can a heavily used pedestrian walkway be left as a sheet of ice? This policy must be changed if we want to really move towards active transportation. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you, Jane, for your commentary. And I see Councillor Veith has her hand up, so I'll turn it over to Councillor Veith. Please go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski. Thanks, Jane, for coming. And you're correct. That is a very busy trail. Lots of people use it. I use it. It connects up to the it's the connector to the major Laurel Creek Trail, and I think and it should be maintained. But I think the problem is, and staff can clarify this, is that it's just too narrow, and it's been there for a long time, right? So, and I don't think by today's standards, I don't think the city would have built a trail connector that narrow.
Yeah, we think our thoughts are that a staff member could go down with a snowblower that people have done that in the past that are neighbors. And yes, it's always been like that, but that's not an excuse, because I've mentioned this at various times in the past, but I didn't want to get into it heavily because I was a former regional councillor, I don't like to sort of get into city stuff, but now I'm not, so now I am.
Yes,
So,
thank you. Thank you. And I'm sure, I know when I mean, I'm not on Twitter, so I didn't see the chatter on Twitter, but when I did hear about it, yeah, I'm assuming that it's not the only trail connector within the city that has this issue. So
the only one, and there are other ones that are cleared that are wider, but the fact is, and I know that a city staff said, well, it's not used that much, but in fact, this particular one is used a lot.
Yes, it is.
In my neighborhood, particularly like in the summer, of course, it's used a lot by bicycles and everything. Now, there's still a few people that go through, some of them like my husband, and yeah, it really should be cleared.
Well, and I think it's probably people not using it because it's so treacherous. So yeah, so I want to, yeah. So so thank you for coming tonight.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for being our great ward councillor.
And I see no further hands up at this time. Thank you, Jane, for your patience. We did have a long afternoon. I know you're there waiting for us, but that's why I wanted to pull you in now before we have a broader discussion on trails and trail maintenance in our community.
Okay, well, that's great. I did want to say that being remote, it was okay because I listened to the really interesting conversations while I cleaned a cupboard and made supper. So, you know, it worked out.
Yeah, thank you. That's good input for all of us.
Okay.
Thank you, Jane.
Thank you very much for listening to me.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And with that, I know we're going back to the Transportation Master Plan team. A couple of councillors already have their hands up. In order so far, Councillor Freeman, Councillor Hanmer. Please go ahead, Councillor Freeman.
Thank you so much, Mayor Jaworski, and I really do appreciate Jane Mitchell for hanging in there to comment on this, because I think that somehow, as we're looking at our transportation systems, and it may not get covered in the TMP, but it would be really helpful to start making note of areas like this, so that if we do need to do some small land acquisitions, or we do need to look at our priority routes and determine whether or not a connector like this, even though we might not think it's a priority route, if we've got you know, a ward councillor that can say, you know, this is a huge priority area, I think it's very helpful, and maybe we can start thinking about different ways of maintaining them. My question, I have a few actually. So one was a comment, and I am hopeful, because I've mentioned this on many of an occasion, if the report can be updated to please remove the term road diet. I have no problem if you want to say otherwise known or previously known as a road diet, but I would like to refer to it as right sizing the roads. Later in our report tonight, there's a recommendation around Union Street where we clearly identify that left turning lanes are not warranted. And so by removing those lanes, it's not a diet, it is a right sizing of the roads to reflect the use of the road and the traffic of the road. And even the original report that was done in the 90s, it didn't really coin the term road diet. Others have used it, and I really think it serves us poorly as engineers to use the term. People really believe that they're losing something, when in actual fact what we're doing is making the roads operate the way that they're going to function best. So that's a comment that I really hope can be changed. It sits in the executive summary and other places throughout the report. As I'm sure you know, the OTM Book 18, or the Ontario Traffic Manual Book 18, is scheduled to be updated and released in the very near future. So how can this TMP respond to the changes that are expected through the Book 18?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Freeman. Through you, Mayor Jaworski. the update to the OTM Book 18, we can probably get some clearer picture on actual timelines from the consultant, but we strive to keep working with the most current documents. So whatever comes through this master plan is really providing guidance to where we go in terms of the actual transportation infrastructure, but that should be drawn from the latest documents. So we would continue to work with the current one until the next version is out, which, as you rightly say, should be very, very soon. And then we start working with that one. I'm not sure if Ms. Whitfield from Alta can provide a little bit more information on maybe timing of the update. I believe they worked on or are working on that update.
Absolutely. This is Kate Whitfield speaking from Alta. We're actually on the core team of Book 18, and it's in the final stages with the province to come out. So the honest answer is that we, in essence, have already used it in the discussion, in the document, in the creating a network, in talking about approaches. So almost to the benefit of Waterloo, it's already factored in. And then when it comes to design guidance, you're set up for it for when it's released. So it builds on current practice, but it's already factored into how we think about the right type of facilities and the active transportation network.
That's super helpful. Thank you very much. And I wanted to point out to you that in the executive summary, you mentioned pilot areas for speed limit change, but there's actually 3 areas. So the third was Old Abbey. So I don't know whether you want to add that into your executive summary to reflect what was on the road. And I wanted to just more broadly say that, you know, the comments that you're using around considering applying short-term low-cost improvements at road crossings and intersections to enhance user safety. I think that that's good language, and I'd like us to keep that in mind too around the winter maintenance piece, because I think that we've heard it from an awful lot of folks around their interest in winter maintenance. I really appreciate prioritizing infilling of missing sidewalks. I think that's great. The Vision Zero stuff is really exciting to me. I love that you included the 20-minute city. It's interesting because typically it's the 10-minute city seems to be a little bit more common, but the 20-minute city is useful, and it starts a conversation. And so I'm really happy about that. Generally, I was pretty excited about what I read in the report. And I'd like to share with council too that WACAT has provided continued update, and one of the WACAT members, Graham Vincent, has served on the advisory committee, and he's just been great. And so I kind of wanted to take this moment. I don't think Graham's on the call, but I did want to thank him for all the time that he's put into this. So thank you very much to the team. I look forward to getting more comments back from the broader public.
Thank you, Councillor Freeman. Next up, Councillor Ham, Councillor Bonagor.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the team. I too would like to say thank you very much for all the work that's happened since our last update. It is exciting to see how things are coming together, and I look forward to the fine-tuning that will happen over the next little while. I have 2 questions really around the consultation process, and I appreciate we're putting the documents up on Engage Waterloo, but I'm wondering if we are asking any particular questions or guiding a little bit so that we get some feedback, or are we leaving it just as people can comment as they wish?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Hanmer. It is pretty open. We haven't structured the any questions or from a particular angle. There's certainly a lot of information there for people to digest as they deem necessary, or as their preference. We did structure the earlier engagement with a number of targeted questions. So we kind of feel a lot of that was taken into account through that process, and this is really bringing all the pieces together for the community to review as a whole.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we were, if there were some particular areas that we were either most excited about or most concerned about, that we were asking questions that may help guide or shape what that's going to be. And given, and it may not be appropriate for this piece of it or not, given a lot of the conversations, obviously, that we've been having around winter control and sidewalks and shoveling and the rest of it, perhaps you're feeling we've got enough information on that to make recommendations as we go forward?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski. So winter maintenance is a very large subject within this TMP report. Very detailed in the Appendix C, which is the technical memorandums, and it provides a strategy for the city to move forward on. So that's the position that the master plan has taken. It did certainly receive a lot of information and comment through the entire study, as we also witnessed while in council with some delegations at earlier meetings. So it's certainly something we've built information on and trying to plan for. But the TMP is really a master planning policy framework setting document that provides good guidance that the city can take away and build upon to actually review the potential for programs that would obviously be post TMP, and they would deliver and bring things forward, different options for council's consideration at a later date.
Yeah, no, Chris, thank you. I appreciate that piece of it. I did read through that particular appendices because it's something that's hot topic in many of our wards. So I was glad to see that piece. I just wanted to make sure that we were asking the questions and if there was any other shaping we needed to do. My final question is just around the process, and I apologize if it is included and I just missed it. Other municipalities around us in the region are also doing transportation master planning. And when or how will we be ensuring that there's a linkage with those other plans so that we're not creating things that are going down the road that are going to cause us a disconnect?
Yes, thank you, through you, Mayor Jaworski. So we've had members, or a member of the active transportation team on the City of Kitchener's master plan, their cycling master plan update. So we've been sharing information, and our consultants have been sharing information on that as we develop the system that connects across the borders. We are also working with the region on with their plans. A member of the region sat on the steering committee that Councillor Freeman referenced a few moments ago. So what we're trying to do is ensure that there is dialogue between the municipalities to ensure that the plans are aligned, and trying to tie pieces up either side of how people move between the municipalities, so that it's a seamless process.
Mm-hmm. No, I appreciate that. That is something that I'd certainly be interested as we continue to unfold the process to know from you and team if there are any gaps. And I'm anticipating that you'll try to minimize what those are, but it'd be helpful for us to know as we're going along. And just a final comment, I do appreciate all the work that's happened, and I look forward to the feedback that we're going to get through Engage Waterloo and the next report. Thank you very much for all your work.
Thank you, Councillor Henmer. Over to you, Councillor Bonagor, then Councillor Bodley and Councillor Vasek.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Jaworski. Thank you to everyone involved. This is a mammoth amount of work, and it's quite clear that you've been working right up to deadline to keep factoring in new information. So that's really appreciated. Before I get to my questions, I just want to say I really like how far this document has come, and how it shows ways we can keep going in that direction. That one piece of data in there that showed, most trips in the city are discretionary. A third of them are shorter than 2 kilometers. Like, this is exactly where active transportation can start filling a gap. And like Ward 7 and a big chunk of Ward 6, like, we're already starting to show what that shift can look like. And I think as the city intensifies, particularly over the 20 years that this document should cover, I mean, the urban core is going to start kind of spreading out. So more of that switch will come. So I love the fact that we're kind of laying the groundwork now to support that switch as it happens. And just a note before I move to my points, a note regarding something Councillor Hanmer just brought up. I'd like to maybe invite, to plant the seed of considering whether some targeted input or targeted surveys might be worth exploring. I mean, there's a lot of documents here. It's a lot to wade through, and there could be opportunities to educate the public about what's in this report for certain topics, and then seek their input on those certain topics. So not saying you have to do it, just saying there's an opportunity there to combine public education with public feedback. Now, I must apologise because I have a number of questions. It's because I'm invested in this document, but also because I have very engaged residents in Ward 7 who are also very invested in these issues. So I'm going to start off with road design speeds. I'm just wondering why they're proposed to be so high. I mean, everywhere in the report, you state the need to build roads so that they induce the speeds and the behaviour that we want, but that doesn't seem reflected in the recommended design speeds. You've got city arterials that are posted for 60 kilometres, listed for a design speed of 70, and they currently have an average running speed of up to 80. Like, similarly, major collectors, like we're talking about Albert Street and Union Street, having a design speed that's kind of higher than what we say we want on these roads. So I'm just going to ask, why are they higher than the speeds we want people to drive?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Barnagor. Yeah, that's a very good question. Part of this is a little bit of an iterative process. The classification tables in the master plan were developed back from the 2011 master plan, brought forward into this one, and I'd say it's kind of probably a timing thing that was prepared with the one-off information and updated accordingly. So what we heard loud and clear regarding speed management was kind of last July. So this came about afterwards. So, this is the type of thing that we need information and guidance from council that we can go back and change something that's already been approved by council. In terms of design speeds, it's certainly something that can be looked at, but the design speed does influence how the road functions to a degree. The lower the design speed that you're trying to achieve, the more elements needed to help make that work. I'd like to ask Mr. Chartier and perhaps Ms. Setterfield to build on that regarding their experience, and particularly Mr. Chartier with the Transportation Association of Canada work.
Thank you, Chris, and through the mayor to the councillor with the response to the question. I think it's a fair question to ask, and with respect to speeds. As Chris mentioned, we did carry it through from the previous transportation master plan. Those were the same similar values that were presented, and I would think that of the categories, the major collector may be one that could be subject to consideration. We're looking at one of the things that the plan recommends is that there be further work done in the area of speed management, and the intention would be to revisit those as part of the development of the speed management plan and moving forward.
Okay, but if we're saying from the start that the design speeds should be higher than the speeds we want, then isn't that going to affect all the plans that then come through to us? Like, shouldn't we set what we want it to be now and then let it filter through from here?
Yes, through the mayor to the councillor. You're right, councillor. You would be looking to establish the the practice at this point, and in terms of looking at where there may be some specific If you look at there's only 2 city arterial roads in the network, and they're sort of some of the more significant facilities within the city from a traffic movement perspective. And then the other ones, the other speed limits, the other speeds align. In terms of minor collector, local winner from the laneways, it's probably the major collector that may be some consideration. But as I said, it's something that we're going to be looking at further with respect to the speed management policies and how design might fit. I don't know. Yeah.
So is this something that could change between now and the final plan, or is this something that would need to come back to council? Because again, like you're talking about, we're talking about dropping the speed for some minor collectors down to 40, and yet we're setting a design speed at 50. So I'm just wondering where in the process we should be setting the line in the sand. Is this the place to set the line in the sand?
Through the mayor to the councillor, this is certainly one location. Like, this is certainly one aspect that you'd be looking at. It's indicating maximums as well, because there might be some facility. There may be certain locations where it's still appropriate to retain a 50 km/h speed on certain facilities. But I think as a general rule, you'd be looking at that aspect.
Okay, I'm going to just leave that with you as something that is of concern, and perhaps even just having up to 50 kilometers as a design speed might ease my mind on that one a little bit. I do have a few more questions, so I'm going to keep moving on. Next one is a big one I expect to hear from my residents. Can speed limits go lower? You're recommending 40, but also in the report it says in some school zones where we posted for 40, speeds dropped a bit, but we're still over that. This is troubling. If we want people to be driving 40, that tells me we need to post for lower than 40. So can we have some neighbourhoods set at 30 and others set at 40? If not, if it needs to be citywide, what does it look like with 30 across the city?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Jaworski, the Councillor Barnago. Yeah, it's an interesting question, and one that kind of comes up a lot in traffic calming studies over the years about putting up signs and expecting people to drive at a slower speed. And experience shows that signs and line painting alone have limited effect, as identified in the Vision Zero work. That's pretty comprehensive, and that's not just here in North America. And this is also our experience here in Waterloo over many years of data collection. The design and operation of the street is only one factor. Driver behavior and the vehicles are factors that are largely outside of our control. And our experience is driver behavior in this time is the major contributor to speeding. So in terms of lowering speeds to achieve or lowering speed limits to try and achieve a lower speed, I'd like to pass on to Mrs. Chartier and also Ms. Setterfield, because she has a lot of experience working in that field as well.
Certainly, thank you, Chris. Through the mayor to the councillor, all the points that Chris made are particularly relevant in terms of looking at the design of the road and coupling that with enforcement and education to ensure that people operate vehicles at the desired speed. As has been mentioned, there is recognition that in school zones, you could contemplate 30-kilometer-per-hour speed limits. I guess it would be at the discretion of the city as to whether they wanted to consider them in other locations. But again, it's something that has been identified as some follow-on work in terms of developing the speed management and road safety program for the city, and whether that's something that you would contemplate at that point. I think, as a general rule, I think for consistency, it's preferred to keep it at 40 kilometers per hour, and then recognize that there may be circumstances. I don't know if Satterfield has anything she'd like to add as well.
Sure, thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Councillor. I just want to add that it's the big picture, and there's not one silver bullet for it. And so what we're trying to do, and I think this TMP is going to set us up really well to create the programs, policies, and plans to move that forward and drive it forward with the Vision Zero, with the road safety plan, with the speed management plan. That way we can build a program where we can actually design roads, build them, encourage people, and sign them so that people actually want to drive them the way they're supposed to drive them. It's going to take some time because a lot of the roads that we do want to narrow, and we don't want to design 10 and 20 kilometers over, what we want people to drive. It will take some time to be able to actually go through our construction plans to be able to identify what ones are needed and when. So, I wish I had a quick and simple, but I do agree with the philosophy, and I think that this TMP sets us up for a great position.
I hear what you're saying. I don't want to be a downer on all of this, but what I'm hearing is that we can't just do signs. It needs to be the design of the road, but we can't set lower design speed because because that doesn't fit in yet. Who's driving this train? Is it the speeding cars or is it council? Who is setting the speed limits? Who is setting what's acceptable? Who is setting the direction we want to go? And what I want to see is lower speeds that can actually, on roads that make that happen. And what I'm hearing from residents uptown is they want slower speeds in the neighborhoods. I'm not talking about connector roads. I'm talking about in neighborhoods. And you have great suggestions in the TMP of how that can be done for interim things, but without needing an entire road rebuild. So maybe I'll just be specific. If all the uptown wards, if all the uptown neighborhoods are resoundingly telling us we want 30 kilometers on our inner urban residential streets, is there capacity to have 30 kilometer zones here and 40 kilometer zones in other parts of the city?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor. I'll defer to Ms. Satterfield regarding a process for that, but you're absolutely right. Council has those decisions. It's staff's position to really outline what some of the implications that may have to be recognized to actually make that happen. That, again, just by posting it at 30, then there's an expectancy that people will drive at 30, and when they don't, I guess, what is the next step after that? There's obviously that ripple effect to really ensure low speeds is a lot of interactions, particularly through traffic calming. Now that can be done as part of reconstruction design, like Alexander Road in your ward, but others are typically done under retrofit scenarios. And I guess that can absolutely be done, but it obviously comes at an incredibly high cost, and there's obviously implications to that, which we've identified in item 6.2 in the staff report. And this is just a snapshot. The effects on the emergency responses and even Grand River Transit schedules, their headways would be impacted. Delivery services, winter maintenance, just those differential of speed operating, from people moving between one road in uptown and then moving outside of that to another road. And I guess it's also the level of expectation that people would feel on the street. They're expecting somebody to be driving 30, but as we know, that isn't always the case. So I'm not sure if Ms. Setterfield would like to build on that.
Thanks, Chris. Through you, Mayor. No, I think you captured it. It's making sure that what we do, there is consistency amongst expectations and what's actually happening. The differentials in speed is actually really, that's the part that really scares me. It's people expecting that they should be going slower and they're not, and that's when fatalities and injuries happen. And so that's the part I just want to make sure that when we do it right. It doesn't mean that we can't do a bunch of things also as well now, as in maybe we do within our road safety plan, we put up more of those median bollards. Maybe it's something like that. But it's letting us, it's this TMP setting us up to build those programs to keep putting that stuff out there and getting people the education and the consistency that they need.
Okay, I'm going to leave the, so I'll move on to my next question. I just want to, again, I'll leave that issue with speeds with you, and I look forward to seeing community feedback on it. I just want to add that, you know, residents also expect cars in neighbourhoods to be driving at a reasonable speed and stopping at speed signs, at stop signs, but they're not always doing that either. Okay, next question. The winter operations, like it's a major issue for cycling and sidewalks. I really appreciate the snow clearing advice to kind of go beyond the minimum. I mean, you know, and encouraging the exploring a strategy for kind of tiered clearing and that kind of thing. Is there a recommended timeline attached? Maybe I just didn't see it.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski. To Councillor Bongord, no, there is no timeline attached to this, Councillor. It's a strategy that the TMP is recommending once it's approved, of course, that it would be a staff driven process to determine different ways that it can come to certainly providing options how the city can manage an increased program that would be consistent with both the TMP and council's expectations and indeed the community expectations. But obviously there's a lot of work to be done to that. So the TMP has not provided any timelines on that.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I hadn't just missed something.
And I see Mr. Rapp has his hand up. Cam, can you go ahead?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor Jaworski. That were raised by Councillor Bonagor. Firstly, the design speed versus the posted speed. The one thing that we do want to make sure we've covered is that, as noted, behavior is the issue, and that the last thing we want is that the road that has been designed to basically beyond 40, for those vehicles that do go beyond 40, because again, it's behavior based and people will, hopefully not many, then jump the curb. They don't do things and lose control of the vehicle based on the design of the speed. So it's a very careful balancing act between building a bit of buffer for those odd drivers, I'll say, that exceed the posted speed limit. So that's part of the concern that I would have. And getting to the point of 40 km/h, dropping it in residential areas. Communities in Europe. But what they've also done at the same time is remove all the stop signs. And they just have efficient movement of vehicles, but at safe speeds without all the stops. That at 30K, you can easily stop at an intersection, see what's going on, and it functions as a four-way yield. Better for the environment than vehicles stopping all the time at that speed. So if council wanted us to go and look at the 30K in areas, be best to look at it comprehensively and looking at what other measures we should do, such as four-way yields. as opposed to 30K and the 4 stop signs. This has been some research that I had.
Well, I think we've actually finally lost Cam. He put in a good try with his crackling microphone, but I think we've lost him.
I heard a lot of it though, and I very much appreciate the Commissioner's input. Okay, I've got a couple more questions. The multimodal level of service, I love that this has been included. I love the inclusion of this approach. I'm just wondering how it fits into a data-driven process when some metrics will have subjective aspects, not just objective. You know, we're talking about perceived safety for pedestrians and such. In the past, you know, there have been occasions when complaints raised by users or issues raised by users have been deemed unsupported by data. So I'm just wondering, how can this be addressed? It's a pretty nuanced thing. Is it possible to have some wording or suggestions of how user feedback can be incorporated into a data-driven policy?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor. The multimodal level of service is a relatively new approach, and I can certainly ask the consultant, Mr. Chartier, to speak to that, and maybe he can again defer that to others. But it is certainly something that's very much data driven. But again, the nuances, I'm pretty sure he would be able to speak to in part. Mr. Chartier.
Oh, thank you, Chris, through the mayor to the councillor. That's a good question, councillor, in the sense that what we are trying to do through the multimodal level of service approach is actually to be able to start to be more objective with respect to those factors, because I think historically we've been somewhat subjective, and it's lost when you look at the vehicle side of it. Like, we have a long history of having very quantitative measures and very objective approach for the vehicle side. But with the multimodal level of service, what we're trying to do now is to add that same sort of rigor or that same sort of objectivity with the other modes of transportation. And there, in many cases, it may not be, there's different ways in which the multimodal level of service is done, depending on the community. The Ontario Traffic Council is in the process of developing an Ontario-based approach for it. So that's part of the reason why we weren't as explicit at this time of the specific methodology. But all of the approaches, though, have some way of trying to make the other modes of transportation more objective, whether it's some sort of rating scale, whether it is some sort of consideration of the proximity of stops, of locations of different facilities, the relative quality of the facilities. Try to make that objective so that it can be considered on an equal footing with the vehicle side.
Okay, that's really great to hear. I look forward to seeing what did you say the Ontario Traffic Council? I look forward to seeing what they bring forward. Okay, one more question, and then some final thoughts. And this is just me wondering if this is the appropriate document to raise an issue that's a problem in the Uptown, and that's curb-faced sidewalks where boulevards have been reduced due to road widenings in the past. Chris, is this the appropriate document to kind of request a guiding policy of the replacement of boulevards in situations where there are curb-faced sidewalks?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski. I guess it depends on which lens we're looking at from. So the way I interpreted your question, Councillor, is that it's really looking at replacing streets with boulevards or boulevard sidewalk, I should say, when they're redesigned. If that's the case, then through the Complete Streets philosophy, that should be considered right at the off when you're planning a street, and the design for that street. Then there may be factors why you can't do it, but that should certainly be the go-to factor, which I know is part of the discussion and the plans for the Union Street. So I'd say it's inherent that that's a fact, that's the basis you start from. And then there's obviously trade-offs if you can't. Again, there may be reasons that either it can't fit in, or you'd need to change some of the other elements in order to achieve that. And just for example, you may need to narrow the road, which we've recommended in some streets, but then you lose some on-street parking, which again, that's a trade-off that just the community needs to understand, and council needs to understand. So is that the answer you wanted to hear?
That's perfect. That's perfect. Thank you so much. It's already in there with complete streets. Wonderful. I don't need to do anything else. Great. Okay, and then some final thoughts, because I expect my residents to ask me this, so I'm going to ask you this. In the TMP, you have a low stress bikeway analysis that says 85% of residents live within 250 meters of a low stress bikeway, but almost every cyclist will tell me that those painted on bike paths are not low stress, they are high stress. So I'm just saying I'd be interested to see how that analysis works out with those routes removed. And the other thing I expect to hear from people is beg buttons. I know signals are regional, but can we make a call for the end of beg buttons in the TMP, or do I just need to keep talking to my regional counterparts?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Bonagor. So the first part about the low stress bikeways, I'll ask Ms. Whitfield to clarify how that analysis was undertaken. I do believe that the high stress bike routes were not part of that, but perhaps she can confer. And
for a later date, certainly. I don't need that tonight.
Okay, fair enough.
And with the beg buttons, though, is that something that I would, because I'm sure I'll have people asking me, so should they be talking to me about it or to the region?
I'll ask or defer that question to Ms. Kayla, as again, it's under the jurisdiction of the region, and I'm sure she'll be able to respond to that accordingly.
Through you, Mayor Bonagor, I will staff regarding the beg buttons, and we'll see what we can do with respect to that. It does not need to be part of the transportation master plan.
Wonderful. That is great. Thank you. And thank you, everyone, for allowing me so much time. I very much appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor. That's it from me.
Great. Thank you, Councillor. Next up is Councillor Bodley, then Councillor Vasek.
Thank you for that fulsome line of questioning, Councillor Bonagor. Greatly appreciated. She asked many of my questions, but a couple of quick ones, I guess, through you, Mayor Jaworski. So on the, I know I've expressed my desire for 30 kilometers an hour in the past, so I won't get too much into that, but with this proposal suggesting that 40 kilometers an hour be the new normal for neighborhood streets and 30 kilometers an hour in school zones, I know Councillor Bonagor asked about sort of a broad area for a theoretical 30 kilometer an hour zone. I know in the past, in conversations that I've had with residents around setting up the school zones, that they are sort of like legislated by the provincial government what can and cannot be a school zone. So my question is around a 30 kilometer sort of potential area. If this is the route that we went with, which would be recommending 40 kilometers for the city, is it possible under such a proposal that there could be neighborhood areas, i.e. in front of parks, that we bylawed and set up separately as 30 kilometers an hour in the areas that I would say sort of act like school zones, high traffic, many children with destinations to go to? Is that something that we would need to reference specifically beyond just saying school zones, or is that even feasible?
through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Beaudelet. I'd like to defer that to Ms. Satterfield, please.
Thanks, Chris. Yes, through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Beaudelet. Short answer is yes, we can actually reduce speed limits and sign them however we feel. The ones in front of the parks, it wouldn't be considered school zones, so yes, it would be outside of that, but I would consider that that would be part of our speed management program and plan, that we would put together perhaps a policy that says all streets in that frontage onto a park are, you know, signed at whatever, or we leave it as per, you know, engineering judgment, and then we are allowed to do it based on context. So short answer is yes, we can, but it does need to be outside of the school zone.
Awesome. Very appreciated on that. And my last question on this is, and maybe this is more appropriate when if and when we ever got into the actual discussion and debate about the citywide changing of the speed limits. But what does that practically, what does the signage practically look like if we change the streets all to 40 kilometers an hour? I know I got into some of these conversations with residents in areas where we did our pilot this year with 40-kilometer-hour zones on certain streets. Presumably, we would have to change the signage on the entrance into the city that says all streets are 40 except otherwise noted. But when we are moving off of, say, a regional road or a city arterial road that was, say, 50 or 60 into a neighborhood, would that require us to now sign that road to show folks that we are going back to 40? I'm just curious about practically what that looks like throughout the city.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Beaudelet. Again, I'll defer that one to Ms. Satterfield.
Thank you, Chris. To you, through you, Mayor, to the councillor. Yes, we do have to. The HTA says we must, when anything is other than an 80 or a 50, as per the HTA, we have to sign what it is, which is why we do, when it goes from a 40 to a 50, we must say that it is a 50 begins or anything else begins. So if you're doing a neighborhood 40, yes, we have to do the entrances. We can do infill if we wish, but if we're doing anything, if we're doing 30s, anytime we change within a neighborhood, we do need to sign it. If it's a singular street, every single street needs to be signed.
Perfect. Appreciate that clarification. So it's on the entrances into every neighborhood. We'd be seeing a 40-kilometer area zone as per the document. Awesome. That's it for me. Sorry, Chris. I'll have a question for you next time.
Thanks, Councillor Bodley. Yeah, West Vale is a good example where the inbound there, I think it says 40 kilometers an hour, but I think it might say in the entire community zone or neighborhood zone or something like that. That's a good example of that. Next up, I have Councillor Vasic, then Councillor Henry.
Thanks, through you, Mayor Jaworski. Very exciting this is coming forward, and I just want to comment on a couple of things that I'm really excited about and that I know people are going to care about is around just pedestrians are going to be really happy. I feel like pedestrians are very, sorry, my kid, I don't know if you can hear that. Anyways, but I love all the cycling advocacy. I enjoy cycling myself, and I think that cycling advocacy has really pushed the city forward. I also sometimes hear from pedestrians who are feeling left out, and so I feel like that's really reflected in this plan, which is exciting. And I also think all the plans that are going to come out of this will mean that we're going to get to keep talking about this and keep kind of pushing things forward on an ongoing way. So that's also very exciting from the recommendations. I have a number of questions I've sent to staff, so I'm not going to ask all of those. That would be ridiculous, but there are a few that I could use clarity on that I think would be more from the consultants. So a couple of pieces that I could use some clarity on, or whether you support or not, are around ride sharing, apps like Uber and Lyft, knowing those companies' records with things like passenger safety and workers' rights. I was hoping you were going to speak a bit more to these pieces, but some of the recommendations in the report and statements are very strong, but around ride sharing, it seemed a little bit more vague. And I'd love just your perspective on that a little bit more, as well as advertising along trails. So these are two that I just thought, they haven't really spoken to these as much as I'd like them to. They kind of are in there without much, as much guidance as I feel like I'd like to see at the city, because they're both ones that I have some concerns about. So I'd like to have a little bit more guidance from your expert position.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Vasic. So I'll speak to the ride sharing one. I'd like to look in my volume 3, but it does. We do speak to a recommendation that includes the use of that within the master plan. So forgive me, I'm just trying to find that recommendation for you. That does actually speak to. Yeah, so recommendation 44, and I'll read it verbatim. Develop a shared mobility strategy for the city in collaboration with the region, local stakeholders, and potential partners. The strategy should consider the merit of introducing pilots of an eco-mobility hub, as well as assess the potential for mobility as a service. That's the MAS system. And within the details of that section, that talks about things like rideshare and Uber. So we are making actually quite a strong recommendation. So I just wanted to clarify that point. And you can, whether you have any further questions on that, I'd be happy to answer. The point about advertising was in the funding or potential funding for future interest of the city. So the TMP is not making any recommendations there. It is really more of a what is out there that the city might be able to tap into, something different than obviously the tax base, and that section within the city within the TMP does kind of look at some different alternatives that other municipalities may have considered. So we brought those in for council's consideration. And that we would obviously take the guidance to council in such matters.
Okay, so I just felt differently when I read it. I know it just seemed like I'm just a little bit. I like the idea of ride sharing. I am critical of apps like Uber and Lyft, and so it just seemed like I couldn't fully get a sense of the support or not, except that there was an Uber picture and also a support for ride sharing generally. So I guess my only concern there is when we say what things are available, that's good, information is good, so we can make an informed decision, but sometimes it also demonstrates implicit support. And being this technology community, I just wonder, and also not having that many revenue bases to draw from, if implicit support in the TMP means that this is a direction we're saying, yes, we 100% agree with if we approve the TMP. So just comments that I just feel a bit not 100% about those. So I'm just bringing those up publicly because I do have some concerns. So maybe we can just talk a little bit more about them. Like, it's really just for me about fleshing them out a little bit more. My second question is around public washrooms. So I just didn't see anything about public washrooms. And when I saw something around the 20-minute city, I was wondering what I would want in within 20 minutes of me. And I would want a washroom, because just in case you can't, make it home on time. And there's lots of people like that. So so does the TMP, should it include anything about public washrooms in the vicinity in case you can't hop in your car?
That's for you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Vasic. I don't believe that's a transportation related matter. It's more of a community services takeaway, I would say. Certainly, I imagine people out who using the active transportation network would appreciate more, but that's certainly not, I don't believe, a transportation related matter, not for this master plan, but maybe for other plans in the city.
I hear you, but I just still don't fully agree. And the only reason I think this is because I think it's tied to transportation in that if I were uptown, it takes me about a half hour to walk home from uptown. If I were uptown and I had my car, I could zip home in 2 minutes if I didn't want to use a washroom at like a coffee shop, or if everything was closed and nothing was available. I could zip home in 2 minutes. But if I had walked, it would take me 30 minutes and I'd have nowhere to go. So I feel like I get that it's a community services piece, but I'd be interested to see what people in the transportation world thought about public washrooms as a component of active transportation. So just my thoughts for consideration and moving forward. And then my third question is around university at the expressway, and I think the report, the plan does a really good job of speaking to that as a challenge and trying to mediate that. But I wanted to highlight it as a huge pain point, and just wondering if you have any insights you might be able to share with residents of Ward 5, who I know that is a really big concern for people being able to get to the east side of the city from the west side of the city. So curious if anything came up that is noteworthy that we should know about, or any movement in the work with the region and province around that.
Through Mayor Jaworski to Councillor Vasic, forgive me, are we talking about the crossing of the expressway, or are we talking about the University Avenue work that is planned for crossing the expressway as a regional project?
Yes, that one, because it did. I think the plan spoke a little bit to that, just that's kind of in the works. So just curious if this project team had anything to do with that, or if not at all, then we can just leave that for another more ward-focused discussion.
Yeah. Sorry. So the information on that is that project was deferred by the region. I believe it's going to resurrect very soon. I would be happy to reach out to the regional project manager for an update on that. But so that would be the project that was looking at multi-use paths along University, going over the expressway east and west, I guess you can say. So I'll be happy to follow up for you on that.
Thank you. Thank you. That's it for me. Thanks.
Councillor, next up I have Councillor Henry. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, team. This is certainly a big chunk of work for you to put together, and to try to navigate all of the things you're hearing from council and the public, given the constraints and the sort of technical basis where many of these things come forward. So I wanted to start by saying I appreciate all of that. Like Councillor Vasic did, I certainly exchanged some notes with staff ahead of these, so I won't rehash those. I appreciate, Chris, that you and the consultants will take those away and make some revisions to some of the gaps and some of the technical notes there, so that's much appreciated. I just wanted to raise one point from that list, just so council had heard it. One of the big moves I think that's been helpful in this plan is to say no new roads that aren't in existing plans, no widenings that aren't in existing plans or requirements, or aside from some spot locations. But the one carryover that I was wondering about, and I understand that the team is going to have to take a look at once the traffic modeling data component of this is done after the plan, is Bridge Street from Northfield to King. It doesn't seem like that's a very expensive project, and lots of additional widening there may or may not be needed based on those. And if it's not needed, I think that would be really helpful to our ability to deliver the broader goals of the plan. So I wanted to highlight that component. On the discussion earlier about design speeds, I certainly agree with Councillor Bonagor, and that designing for more than the speed that we want doesn't seem to be what we should write down as the default in this plan. If engineering judgment requires a small deviation in a small section, the plan leaves room for that, but we shouldn't leave a gaping hole in it by suggesting that that small location should be the default for everywhere. So I'm not going to be comfortable in April with a plan that generally has design speeds, particularly on collector roads, that are higher than the posted speeds that we intend. This is a guiding document, and I think it's important that we adhere to the strongest advice that we get on this. I did sit through a day-long session that NACTO had run at an FCM conference, and of the 3 or 4 things that I put down in big red letters in bullets from that was designed for the speed you want, and that seemed like practical and useful and yet transformative advice. So I signal I agree with Councillor Bonagor on that, and would like to see us have some changes reflected when this comes back in April. On the 30K zones, I appreciate that staff have listened to council, and the recommendation here is that we move to 40 in neighborhoods and 30 in front of schools. Based on the commentary, I think there's probably some room when this comes back in April to signal what Ms. Setterfield had identified, which is recommendations 35 and 36 could just add some language around including considering 30km/h zones. That's both the speed management and the neighborhood piece, and that allows us a more directive recommendation framework for council to express its desire for those to be looked at, and yet for those to still be looked at in context. So that would be my suggestion for when this comes back in April. So those are my initial comments. My question for staff is around the road typologies that we're seeing in here, and I'm looking at volume 3 and figures 9.5, 9.6, and 9.7 in the middle of that portion. And one thing that I just want to understand a little bit more about is how we maintain these sort of roll curb bike lanes today. I read those sections while I was chasing a toddler through the snow, so I didn't quite get it, and I just want to understand what our practice is, now on those kinds of pieces, so I can better understand what our plan is in the future here.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Henry. Perhaps I could defer that on the operations side to Ms. Kaler.
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Henry. If you're about as an example, the bike lanes on Columbia Street between Urbsville Road and Fisher Holman, the separated facility in that section, we currently use the wing of the plow to clear that area. If we're a bit messy, ask our friends in parks to help us with their track list. The King Street ones with the bollards in Uptown, we have to have friends in parks help us out there because we can't use road equipment on that small space, and they use their track lists. So going forward, a facility that is adjacent to the road that has no obstacles in it, our transport staff can plow it with the wing of our plow. If there's an obstacle between the road, the lane of the road, and the separated facility, then we would have to ask parks to help us out.
Okay, no, that's helpful clarity, because I'd seen the parks appear and ops, and I thought it was the wing, but that the use of both just confused me. So thank you. That's very helpful clarification, and that the Columbia example was the one I was thinking of, because the concept shown would suggest that we would get a lot more of those, and I guess that was leading to my my second question on these. We certainly had challenges on King Street with just having a bare roll curb for these things, with people parking and with deliveries and the rest. Given the demands on local streets, whether we call them minor collector roads or major collector roads, we do see a lot of long-term car storage on those streets today where parking is permitted, and I'm reticent to see the default cross section as fun as easier, as much easier as it is for operations. I do have worries about those cross sections just becoming King Streets all over the city, where where cars are blocking this nice new connective infrastructure on these kinds of pieces. So I don't need a staff response on that one now, but I just wonder whether we've got things that we can look at, whether these are the same cross-section concepts we're seeing south of Union Street as well, and what the considerations and options there are, and what those challenges look like when this comes back in April, because I am concerned about repeating our experiences all across the city after investing a lot of money over time in rebuilding these this way.
Councillor Henry. Thank you, Councillor. We'll take it back and we will discuss our steps going forward with both the project team and with staff within Parks and Environment.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I know we've got lessons that we're trying to learn from regional pilots now on how best we clear some things. And I know that we've got Albert Street north of Columbia queued up for design this year, and repaving and installation of some separation next year where we can't move the curbs. And so I think some of these thoughts are going to come to the fore fairly soon on our timeline. So that's just what's in my head. So I'll look forward to seeing that come back.
Thank you, Councillor Henry. With that, I think we're done the questions. We've heard from the delegate. I'd like to thank the team for all the effort on this so far. As was mentioned very earlier, there's oodles of information here. So lots of good stuff, lots to see, lots to read, and we'll look forward to hearing the comments on the draft from citizens. And with that, I'm probably going to look to just Ward 1, Ward 2 to take us forward on the staff recommendations, the motion, and voting, please.
Councillor Hanmer, I'm happy to make the motions as printed in our to receive the report and to circulate it to interested citizens, and I vote in favor of the motion.
Councillor Bottley seconds the motion and votes in favor.
Councillor Veith in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
Councillor Vasic in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
Councillor Bonagor in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too. That carries unanimously. Thanks to all the team for being on standby this afternoon. Apologies for the delay, but obviously a lot of it is from the councillors on behalf of the entire community. So thank you all very much. We move on to item E, which is the Waterloo Park Master Plan Implementation 2020 to 2022 Project Priorities Funding Release. And I think we have a presentation by Annalise Sangster.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Jaworski and members of council. In the interest of time, I'm going to highlight two specific project priorities that have separate funding sources than the Waterloo Park Master Plan Implementation Capital Project. So that's reference 252 of your capital budget. Yeah, this is the slide I'd like to see. So first, the city has received a $150,000 credit from the region of Waterloo to upgrade the corridor fencing in Waterloo Park. And we have also received a $97,000 credit in lieu of tree replacements along the LRT corridor. The existing chain link fence along the corridor is still in good shape, and the Waterloo Park Advisory Committee has decided to direct the fence funds towards screening of the fence in strategic locations. While this project is still preliminary, ideas include incorporation of temporary or permanent public art, landscaping, and integration of wayfinding elements along the corridor. The second project I want to highlight is that Waterloo will be advancing a permanent Indigenous gathering space in Waterloo Park in 2021, using funds available from the Community Programming and Outreach Services budget, I believe. And I just have one more note before I conclude. The Waterloo Park Advisory Committee's newly elected chair, Gordon Grivette, is also in attendance tonight to give a summary of the last year or so in Waterloo Park. And I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Annalie. Do we want to have Gordon go now since we're on a roll?
I think that would be great if he's there.
I'm certainly willing to step in at this point.
Excellent. Gordon, thank you very much, and thanks for your patience today, and congratulations on your new role with the Waterloo Park Committee.
Oh, thank you. And good evening, Mayor Jaworski and council members. As mentioned, I'm Gordon Gillette, the new chair, the incoming chair of the Waterloo Park Advisory Committee. And I want to thank you for your time this evening, and especially after such a long day of meetings for you. I'm pleased to be here with you today on behalf of the WPAC to discuss the exciting projects that are underway in Waterloo Park. Could I have the next slide, please? Thank you. To emphasize our continued support for the improvements to the park as is outlined in the master plan. Before we move on to the next slide, I just want to point out two interesting items of this particular photograph. In addition to the central promenade and the beautiful lighting that was there throughout the winter, throughout December, also up in the just the dichotomy between the natural full moon in the upper left corner versus the latest technology of the ion train that's coming through on the right. Next slide, please. So 2020 was a year of expanded opportunity for Waterloo Park with the pandemic restrictions. New visitors explored the park while past visitors used it, possibly with a different point of view and a greater appreciation for our park. People realized the value of green spaces given the pandemic restrictions, the positive effect on both mental and physical health, and the need to reconnect with nature has been reinforced. WPAC has been advised by the Waterloo staff that they and council have received many messages of gratitude and thanks for the availability and the upkeep of the access to the city parks and the open spaces during this unique time. As a result, city parks have been very busy, and this is certainly true of Waterloo Park. In addition, WPAC members who frequent the park have observed an increased use in the park as well. For an example, the Central Promenade has experienced a number of visitors, and in particular, WPAC would like to thank Council for their support in making the Central Promenade project come to fruition. We anticipate that the heavy use of parks and open spaces will continue to move forward into the post-pandemic new normal. Next slide, please. At this point, I'd like to recap some of the park improvements that have occurred in 2020. The rehabilitation of Laurel Creek, which runs through the park, and also Silver Lake was initiated this year, and construction is continuing into 2021. Upon completion of this project, the reconfigured shoreline will offer accessibility to park visitors. In addition to a focal water feature, the accessible trail around the Silver Lake will be a big plus, and there will be new plantings as well in the park along the construction area to enhance the natural aesthetics available within the park. Next slide, please. Construction of the new water play area behind the skate park on Father David Bauer Drive was initiated and completed. In addition to the installation of the water park feature, a shaded seating area and public washroom and change facilities was also installed. And it was open in August 2020 for restricted use to the public due to the pandemic. But this new facility was still enjoyed by many in the latter part of the summer. Next slide, please. The art walk features the works of 22 local artists. This temporary outdoor exhibit can be found hanging from the existing light standards along the length of the central promenade running from Caroline Street right through to Seagan Drive. The artworks of these artists reference nature, scenery, and landscape of the park. Over 100 submissions were received, from which 22 artists were selected. This program was supported with the sponsorship of RTO4, which is an organization focused on tourism made up of Huron County, Perth County, Waterloo Region, and Wellington County. This project also involved coordination of many internal teams led by Arts and Culture, but it also included Parks and Forestry, who looked after the installation of the artworks. And WPAC wishes to commend everyone involved for making this project happen as well. Next slide, please. At the November 2020 meeting, the Waterloo Park Advisory Committee discussed the priority projects, which have been already shared with you by your staff, and want to emphasize our support for the upcoming projects. In addition, at the December 2020 meeting, the Waterloo Park Advisory Committee discussed and unanimously supported the advancement of a permanent Indigenous gathering space within the park. WPAC is enthusiastic about the projects ahead that will continue to make the park a great place for residents of Waterloo and visitors to our city, especially in consideration of the current pandemic restrictions and in anticipation of the future, our new normal. We will continue to offer support to the city as these priority projects are implemented. And on behalf of the members of WPAC, I just want to say that it is certainly an interesting time to be engaged with these upcoming projects, and we believe that they will enhance the jewel, this park space within the center of our great city. And we want to thank Council for their continued support of these projects. Next and final slide, please. So in closing, I want to once again thank you for your time this evening, and also welcome any questions that you may have at this time. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Gordon. And I know Annalise on the line. I'll look to councillors to put up their hands if they have questions or comments for either of these two presenters. Yeah, and I don't see any. I think it's certainly a well thought out program of investment in our community. I think that certainly having a couple of years more of presentations, construction will be good. It'll make it such a renovated Waterloo Park. I'm just very pleased with what we have to enjoy here in the center of Waterloo. I'll turn it over to Ward Councillor Bonagor now.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski. I'm happy to move this report and let's charge ahead with these projects. I'd also just like to thank the Waterloo Park Advisory Committee. It's a very dedicated group of residents who care very deeply about the park and making sure that it stays strong for all of the residents of the city. So I just want to publicly thank the committee for their work, and I move the release of the funding and vote in favour.
Councillor Hanmer, I'm happy to second the motion, and I too vote in favour.
Councillor Bodley in favour.
Councillor Veith in favour.
Councillor Freeman in favour.
Councillor Vasek in favour.
Councillor Henry in favour.
And the mayor's in favor too. That carries unanimously. Again, thank you all very much for your waiting around for your presentation to council. Next up, item F is the Union Street East reconstruction, King to Moore funding request and project update. It was a report prepared for us by Evan Vermeer. We do have a delegation on that, Mr. David Truman, interim chair of Cycle Waterloo Region. And so what we might do, I see Councillor Veith has a question. Would you want to have a question of staff first, or you want to hear from the delegate first, Angela?
It's either way. Let's hear from the delegate first.
Yeah, why don't we do that? So let's invite in Mr. Truman.
Good evening, and thank you for having me. As Mayor Jaworski mentioned, my name is David Truman. I'm with Cycle WR. We are an advocacy group for cycling to be a safe and a respected means of transport for people of all ages and abilities in our community. Next slide, please. Just a little brag that we were recently awarded Organization of the Year by the Ontario body Share the Road. Next slide, please. So to start off, I'd like to acknowledge and express my gratitude for the project team and Councillor Bonnegar for listening to my input. We met on site in a distanced way, of course, and I certainly felt heard at that occasion. I do believe the project team came up with an excellent plan within the current constraints. However, I believe that council has to relax those constraints to actually have a plan that that is acceptable, meaningful, and valuable going forward. And you know, we've already heard that due to pandemic delays, the project will be delayed to 2022 for beginning of construction. Well, that gives us time to get it right. Next slide, please. So you've just heard about the Transportation Master Plan, so I won't belabor the point of all ages and all abilities, but let me just say, you know, you have to imagine yourself traveling on a bicycle with a young family, you know, in front or behind you, and think about the routes that they will have to take and whether you would want your children, young children, riding those routes, or perhaps, you know, it's a senior citizen who's recently taken up cycling for health and mobility reasons. In fact, you know, there's about 2/3 of our community that express that they would like to do more cycling, but they're concerned for their safety. And by the way, a little known fact is that there are neighborhoods in Waterloo, city of Waterloo, that where the cycling modal share just for commuting, not for all kinds of cycling, but just for commuting, is up around 13%. And that's actually in the Westmount area. So, you know, this is a significant body of people that either are very actively cycling now or would really like to be. And we have to design for them. And well, let's go to the next slide first. So why is this so important? You know, why would I make such a fuss over Union Street? And the reason is because we have to live with the result of this plan for decades. You know, whether you say it's for 20 years or 30 or 40, it's a long time. And so we can't afford to make mistakes that would be very expensive to correct. Union Street has the potential to be a major east-west connector for cycling all the way from Lancaster to Westmount. I believe that it's a little neglected in that regard because it spans the two cities. You know, a piece of it's in Kitchener, and then it's in Waterloo, and then it's back in Kitchener. However, Kitchener has expressed their willingness to work together to close the gaps should Waterloo proceed with an aggressive plan on making this a cycling corridor. And I'll just ask you a couple of questions, rhetorical questions. I know I can't directly question you. You know, imagine yourself riding on the Spurline Trail with a young family, and you want to get to the Iron Horse Trail. How are you going to go about that? And I don't think there's a great answer today. And the second, even broader question, can you really imagine our city in 20 years time from now not having a through route on Union Street for bicycles? Next slide, please. So here's a map. Both the light purple and the dark purple are Union Street, just to get oriented there. You know, I won't pretend this is 100% solid, in that you know, some of the light purple is planned, or at least is possible. But the most important thing to focus on is the dark green section is the Union Street, which would have a proper cycleway on it. And the red section is the block between Mary and King, which would have only painted bike lanes. This effectively breaks the potential connectivity of that wonderful east-west corridor. And I'd also point out the dark blue line, which is the section of King going up to the Grand River Ion Station. Kitchener has plans to do some streetscaping there to make it more accessible for cycling. And there's the potential, of course, of extending that somewhat northward. Directions always get me a little messed up in this city, toward the Allen Street Ion Station as well. So potentially Union is an important connector for multimodal travel and connections to the Ion. But that red section is what I'm most concerned about tonight. Next slide, please. So if you don't make that connection from Mary to King, the whole project is less valuable. It's like a cycleway to nowhere. You know, surely we've made that mistake enough in the past that we don't want to do it again. You know, intersections are the place where most cyclist injuries and deaths occur. There's even NACTO, the National Association of City Transport Officials, very respected organization. They have a publication just titled "Don't Give Up at the Intersection." The project team in the documents give counter arguments for why they can't take the cycleway all the way to King. But I don't find these arguments convincing. There is a right-hand turn lane, which I'll illustrate in a moment, that could be eliminated. The traffic study said that, you know, that the traffic volume doesn't justify that right-hand turn lane. But it's being retained just for the convenience of cars coming out of Dodds Lane and turning into Union Street. Surely we shouldn't sacrifice a whole cross-city cycle route just for the convenience of those few vehicles from a service lane, service alley. And they also argue that there's a misalignment across the intersection, across King Street. I'll illustrate in a moment that that misalignment really isn't very great. So next slide, please. Here are a few photos that I took just on Sunday. So I'm in the middle of the street looking across the intersection for the two photos on the left-hand side. And you can see there's not a huge amount of misalignment there. And then that other photo on the right, you know, I'm trying to line up the curb lane and looking across the intersection as another illustration. There's just not a lot of misalignment. I think you would agree with me that there are lots of intersections in the city and certainly in the region that have much greater misalignment issues than this. So this was the argument for not eliminating the right-hand turn lane and sharing that extra road space between, you know, a cycleway on either side of the street. Next slide, please. And this photo is just that right-hand turn lane from both directions, where the sidewalk bends around the right-hand turn lane, and you can just barely see Dodd's Lane poking out there in the foreground on the left-hand picture, and in the background on the right-hand picture. You know, it clearly just doesn't need to be there. Next slide, please. So that was my number one issue: extend the cycleway from Mary to King. The second priority issue is that the cycle tracks need to be fully protected. The roll curb just does not cut it. Let me be totally unambiguous about that. The use of these roll curbs throughout the region, I find just totally unacceptable. You know, we learned the lesson on King Street. These roll curbs invite illegal parking. I cycle a lot throughout the city. Every roll curb, I have been blocked by a parked vehicle, whether it's on King Street, University, Columbia, Albert. They've all, and the worst offenders, of course, are the delivery trucks, but other people park there as well. Perhaps even more importantly, the roll curb does not provide the feeling of security that an all ages and all abilities facility requires. People do not feel that this protects them from the traffic. And with all due respect to operations, it is, you know, from personal observation, it's a myth that the plow, these raised roll curb sections, are cleared by the wing of the snowplow. They may be in spirit, but in practice, it's so messy that it's really not cleared at all. So let's just bite the bullet, increase the budget of Parks and Recreation to support the winter maintenance of new, fully protected bike lanes wherever we install them. You know, the draft Transportation Master Plan calls for more winter maintenance. You know, when the project team went to Parks and Rec and said, you know, can you maintain this if it's fully separated? They said no, of course, because they don't have the staff and equipment to do it right now. So that's an obvious answer, but this is where council comes in to remove that constraint. And I believe the last slide. Yeah, so my two asks are that council ask the project team to accommodate a fully protected cycleway and continue it right through to King, past Mary, and allow for the operational budget for Parks and Recs to properly winter maintain it. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you, David, and thank you for the clarity and the pictures and that. Certainly, you know, I think all in all, we're talking about a gap of 300 feet here, maybe 200 feet, 300 feet. It's not very long from Mary to King. And I certainly see the points that you've made. And then more on the wing clearing, point number 2 in that. Certainly that would be something more for our next set of budgeting. But time flies when you're budgeting, but that's probably going to be starting again in about a year, budgeting for the next first term of council. I'm going to go to Councillor Bonagor, please.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski. Mr. Truman, I want to thank you first for being so involved in this project. I also very much appreciated our distanced meeting on site to talk about these issues. I just want to ask you about that connection to King Street. There are some physical constraints at that corner, which hopefully could be addressed down, like, should the city be able to get a little bit more land on one of those corners to help with some of the issues you spoke about, the alignment and such? If we were forced to do like an interim solution right now, and then more fully address that intersection once we have more space to do so, would that be hugely detrimental to the cycling community if we had to do, kind of do what we can now and then finish it later when we have the space to finish it properly? I'm just wondering what that might do for kind of what you anticipate for uptake of cyclists and the usability of the facility.
To me, it's now is the time to do it. I get that if you retain that right-hand turn lane, and if you're unwilling to put up with a bit of misalignment that can be corrected when Kitchener does their side, then you're constrained. But if you accept that you eliminate that right-hand turn lane and put up with a little bit of misalignment to be later corrected, then I believe you can fit it now. And the thing is, the connection is so, I don't have faith that we will go back and correct it in future years, but be that connection to King Street and potentially to 2 ion stations is such an important connection. I'd hate to see us defer this.
Okay, thank you. Actually, if I may just make one more comment, Mayor, it's not just that right-hand turn lane where there's misalignment, it's the other side of the street too. So there are constraints on both sides, but I take your point, David, and I appreciate your input. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, I was trying to move the mouse. I couldn't unmute, so you got that last point in. That's excellent. Next is Councillor Bodley. Please go ahead.
Thank you, through Mayor Jaworski, to the delegate. Hi, David. Curious, in your presentation, one thing that you didn't touch on that I noted as a potential, potential concern is the crossing at the Spurline Trail, and whether it's a mid-block crossing or raised crossing or signalized intersection, and I'm sure you read the commentary within the document about that as well too. And I'm wondering from your perspective, from Cycle WR's perspective, whether you had any comments for me on that part of the conversation within the report.
Yes, I certainly do. I was trying to limit my delegation to 2 issues so that I wouldn't run out of time like I did at the last, not Waterloo, but at the region. To me, it's so important that be a really good crossing, and I find it very frustrating that, we have the region saying that we can't possibly, signalize it properly. And of course, the province doesn't allow us to do a cross ride with, PXO signal. I don't know whether that's going to be corrected. I don't think that's even going to be corrected in the upcoming update to Book 18. There were some options in the plans, and I can't even remember, I'm afraid, whether it was in the 1B, which the project team is recommending, of taking a crossing up to the corner and crossing at the intersection, and probably means some property acquisition on that corner lot there at Moore. At least that provides an option for the cyclists and pedestrians that are nervous about crossing mid-block. Because certainly that mid-block crossing too, it's so narrow. It's bad enough as an experienced cyclist, because you sort of speed up to get across the 1 lane of traffic, and then you have to sort of stand on your nose to stop on time. And of course, the cars panic because they think you're going to ride right through, and it's way too narrow to accommodate, you know, a parent pulling their kids in a trailer behind them. So it's highly unsatisfactory. I don't know what the solution is under all the constraints that have been imposed upon us by other levels.
Nor do I, but I appreciate the feedback there. Just wanted to see whether or not you also thought that was a concern, and you expressed that to me. So thank you very much.
Excellent. I see no further questions for you, David, at this time. So thank you very much for your delegation tonight. Look forward to seeing you again. I understand you're hosting an event with our own Louise Finley and a bunch of other people, I think, on Thursday this week.
Indeed, we have the 3 cities and the region active transportation managers all presenting at our Folks and Spokes. And yeah, anyone listening would be welcome to attend, by the way.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, but I didn't want to make Louise nervous, so I thought maybe I'll just wait and let her fill me in on it. So anyway, thank you very much, David.
Thank you.
Now back to our report. Prepared 11. I'm going back to questions. Councillor Veith had her hand up.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Jaworski. Just let me pull this up. Okay, it was really fun reading this report because it's so complicated, right? There's so many constraints. Nothing's like consistent. So I just would like to just chat a bit or get some comments about alternative number 2. Like, why not consider using John Street as the cycling route, and you know, and maybe taking the sidewalks that are already there and turning them on Union into multi-purpose multi-use trails. And then, I don't know, I wasn't even considering the cost. I was just thinking about how complicated the project is. And I do understand that most of the cost is the underground. But anyway, I just would like some comments from staff on a little more comment on alternative number 2 from the report. Please, thank you.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Testing. Okay. Through you, Mayor Jaworski, we did look at an alternative route that was noted as alternative 2 that we presented to the public. It could be John Street or Allen Street, but the exact details of what we would do on that alternate route would be outside the scope of this project, would have to be decided as part of a separate project. But when we're corresponding with Active Transportation regarding the development of the TMP update, it was decided that that we'd follow the recommendations of TMP update as that recommended separated bike facilities on Union itself.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Veith. I'm going to go to Councillor Bonagor and Councillor Henry. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski, and through you, I also want to thank staff. I have besieged you with questions about this file, and I really want to thank you for your patience and the information you've been giving me. And we get to this point, and I still have lots of questions. So apologies again. I want to start though by saying what is in front of us is already so much better than what we have today. We have a very good starting point, or at least we're at a really good point to finesse the details. I really appreciate how responsive you've been with the community, and it's in fact that responsiveness that means we're now pursuing the pedestrian signal, like the PXO at Herbert Street. That's directly as a result of actually residents from Kitchener reaching out to us. So there's been some really great cross-city collaboration, very, very attentive listening from staff. And I just want to say from the outset that that's really appreciated. Now I've raised this before. It's still something I'm struggling with. And I'm just, after our experience with King Street and the cycling lanes there, I'm still concerned that drivers will use this lane for temporary parking, that delivery drivers will use it for drop-offs. I'm just wondering, I know there's no parking on that street right now, but I'm just wondering if staff can give some commentary on these concerns of mine and I believe others.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor Jaworski, we do acknowledge that there will likely be parking and encroachments into the race cycle tracks. I can say that the Grand River Transit buses will need to periodically stop in the cycle track to pick up and drop off passengers at the various stops along Union Street. And delivery vehicles will probably stop in those cycle tracks occasionally. However, Union Street is different from King Street. It's predominantly residential. The frequency and duration of delivery should be far less than what it would be on a highly commercial street like King Street. The bus frequency is much lower. We don't anticipate a significant problem with passenger vehicles parking in the cycle track, as on-street parking on Union Street is currently not permitted, and illegal parking does not seem to be an issue right now, so we wouldn't expect it to become one after reconstruction. And also conditions on King Street and Union Street are much different. I mean, because of the difference in commercial versus residential use, there won't be that trip chaining where people are going to uptown for multiple purposes. That kind of thing wouldn't happen on Union. And there's a number of functional problems that got in the way of using something like bollards or any other form of protection, such as the density of driveways along the street that would allow motorists and other vehicles to still park in the lanes just in specific locations.
Okay. And so that kind of leads me to a little bit of a philosophical question, which is a cycle track that is also used by buses and possibly by delivery vehicles, is it still a cycle track? I'm really struggling with this. So, I mean, are there other locations in the city or in the region that face similar constraints? Like Union, you said, has 5 bus stops along it. How do we deal with that elsewhere? Are we dealing with that elsewhere, or is this really our first kick at the can?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, the unique aspect about Union Street is the sheer narrowness of the right-of-way. So there simply is not a lot of space available. As well, I'm not aware of any different styles of separated bike facilities implemented in Waterloo yet, other than cycle tracks. So this would probably be our first kick of the can, as you said.
Sorry, I accidentally unmuted and then muted myself again. So that brings me to one of the points the delegate raised. I mean, do we need to be looking at some bollards? You mentioned the constraints of driveways, so there need to be distance around those so people can get in and out of their driveways. There needs, buses will be coming in so that they can reach the curb. Is it even physically possible to have even just a few bollards down the street, or do the requirements of the buses and the like rule that out? Have you had a chance to kind of sketch that out?
We haven't looked at that in too much detail, given the winter maintenance constraints were already somewhat of a deciding factor. But the amount of space, is so tight to be able to create space for driveway ramping. There are grading issues for a significant section where very little space, and it'll be even challenging to implement the cycle tracks as is an issue. But we haven't gotten into the nitty gritty of that. Like we're talking about a matter of inches at this point, and that usually starts at detailed design, which we have not yet gotten into.
Okay. Okay, so union is just a big bundle of complexity, which we kind of knew that going in. My next, okay, I'm still curious about how different ways we can protect cyclists along this street, or at least really delineate the space to avoid unnecessary crossover. But to switch track a little bit to talk about that connection with King Street, you know, we are constrained on the southeast side of that intersection in particular. You know, if we were to go with the interim proposal, which you've floated, how long do you expect, or can staff speak at all to how long we would expect that to be in place? And do we have any forecast of when we would be redoing that intersection so that we could then extend, hopefully, the cycle tracks all the way to King?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, I don't have an expected timeline. That one property, I've spoken to planning about just redevelopment on Union in general, and that property has not come up as one that would be subject to redevelopment anytime soon that they know of, although that could change. But if we were to do an on-street painted bike lane style of bike lane in that stretch, and then that section would be disconnected, it would be fairly easy to make that connection when that property in particular redevelops. But that would still be a on-street painted bike lane. It would not be a raised cycle track or any other form of separated cycling facility.
And that's for like both sides of King? You're imagining it would always be a painted facility, like a painted on bike lane, regardless of what happens? Is that what you're saying?
No, it could, if we acquired another property at the other end closer to Mary, if that property also redeveloped, it might be possible to switch it at that time, but both properties
still the same item, so I'm listening.
Sorry, both properties would need to be redeveloped for that to occur.
Okay, so all right, I'm gonna, all right. So considering all of this, I mean, there's an underlying assumption that we're planning the road depending on our current operating capabilities. But we just spent a fair bit of time talking about the Transportation Master Plan, which talks about potentially increasing our winter maintenance capabilities. So how can you kind of just, I know we've emailed about this in the past, but I'm just hoping to bring that into the public a bit. Can you lead us through a few of the thoughts there in terms of timing and how these two projects, what impact it might have on this project if it were to fall under a TMP with heightened snow clearing capabilities?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, if the project team knew that winter maintenance was not going to be a constraint on the project, we could go back and consult with our consultant to see what other options are available, given that snow clearing will no longer be an issue. However, the other physical constraints will still be there, and we would need to assess whether or not they would allow for any other options to be developed, but we could at least look at it in more detail.
Okay, it's still too early to be promising that right now, I'm sorry to say, but I appreciate the feedback and the thoughts, and I will wait and see what my other councillors have to ask on the project. Okay, thank you again for all your hard work on this. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Bonagor. Over to Councillor Henry.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Bonagor and team. Yeah, it's. I think Councillor Bonagor asked the first question I'd written down here around if we directed, you can confirm, Gavin, if Council directed that, you know, the design we were looking at, if Council were to direct that you had to design something that included a protective barrier between cycling facilities and vehicular traffic, staff might advance a different, you know, suite of design alternatives, but you'd have to look at that. Is that a good summary of what of what I just heard?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, yeah, a pretty good summary, I think. You know, we'd have to make some assumptions. If we were to float other ideas, we'd have to, you know, probably qualify them with saying that we assume that winter maintenance would no longer be constrained. But yeah, we still would need to go back and look at the grading in certain sections, the amount of physical space we have to determine what, if any, other options were available.
No, I appreciate that. So I'm just flipping a bunch of windows. One thing that you said, you know, does you know, confuse me, that if we've got these, you know, mountable, you know, semi-mountable curbs, sure, people will stop on them, but it won't be for too long, so it's okay. And buses will stop on them. That part confused me as well, because look, today we've got, you know, GRT buses operating along a stretch of Union Street. There are stops today, and it's a 2-lane road through most of it. So they stop on the street. What's the reason they'd need to pull over? Is it just that the cycle tracks aren't up at the level of the sidewalk, and so therefore the bus would have to pull all the way over to the boulevard curb?
Through Mayor Jaworski, yeah, that's correct. My understanding is that the bus cannot load and unload on the rolled curb. I believe they have to load and unload at a higher level, so they'd have to mount the cycle track to where the barrier curb is to be able to pick up and drop off passengers.
Yeah, it's certainly the experience at the northbound stop just north of the public square on King is not great, where they're dealing with roll curbs. So I understand why they'd want to avoid that. My assumption would be, though, if we, you know, requested that you know, effectively these be barriered and therefore cleared by parks exclusively and not by a combination of transportation with the wing of the plow and then parks later to clean it up. If we just assume Parks was doing it and we raise that to the level of the sidewalk, that the bus could stop on the street and it wouldn't need the space. So it's not because the bus needs the space, it's because of the design that the bus would need to use that space.
To you, Mayor Jaworski, yes, that is correct.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think I do need to, as Councillor Bonagor does, need to understand a little bit more about what the future on the Mary to King portion can look like. I know, you know, that the region, you know, surplused a property a few parcels down from the King and Union, you know, intersection on that side. I assume that means somebody's bought it, and you know, so maybe something will come through in a more near term for that corner, and we can get some land in a way that will make this work. But you're mentioning that there are other properties along that stretch between King and Mary where we would also have a challenge. So it wouldn't just be the one piece on the corner. That part was new to me. Can you tell me a bit more about that?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Jaworski. There's another property that is very close to the property line at the corner of Mary and Union. And we would have to take a look to make sure that we would have space between that property and the right of way and any other properties that we acquire on the other side of Union to ensure that the cycle track design could continue through. Especially given there is a problem with the skew of the road. So it's not just as simple a matter of just kind of running the road from Mary to King, because the road has to veer towards Union Street on the other side of King. So we would have to take a look at, you know, the geometric design of that section, whether that particular property is in the way. It might not be, but it's very, very close, and we haven't looked at those details yet.
So, I mean, I think I'd summarize this as the information we're missing, because it is I appreciate staff's recommendation. It is ultimately a political call for whether we say this is much better, so we should just say this is the best we can do for now, and we'll leave this for another 20, 30, 40, 50 years before we can come back and deal with it, or we should take a little bit more time to figure out if we can, if we have the space to manage, closing the gap and doing it as fully as we envision we need to do it now, and that's the question that staff is leaving on the table for us. And I think the information that I'm missing, and not to speak for Councillor Bonagor, that I think Councillor Bonagor is missing is really understanding what the impact of saying no, there needs to be a barrier. The traffic volumes and traffic speeds are too high. Yes, this is a major collector, and the TMP says semi-mountable curb is fine for cycle tracks, but not all of our major collectors look like this one. Lincoln Street and Union Street look different, and so maybe this is where separation would be particularly helpful as a major connector across the city. And so the information we're missing is what that would look like in terms of report back, and have staff sort of understand what would that need to look like to get us all the way to to King, either now or in the future, and what the costs would be. And I would like to see that kind of information. I note currently with the 2022 timeline, the first winter that would probably come up would be mostly fall within 2023, which falls under new budget cycles. And there are ways we sort of commit ourselves in that first year to doing things, and this might be one of those things. So I think we've got some capacity to do that. So I think that's the information that I think I'm missing before I can make a call as to whether this is good enough because it's what we can do, or whether we want to see what more we can do. So I'm not sure if others are feeling the same way. So I'll stop there.
Yeah, I am feeling the same way, but I see Dan has more information for us. Dan, can you go ahead, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jaworski. Through you, certainly respect the fact that this is a challenging decision and situation for council. And as you've seen, it's been challenging for the project team. Even the fact that there's such three sort of distinct zones along the street where things may or may not be possible. Starting at the east end, where we have a fair amount of right-of-way room, and there are a couple of relatively viable alternatives, but O&M concerns with renter control there sort of lend to a recommendation over another. The piece in the middle from Mary to Bowman, as Gavin alluded to, is really constrained. And notwithstanding the O&M considerations, I think staff are concerned that even trying to move to a more separated or barriered facility may not even be possible through there for a number of reasons. First of all, you can't really put bollards into a roll curb design. So if you want to fully separate that cycle track, it needs to be a different design, whether it's barrier curb or more of a below art space. But again, we don't really have the space, and with the number of driveways there, you run into a lot of grading challenges where you have steep drops coming through the cycle lane. There are also safety considerations along there with the number of driveways and the proximity of mature trees and other features that exist there, where drivers who are backing out of driveways may not necessarily be expecting to see high speed cycling happening and people coming by at a rate of speed. So there are a number of considerations that would need to be considered further, and we're not confident that it would lend itself to a different recommendation necessarily along that middle stretch. So it is kind of in that area, especially sort of a maybe not a certainty, but likely the recommendation would not change too much there. West of Mary is a bit of a who has a crystal ball approach. We certainly do not have the room and cannot offset the skew in the road further from what exists today. It simply wouldn't be in accordance with good design practice, and as an engineer, we could not recommend that at the intersection. We could shoehorn in the painted lanes for now, and then hope to make improvements in the future. The crystal ball aspect to that, of course, is that we don't know if and when any of those properties would redevelop. And furthermore, in consultation with the city of Kitchener on their side, they would have similar challenges and constraints around property availability and the type of facility that they would even be able to match to us with. Now, they have indicated that, they would be willing to look at it in future should we be able to do something similar on our side. So that would certainly be the intent. But there isn't a definitive timeline as of yet for that. But the one thing that I will say is that should the opportunity become available in the near future, and I'm speaking, should property be available or anything like that, it probably would be relatively inexpensive and quite feasible to do an adjustment in that stretch and to add a higher order facility beyond just painted lanes, because those are generally surface level improvements. We wouldn't need to really dig the road up too much. It would be mostly surface improvements. So probably wouldn't need to wait, I guess is what I'm saying, until the next round of reconstruction in, however many decades that's going to be. So that's one consideration. So it has been a challenging process, and we respect that fact. And I guess, if and in light of the TMP, direction and moving towards increased winter maintenance, and perhaps the timing isn't exactly synced here, and that, the next budget cycle hasn't come up and council hasn't deliberated those sorts of decisions yet. And that would apply, I would say, more to the east end, where we could potentially look at more separated or more fully separated options in that stretch. But I think in making the recommendation at this point, staff, kind of come to the opinion that, as Councillor Barnagle rightly said, this represents a significant improvement over the existing conditions that are there today. There still are and will be potentially future opportunities to improve further as we move along. And so in the grand scheme of things, is it worth deferring the project? That's a decision I guess council would have to make. But from staff's perspective, the recommendation wouldn't necessarily change west of Bowman at this point, based on what we know today. As Gavin said, we would still need to do a bit more detailed work, but given the space constraints, the safety issues with the driveway, the need for buses to be accommodated, such, the bollard solution we don't see as very effective in this case. But is there a much better one? Perhaps not. It's a tough call through there. So being cognizant of the fact that, again, it's a big improvement and will be, we're also narrowing the right of way, so speed should go down, which will ultimately help for those that don't feel as comfortable now walking on that curb face sidewalk or cycling along there. That will be an improvement as well. So, I think we could move the project forward, but if council feels strongly that, we really want to pause and wait, staff are happy to do that, but of course it would mean delaying the project likely at least a year, and that of course would come with some add-on costs down the road as of course inflation marches on and construction costs go up, and we'd need a bit of additional redesign, etc. So that's the extra comments that I would offer, recognizing that it's not a simple one. This one isn't for sure, and respect the fact that council's grappling with it as we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Councillor Henry, I know you'd sort of turned off. Is there anything comment you want to make here?
I'll just say I can sort of I pulled up the 1B sort of detail, so not detailed design but conceptual design drawings off of the website, and so I was trying to follow along with Dan, and I can see what he means about sight lines and backing out and concerns around that stretch. So I'll wait to hear what Councillor Freeman has to say.
Yeah, I think lots of constraints here. I keep hearing about it. I want to have my cake and eat it too, but I may not be able to. Councillor Freeman.
Well, I think Councillor Freeman's feeling pretty fried, but it's nice of you to think I might have something useful to say. I guess my only question is to staff, like, is there something else that we can do as council to help you consider other options? I guess, like, I thought that I heard Mr. Vermeer say, change the way that we're going to winter maintain or something to that effect, and and my question, I also have a question just about whether or not we can do some more acquisitions right now. Like, I really appreciated what the delegate said about don't give up on the intersections, because I do think that I think it was ATAC that he made reference to. I do think that that is the truth. Like, and I appreciate the detailed design isn't done yet. Is there, you know, can direction be given to advance the detailed design with the goal of trying to address the concerns that have been raised today? We're never gonna engineer a solution tonight, but it's clear that everyone is struggling. You know, for me, the high level goals you've gone after are right. You've got a separated cycle track. You're addressing the pedestrian connection to the best possible way at Herbert Street and at the spur line, given the constraints, especially at the spur line. Like, all of those pieces make sense to me. So is there, you know, something more we can do tonight to give you more to work with in that constrained section between Mary and King?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, that is a very open-ended question, I think. Dan or Ron, do you want to jump in here? It could be a matter of us re-looking at options based on the assumption that certain constraints are able to be removed, and just providing them as food for thought at a future or later date. To you know, offering up, you know, what the Cadillac option would look like and what we would have to do to achieve it. Ron, I think you're ready to jump in.
Yes, go ahead, Ron. And if Ron is commenting, you're on mute. Oh. Yeah, your audio is not connected, Ron. You might be connected now, Ron. Give it a shot. No luck.
Mayor, if I could just jump in, it's Councillor Freeman. I really like what Gavin just said, like to actually go and ask, you know, what's the Cadillac solution between Mary and King, and look at it, and you know, get the rest of the thing designed, and recognize that we're trying to close this gap. I think that David made a really great point in his presentation to say that that Union Street serves to be an incredibly important east-west connection across the entire city. And so maybe that's what we do.
Yeah.
Give that direction tonight.
Yeah, I think Mary to King is the part that bothered me. So in light of Ron not being on, Dan, do you have a commentary for it?
Mayor, can you hear me now?
Oh, there we go, Ron.
Hi, I want to apologize for the technical glitch. Through you, Mayor, real quickly, thanks to all of council and delegation for challenging staff to try and come up with the best possible design that we think we have right now, in fact, based on all the constraints. A couple of key points here. One, this is also a road reconstruction project. So I know we're focused on the AT aspect tonight, and we will take away some of these ideas, but there is another reason for this project, and that is to really deal with the essential needs of the underground utilities, and also the pavement condition and sidewalk, which is very in a very aged state. But with respect to the regional intersection at King, I really I'm hearing the aspirational goals to try and make that connection. And I can also say that right now it's just really beyond reach in terms of real estate costs, alignment with the City of Kitchener's connection. And I think when I look at the TMP tonight and what the city has done in the past, this is really an incremental journey that we're trying to achieve here in creating these AT connections. And I think in the fullness of time, we will get there at the King intersection. But I could also say with confidence that staff will, after going back, come back to council with something that looks unfortunately very much similar to what we have right now. So that's probably not the news we want to hear, but I think in the interest of transparency, we just need to state that up front. It's not to say we can't go back in and try and improve how it looks, but I think it will look very similar to the design that Gavin has illustrated for council tonight. So hopefully that helps a little bit.
I think it does, Ron. I think it provides a certainty. You know, nobody wants to see a gap, but if all the constraints are there and everything's been tried, you know, that's certainly a challenge. Dan, did you want to weigh in here, or was you were just covering for Ron?
A little bit of both, if you don't mind, Mayor.
Yeah.
Through you, my comments
ahead,
were going to be similar. I think Gavin, of course, is to his credit, you know, trying to do his best to accommodate, you know, certainly council's wishes, and we've all kind of struggled with this, and we do want to have the best design, but as Ron said, it has been looked at pretty thoroughly, at least as much as we can at this level at this point, and the issue really does come down to property. So short of, you know, an extensive, shouldn't say extensive, expensive property acquisition or expropriation process, we're likely to find that we are going to be constrained by that at this point. But as I said before, you know, there may be opportunity that arises, and we can certainly seek that in future, and not just necessarily, you know, on the next reconstruction cycle, because if there were an opportunity generated there, a surface works improvement could be done relatively inexpensively with, you know, a pretty brief design process. So and again, I just want to remind everybody, like, considering the existing condition, you know, we are making, as Ron said, it's an evolution. We keep taking steps, and these are challenging ones, these retrofits where, you know, the corridor wasn't available originally to allow for all of these things that we're trying to fit in there. So, you know, in the grand scheme, I think we're still making an improvement, and we would certainly seek to keep making improvements as time goes on.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think the ward councillor certainly did that sort of commentary. And speaking of which, I do have Councillor Bodley up, and then Councillor Bonagor. And then at that point, we'll have to figure out what we need to do, because we still have an informal and formal public meeting tonight.
Thank you. Sorry, Mayor Jaworski, through you. I didn't hear from anybody on the delegates' recommendation to eliminate that right-hand turn lane. And I'm wondering if somebody on staff could speak to the pros and cons, and whether or not that is something that was considered, and how that may or may not help us achieve our goals.
Yes, through you, Mayor Jaworski. That was a comment that that came up fairly regularly, not just from Mr. Truman, but from others who submitted comments on Engage Waterloo. We discussed this with our consultant and our transportation consultant, and the consensus that we came to was that eliminating the right turn lane wouldn't necessarily fix the issue, because the road still can't be moved. Like, we can't, if you take out the right turn lane, we can't move the road into that space to provide space for a bike lane because of the skew on the road. We can't skew it much further than it already is. So removing that right turn lane would provide ample space for the southwestbound lane. But we could probably already do that with an on-street bike lane as it is, without having to remove the right turn lane. And given the sort of lack of benefit from removing it, we felt that it provided a sort of safe pocket for vehicles coming out of Dodds Lane or that commercial plaza to get onto Union, given that Union during busy times of day backs up and queues well past Mary Street. So that right turn lane would provide an option for vehicles coming in out of the lane or the commercial plaza. But we did look at it, and the benefits were minor and wouldn't necessarily help us achieve the goal of that we're discussing now.
Noted. Thank you.
Okay, and final word to Councillor Bonagor, and then we'll figure out what to do with this.
Yes, thank you. It was just through you, Medjugorski. I was just following up on the comments from staff who were just saying that, you know, if we were looking for best options, King to Mary, they'd likely end up coming back with what they've proposed. I'm just wondering if the same can be said for Mary to Bowman. If we were to say, what's the Cadillac, what's the best version for cyclists and active transit? Would it still be coming back the way you've put it forward, or is that where we, like, because we still have concerns about, or questions about the how it would operate in that stretch. So just looking for some comments on that, please.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, Dan and Ron can add to this if they wish, but if we're going to go back and be, you know, looking at the King to Mary section to be able to provide you with an example of what that would look like, we could go back quickly and look at the section between Mary and Bowman. However, like Ron and Dan already said, we might just be confirming what we already suspect. So there's no guarantee that would change anything once we dive into some nittier grittier details.
Okay, just because I know we've all, like, there've been a number of concerns expressed. Yeah, so I think I'll leave it to the mayor to try and work out where do we go from here.
Yeah, well, I think we've, you know, I think we can taste it. We're so close to it because I think we're into a catch-22 where what we ideally like to do, we simply can't do. And so I would say to Ron, based on what you've heard, what could we possibly do? So today we can either say, okay, that's it, and move forward certainly on the report. But as you can hear from council, there's certainly an interest in knowing more from King to Mary and Mary to Bowman. How might we get that information, and what might we need to add to this if we wanted to move it today, and simply to get that information that might give the solace that we need to know that we've made a decision.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
We can, yes. Please go
Okay.
ahead, Ron.
Yeah, I think staff have received some good commentary from council tonight, and what I would propose is that we take it back and we do look at all three stretches again and confirm that we have optimized what we think we have, and where there can be enhancements, we would also bring those back for council's consideration.
Thanks, Ron. Just hold 1 second, everyone. Okay, I think what we're going to do is ask Councillor Bonagor to do a motion to defer, and we'll hear what staff have to say when they come back next time. We probably could get cute and approve some of these aspects of it, but let's not do that. Let's just put it on the table to come back later. Do you want to do that, Councillor Bonagor?
That sounds fine, Major Jaworski, and I understand stuff that we don't want it to take too long, because I definitely hear you in terms of timing. So I'll move to defer the decision, but look forward to not holding up the process too long. And I vote in favour of deferring.
Councillor Hanmer, I'll second the motion to defer and look forward to it coming back very quickly. And I will vote in favor of the motion.
Councillor Beverly votes in favor.
Councillor Beath in favor.
Councillor Freeman, and I'll just comment to say you really only have to look at the options that deal with the connectivity of the AT component. So we don't need to go back and look at all 4 options. Just focus on the one that we've been bantering about, and I vote in favor.
Councillor Vasek in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
Yeah, and the mayor's in favor too. That carries unanimously. I think Councillor Freeman hit the nail on the head. We're really just finessing that last portion of active transportation approaching King Street from that side. So thank you very much, Gavin, and thanks Dan and Ron for providing other sage advice. I think we want to have the best possible outcome, but we'll see if it can fit. Thank you, guys.
Point of order, Mayor, and maybe not on that. Just I appreciate you've tried to constrain it to one block. I don't think that's the entirety of the conversation that we had or what I heard from Ron. I think there were conversations about what barriers were part of and separation. If they're looking at stuff quickly, I'd like to hear about that too. And I thought that's what we were doing.
We can do that as well. Thank you, Councillor Henry, for clarity. Do you have what you need, Ron?
Through you, Mayor, yes, I do, and I appreciate Councillor Henry's comment because that's what I meant as well.
Okay, very good. We're there, and you know where to reach us as well. So with that, we move on to item G. Thanks, Gavin, for all your support and all this too. Item G, Neighbors Helping Neighbors, progress on neighborhood strategy implementation year 2, a report by Amy Ross. We have a presentation from Amy, and just based on registration time, you technically have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. I'm pleased to be here with you tonight to share the awesome things from neighborhoods in 2020 and a preview of 2021. Next slide, please. You may recall that the outcome of consultation for the neighborhood strategy in 2018 resulted in these high-level goals and 18 recommendations. Thanks to Council's budget approval in 2020 for all implementation projects, work has advanced significantly despite the pandemic. Next slide, please. So we were pleased to be able to go ahead with many of our regular projects, although we did adapt related to the pandemic. So the community garden program operation and expansion during the pandemic with appropriate protocols, similar with the neighborhood outdoor rink program operation and expansion during the pandemic with appropriate protocols. We shifted to online for the neighborhood summit and had 6 great workshops on a variety of topics that met neighborhood needs at the time. And we are planning to take some of the feedback from those sessions and advance some neighborhood workshops for the winter and spring. We have also started work on microsite development, and you will recall there is limited space on the current city website to detail all of the great things that neighbors are looking for and have access to the resources. So we are well underway with the microsite development and should have it implemented around the end of May or June of this year. We have also done some enhanced volunteer recognition this year. We offered a series of options as online workshops. So there was a trivia evening option. There was also a cooking class, and then we offered some options for gift cards. We've also retooled the neighborhood-focused e-blast to be delivered more frequently than our original distribution plan, which was once a month. Before the pandemic, and we have worked on supporting neighborhood and homes associations with sustainability and looking at post-pandemic return to activities. Next slide, please. We've had some great successes in 2020 for some accelerated programs. So we launched the Hey Neighbor Block Connector program. This was originally a program opportunity that was scheduled for a later time. We recruited 34, we actually recruited more than that, but we have 34 active new leaders, including 15 individuals in neighborhoods without existing associations or groups, and 3 that are in multi-unit dwelling buildings, which is also great for our work in multi-unit residential settings. We've also worked on a series of toolkits. Their development anyway, and they will be launched in 2021 with the microsite. A couple of examples are how to start a neighborhood association, If you're new to Waterloo, and maybe that's new to Canada, new to the city, or you're a student here, what kinds of resources are available to those populations? We are in the final stages of a good landlord and good tenant toolkit series with some helpful tips for folks. We're working on an inclusive community, and we will be discussing a toolkit for understanding planning at the community level. Next slide, please. We added some new projects this year. So we developed the Stay Connected at Home journal and activity book in conjunction with Ali Brunner, a local artist. And that is currently available on the Active at Home Engage Waterloo page. We worked on the implementation of an at-home garden pilot, and we'll be proceeding with another option for that this year. And we created a pandemic-focused mini grant in addition to the standard program using pandemic funds allocated from council. Next slide, please. In terms of challenges for 2020, obviously, COVID-19 preventing neighbors from regularly gathering. We, as a result of this, deferred the equipment program that we had planned to start working on implementation in 2020. Primarily due to space constraints and concerns about disinfection, but also due to the lack of gathering. We also have experienced ongoing challenges with our ability to communicate with residents that are students, and we will be piloting a new social media tool starting in February related to that. Some ongoing challenges with tarps at outdoor rinks, and we're going to be working on some continuous improvement approaches for there. And then community members navigating the special service area levy. Next slide, please. So opportunities for 2021, we are currently recruiting additional block connectors for the program, and the deadline for that is January 25th. So if you know of some folks that are reasonably outgoing or are looking for a way to connect with folks in different ways, we would welcome applications from areas across the city, even if there are currently block connectors in their area. It's always great to have a buddy to do some of that work. We, as I mentioned, will be implementing a neighborhood workshop series. We will be focusing on some requests for some active bystander training and some anti-racism discussions, as well as some social media and some discussion as a panel with the Volunteer Action Center. We will be finalizing the Gathering Spaces asset mapping project to help neighbors identify local resources. That will be a bit of an ongoing piece for a little bit as the pandemic progresses, but it will be a tremendous resource when we are through the pandemic and out on the other side, allowing people to gather. And we will be developing a neighborhood name and identity program. Many of you may be aware that about 50% of the city is without actual neighborhood groups or associations. And so we will be looking at creating more of a sense of identity in the spaces that may consider themselves neighborhoodless or identify themselves by street crossing or cross street. And then we will complete a neighborhoods focused microsave with online tools and resources to support community building. Next slide, please. And finally, we will, in 2021, be continuing to work on improving communication with the broader community to promote our services. We are continuing to have internal discussions, building support for neighborhood community development. The outdoor rink program will be reviewed. We will be launching very shortly in February, actually, a second round of pandemic-focused mini grants for the winter and spring, because we recognize that people are feeling a little bit closeted in their homes and looking for ways to creatively connect with folks. We'll have some restrictions, but also some realistic guidelines about how they can do that as we may be in lockdown for a little bit longer. We will also be launching a Recognize a Resident program in February, and the hope there is to incorporate what was discussed a little bit earlier in the meeting about recognizing neighborliness and calling out good examples of that in the community. We will be proceeding with the next round of neighborhood matching fund in February. And of course, we will begin planning for innovative ways to support a restart of in-person neighborhood gatherings. Next slide. I welcome any questions.
Excellent. Well done, Amy. That's, every time I see the news, Waterloo Neighborhoods newsletter go out, I'm impressed by how much content is each and every time. So just lots to do. I just pulled up the most recent one of all the different things you can people can do and to spend their time together, getting a lot of family time nowadays. I have a comment from Councillor Henry. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski, through you to Amy. Amy, thank you for the amazing presentation and the update. I just wanted to call out you and the rest of the team, Beth, etc., just on everything you've had to do in the last year to, everyone's had to pivot to get information out, but I think this group has done a phenomenal job in very quickly ramping up how much information, how much activities you've been trying to put forward. The pandemic little grants have been very well received, and I think these are all terrific initiatives, and thank you for your leadership in making this happen for our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hanmer. And we do have a motion on that needs to go on the table to receive this as information. Since you're on the line right now, wonder if you can take us forward on that.
Sure. I'm happy to make the recommendation to receive the report, and I vote in favor of the motion.
Councillor Bodley will second the motion and vote in favor. Thank you.
Councillor Veith votes in favor. Thank you.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
Councillor Vasic in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
Councillor Bonagor in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too. That carries unanimously. For your time today, Amy. A bit later than we thought we'd be, but so thank you for your patience and bearing with us today. Next up, item H, and I'll just note that we'll have a recess after item H for a few minutes, just to have a break before we get to public meetings. It's Green Infrastructure Phase 2, Energy Efficient Buildings Program, third request for expressions of interest, City of Waterloo expression of interest for a grant prepared by Scott and Marcel. And if I recall, this is already something that under the CEO we've already done. We're acknowledging, formally approving it. Does anybody have any questions? And two ready to move. So go ahead, Councillor Veith and Freeman.
It's Councillor Veith here. I move this exciting motion and I vote in favor and cross my fingers that we get the money.
And it's Councillor Freeman. I second it, and I'll cross my fingers too. This is a really great opportunity for the city. Thank you to staff for finding it, seeing it, applying for it, and getting it in by the deadline.
Councillor Vasic in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
Councillor Bonagor in favor. Love this project. Fingers crossed.
Councillor Hanmer in favor.
Councillor Bodley in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too, so that carries unanimously. Thank you for team for your patience. With that, as we move into the public meeting session, I'm going to ask that we take just for 5 minutes and come back if councillors can just ping in the chat line when they're returned, and we'll get going once we have 5 minutes or quorum. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. As we move into the public meetings, item 12A, an informal public meeting. Right. So we'll do a quick roll call with those who are here. Ward 1.
Sorry, Councillor Hanmer, present.
Councillor Bodley here.
Councillor Veith, present.
Councillor Freeman here.
Councillor Vasic, present.
Councillor Henry here.
Councillor Bonigoy here.
Okay, the mayor's here. We're all here. The informal public meeting to consider item 12A, notice zoning bylaw amendment Z2005, 314 to 316 Batavia Place, and 295 to 297 Albert Street, Z2005. There will be no decisions made tonight. Council and the public are seeing this application for the first time. Council is looking for feedback from interested parties with respect to this application. Tonight's comments will be taken into consideration developing a staff position on this application, and a staff report will be considered by council during a formal public meeting at a future time. All property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands and anyone who requests further notice of this application will receive the formal public meeting. Anybody who wants further notice of this application, including the formal public meeting and passage of any bylaw, should contact our planner, Rita Zylok, at 519-747-8650 or at rita.zylok at waterloo.ca. That's RITA.SZILOCK at waterloo.ca. Rita will now provide us with a brief overview of the application. Welcome, Rita.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski. Good evening, Mayor, members of council, ladies and gentlemen. This is an informal public meeting for 314, 316 Batavia Place and 295, 297 Albert Street. Zoning bylaw amendment Z2005. The application was submitted by a numbered company and Lucio and Carmen Ramon, represented here tonight by Trevor Hawkins from MHPC Planning. Next slide, please. The subject site is located within the Northdale neighborhood. This site is a 4-lot consolidation situated between Albert Street West and Columbia Street West. The site is a through lot with frontage on both Batavia Place and Albert Street. In terms of surrounding lands, the subject site is surrounded by Ivy Towns 2 to the east, which is a 3-story stacked townhouse development, a 6-story apartment building to the west, and single detached homes to the north and south. Next slide, please. The consolidated parcels are currently occupied by single detached homes. This slide shows 314 and 316 Batavia Place. Next slide, please. And this slide shows 295 and 297 Albert Street. Next slide, please. These are conceptual perspectives of the proposed development. The applicant is proposing to build a 6-story apartment building on the site containing 100 residential units with 110 bedrooms, 30 vehicle parking spaces, 30 bike parking spaces, and 340 square meters of amenity area. Next, please. This is a conceptual site plan of the proposed development. The vehicular entrance to the site will be limited to Batavia Place, while pedestrian access will be available from both Batavia Place and Albert Street. Due to the significant grade change between Batavia Place and Albert Street, parking spaces closest to Batavia Place will be located under the cantilevered portion of the building, while the parking spaces closest to Albert Street will be located underground and would not be visible from the street. Next slide, please. In terms of the official plan, the subject site is located within Special Policy Area 45. It is designated low-density residential, which allows for apartment buildings, a maximum density of 250 beds per hectare. bonusing with a maximum density of 600 beds per hectare, subject to council approval, and a maximum building height of 6 stories. Next slide, please. In terms of zoning bylaw, the subject site is zoned holding residential Northdale 6, which permits apartment buildings, a maximum density of 250 beds per hectare, and a maximum building height of 21.5 meters. Next, please. The applicant has requested to amend the existing zoning on the site from HRN6 to RN6 with site-specific provisions to permit one building entrance along Batavia Place, whereas the bylaw requires 2 building entrances, to permit structured parking to be located along the Batavia Place street frontage, whereas the bylaw requires that structured parking be located entirely behind building floor area, to utilize density bonusing to increase the number of permitted bedrooms from 81 to 110 through Section 37 bonusing agreement, and to lift the holding provision from the site. I do want to point out that there's a typo on the slide. The 86 permitted bedrooms should actually be 81. Next slide, please. These are the reports and plans submitted by the applicant. All of this information is available on the city's website on our zone change applications webpage. The submitted information is currently under review by city staff. Next, please. In terms of next steps, staff will complete our review of the submitted reports and plans. Staff will assess whether the proposed bonusing request and proposed development constitutes good planning. Staff will consider any feedback received from the public, commenting agencies, city staff, and of course any feedback received from council tonight. Then staff will prepare a report with recommendations to council, and will hold a formal public meeting for its application, at which point council will make a final decision on the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. Next, please. Thank you for your time. That concludes my presentation. If there are any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Rita. A note to anybody watching here tonight, if you would like to speak at this informal meeting, please call the clerk's office now at 519-747-8705. That's 519-747-8705. Does any councillor have any questions for staff? Please remember this is an informal public meeting. Only questions of clarification may be asked. Council members should not express opinions at this point. First up is Councillor Freeman. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski. Through you. Rita, can you help me to understand why the current bylaw requires 2 building entrances along Batavia Place? Like, what was the thinking behind that current bylaw status?
Certainly, through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Freeman. This requirement has actually been in effect since the Northdale bylaw has been in place. The requirement is that 1 entrance be provided for every 15 meters of frontage on a street. And the reason that it's in place is essentially to activate the street frontage. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. That does help me to understand. And so I guess with that information, my next question would be, do you believe that having 1 entrance could sufficiently activate that space such that it would meet the intent of the bylaw?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Freeman, that is something that I would have to assess as I review the submitted information. At this point, I can't provide you with an opinion.
Okay, I appreciate that. Then the next piece was around the structured parking. Again, if you could just help me understand the theory behind the Northdale plan, where they wanted structured parking entirely behind the building floor area. Was that an aesthetics piece?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Freeman, yes. Essentially, the reason that that requirement is there to ensure that structure parking is behind building floor area is to allow that building floor area to activate the streetscape. In this instance, the Albert Street portion is able to comply, but as you could, and we could switch back to the slide if we could. It would have been on page, page 6. You'll see that it's not possible, as the building is designed currently, to meet that requirement along the Batavia frontage. Obviously, the driveway would count, but the parking spaces, to meet the bylaw requirement, those parking spaces would have to have some sort of building floor area in front of them.
Thank you. Those were my questions.
Thank you both. I see one further question from Councillor Henry. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Rita. Just building on what Councillor Freeman had asked, and I wouldn't expect a response at this point for the same reason it needs to be assessed. I am interested as well on how the building lands on Batavia Place and you know, the variance in terms of number of entrances to activate the street is one measure in the plan to do that, but I think it serves a broader urban design goal, and I think what I'd be looking for staff's assessment at is does the develop sufficiently address the broader urban design goal, given being at the end of a cul-de-sac does present some challenges in the frontage. So are we meeting the broader design objective as staff assess that? So I'll look forward to seeing your commentary on that when we get to the formal public meeting.
Thank you. I'll take that away.
Thank you. At this point in time, I see no further questions from council. Rita? I will call on our delegate, and our delegate is Trevor Hawkins, partner, MHBC Planning.
Good evening, Mayor Jaworski, members
Welcome,
of council. Good to hear everybody again. Hope everyone's happy and healthy and safe. Given how long you've all been sitting in front of your computers this evening and this afternoon, I'll try not to cover the same ground that Rita did. This is an application for a 6-story building on Albert Street and Batavia Place. The building and site design was prepared by Walter Fady, and MHBC is acting on behalf of the property owners. Next slide, please. So Rita did outline generally where the property is located. This slide just gives council a little bit of a reminder, though they probably don't need it, of the vast array of transportation options in the Northdale area, from the Ion LRT further to the west to the numerous I-Express routes on University or Columbia, and then heading over to King Street, and then the local routes that will take you to those I-Express routes. Very walkable neighborhood, excellent transportation options for anyone who would choose to move there. Next slide, please. So this site presented some challenges because of the irregular shape of the lot, because it has 2 frontages, one on Albert Street and one on Batavia Place, and also because of the grade change, with Albert being higher and Batavia being lower. So this perspective shows how the design is attempted to address the Albert Street frontage with a prominent glazed pedestrian entrance, so no vehicular entrance from Albert Street. It's all pedestrian focused. And then as we look further towards Batavia Place, you can see there's another glazed portion of the building on the left side of this image, and that's the amenity area. So the amenity area is intended to be inside and then spill out outside, as we'll see on the site plan. The advantage of the grading is that the parking is not visible from Albert Street, being the busier street for pedestrians in Northdale. So we can't see the parking when we're walking past the building on Albert Street. So we've taken advantage of the grade in that regard. Next slide. So this just walk you through the site plan. We have the vehicular entrance coming off the end of the cul-de-sac on Batavia Place into a covered parking area with 29 parking spaces and 1 move-in loading parking space. The curved nature and the sort of squeezed frontage on Batavia Place has forced the location and design of the building. So with the driveway being where it is, we've had to situate the building on the southerly portion of the site. It does have a direct pedestrian entrance from the sidewalk on Batavia, or from the street on Batavia Place into the building. But it also has entrances from Albert Street where you don't have to deal with parking as well. So it has 2 prominent pedestrian entrances on both streets, and the design was intended to address both streets with building massing to the extent that we could, in recognition that one of those streets needed a vehicular entrance as well. And then the amenity space I alluded to is at the bottom of this image. So there's bike parking inside the building, and then if you go past the bike room, there's a fitness room, and then there's doors leading outside from the fitness room into a planned outdoor amenity area as well. Next slide. I've put up the floor plan here just to give council an idea of the L shape of the building, and each floor has its own amenity space as well. So there's amenity space on the ground floor, and then on floors 2 to 6, each floor has its own amenity room as well for the residents. The 1-bedroom units do have a second bathroom, and the thinking behind this, the architects have encountered a lot of desire from purchasers of units in Waterloo region, especially following from what we've experienced in the last year, that they want distinct separation from their own private bathroom off their bedroom, and then a separate bathroom for guests, so that guests don't have to use their personal bathroom when they're visiting. When family and friends are over, there's a bathroom off the living room, which is where the entertaining would most likely happen. So that's why the floor plan has been laid out this way. Next slide. So Rita touched on the zoning amendment. So effectively, it's a bonusing application for an increase in density from 250 to 340 bedrooms per hectare, resulting in a total of 110 bedrooms. The entrance on Batavia Place. So as Rita said, if you have more than 15 meters of frontage, you are required to provide a second entrance. But because of the curved nature of the street and the need to provide a vehicular access off Batavia Place, we're asking for permission to provide only 1 pedestrian building entrance on Batavia Place. Albert Street does comply with the bylaw. And then a same scenario with the structured parking. There's the curved nature of Batavia Place, and because of the way the building is situated, there wasn't space to put additional floor area all the way across the Batavia frontage, and that's really the reason for the request. There is habitable space along the Batavia frontage, but there's also on the north side of the plan structured parking that does not have habitable space in front of it. Again, in this scenario, the Albert Street frontage complies. And then finally, through the process, once we reach the end, our request would also include the removal of the holding provision. Next slide, please. In support of our application, we provided a number of supporting studies. The traffic impact assessment assessed traffic, pedestrian and vehicular from the site, and no off-site improvements are required. The functional servicing report established the availability of sanitary and water services on Batavia and Albert Street. There's an existing hydrant on Batavia Place adjacent to the property. And then stormwater, because of the divide in grades on the property, actually goes in 2 different directions, and the intent is to match that. We also prepared a pedestrian wind letter in support of the application, and that letter has some recommendations to improve wind conditions for pedestrians entering the building and around the outdoor amenity space that I alluded to earlier on the south side of the building. And then finally, the noise study assessed the impact of road noise from Albert Street and includes recommendations for air conditioning and a warning clause. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, the application achieves the intent of the official plan and the zoning bylaw. We only require minor amendments to the bylaw. Building has been designed by Walter Fady to a high quality design with high quality materials, lots of glazing, lots of visibility into the building, balconies along Albert Street. The site is fronted on 2 streets, so we looked at opportunities to address both streets, and we feel we've achieved that. There are very few amendments to the bylaw required, no reduction in parking, no reduction in landscape space, no requests for reduced setbacks. So we feel the increase in density is appropriate for this site. Next slide, please. I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you, Trevor. I do have a councillor lined up, Councillor Freeman first, and then Councillor Vasek.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski. Through you to Mr. Hawkins. Can you help me to understand the design elements that address the pedestrian activation on Batavia Street to make up for the fact that there's only one entrance?
Sure. So through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Freeman. I think what we've tried to do is through building design, cantilever the building so that the majority of the massing along the Batavia Street frontage faces the street. So it's really the ground floor where you have the opening that you can see on this slide, for example, where a car would enter and park on the site. So there'll be a prominent design of the lobby entrance from Batavia Place. So you'd be walking in, there'd be a distinct entry point for a pedestrian walking into the building. And then the whole 2nd through 6th floors are all addressing Batavia Place. So the building itself activates Batavia Place, but the north side where the driveway entrance is and where the parking is tucked in behind is the only area where it's not directly activating the street.
As a follow-up to that, can you help me to understand the pedestrian connectivity that exists through the site other than walking through a car-orientated space? I'm looking at the site plan and maybe I'm missing it, but I don't see sidewalks or things that would support pedestrian traffic from Albert Street through to Batavia or vice versa.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, there is an opportunity on the north side of the site within between the parking and the building and the north property line to explore that. And that's something that we can discuss in advance with staff through the site plan process. And then when it comes back to council, we'll work with staff to address that comment.
Thank you.
Next up is Councillor Vasek.
Thanks, through you, Mayor Jaworski. Thanks for the presentation. 2 questions. One, I was surprised to hear that the market is interested in 2 bathrooms for 1-bedroom apartments. That's what you said, right? Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, through you, Mayor Jaworski. The market is interested in having a separate bathroom from their own personal bathroom.
Right. Well, that is fascinating that people want 2 bathrooms to clean, but that's I guess what I'm curious about though is, does it take up so much space that it's making, like, would there be some units that if they only had 1 washroom, the 2nd washroom, however it was configured and however big it was, for example, might make space for some units with additional bedrooms?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski. I mean, the proposed 2nd bathroom is quite small in this design. I think we've included 2-bedroom units on each floor. I don't know that eliminating or making that bathroom smaller would provide enough space to add a whole 2nd bedroom, though. Right.
Yeah. So the ratio of I'm just thinking about, you know, needing units with different amounts of bedrooms, and so it was like there's like 10 2-bedrooms. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, thanks. And just curious about amenity spaces, and I see a lot of buildings with gyms in them, and I rarely see people using them. But of course, I'm not there all the time. So just curious about if you have any information about use of fitness centers at buildings such as this, and if that's a well-used space, good use of space.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, certainly not directly related to this particular building, but based on experience in other projects, I think there's a mixture of views on that particular aspect. There still is a purchaser who does desire that type of an amenity in their building, but then there are many purchasers who would never use it and do not wish to pay the fees for it. So at this early stage of the process, we've laid it out as a fitness area. That's not to say that if there's a desire in the market for a different type of amenity space on the ground floor, that we wouldn't explore it. So we're certainly open to receiving that input.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay, sounds great. I didn't know it was flexible like that. Thank you.
Next up, I have Councillor Henry.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Hawkins. I think you missed a third group of purchasers, and that's the folks that like the idea of having a fitness space, just like there are folks that like the idea of having a gym membership. Having it and using it are not necessarily the same thing, but feeling like having it is very important. I know I've existed like that for some of my life. Anyways, on to questions here. One thing that does stand out to me watching the activities at in front of One Columbia every day as I look out my son's window trying to get him to go to sleep is when you have a building entrance that doesn't have any associated short-term parking near to it, you do get a lot of whether they be Ubers, Lyfts, delivery vehicles, drop-offs and all those other things happening at the street level. Now, I know our TMP is going to suggest we're going to do some curbside management strategy in the future, but I put that to you and wonder what you've been seeing, what your clients have been seeing, and if there's anything from a planning perspective that may be possible to think about in terms of managing that for us on a street that will always be very busy and only 2 lanes.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Henry, that's a great question. I think for this particular building, we'll look at the Albert Street frontage and see if there's ways that we can manage that either through signage, through discouraging, working with staff to discourage pullover traffic in that area. It's not really, certainly wasn't our intent by providing that entrance there. But broadly speaking, I think in certain locations, there is a desire for developers and certainly once the units are sold, for condominium unit owners to have an opportunity for that short-term drop-off and layover. So not every site lends itself very well to it. Not every street does. But where the street does lend itself to a pullover or lay-by scenario, I think it's worthy of both private sector developers and the city to explore ways to make that work if it works with the road design and the other competing objectives in the road. For this site, we'll certainly encourage people to use the Batavia area as a natural and much more convenient drop-off location. So we'll take that away and see if there's ways we can make it clear that that's the intent.
Yeah, I know some of my colleagues have raised it on past developments along Albert Street, so I raise it for completeness. So thank you for that. In terms of just taking a different spin on Councillor Vasek's question, one thing that stood out to me from sort of the interior layout you were providing on the floor plans, and those were helpful, is that the entrance of that guest bathroom seems to open directly into the living room space rather than directly into the adjacent very short hallway, and that does strike me as a bit odd unless one were to think of access to the living room to just sort of have a little wall partition put up and create a bedroom. I don't. We know we've seen that on some projects in some places. So the placement of the entrance to that second bathroom just struck me as interesting. So I'm curious as to your take on rationale on that design, or whether there's refinements as you move the long steps towards building plan submissions.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Henry, I did curiously have the same question. Put the question to the architect. They have a lot more experience in interior layout of units. The intent in this particular case was, the feeling was that guests and family and friends who would be visiting the unit owner would most likely, other than eating, congregate in the living room, and so the door was positioned off the living room because they felt that that's where the guests would most likely stand up and use the washroom. There's certainly no intent with this building to put a partition or create a second bedroom. If that is a concern of council, I've already discussed with the architect whether that door could just be moved to the hallway, as you note, and it can. So if that's something that is a concern of council, we can make that adjustment.
And without implying anything about these clients, I think we've met some past ones, and I do appreciate opportunities for some peace of mind on that question, because gosh knows what happens once you get five years down the road. So I'd appreciate you looking at that. And the other thing I'd signal, since this one's got a density bonusing piece and attachment, I know these are conversations that happen later. Should staff and later council assess that yes, this is an appropriate location for density bonusing, that we'd have a conversation about appropriate community benefits, given the broad direction council's been taking and the market analysis that's being done on inclusionary zoning and others. It would seem that the bulk of these would be the desire would be around affordable housing and accommodating that in the neighborhood around the site as best as possible. So I would encourage that to be a focus of discussion on the community benefits portion as the conversation moves forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No further questions for the delegate. I'll now just check with the clerk to see if the phone has been ringing off the hook. And I hear that we have nobody calling in, unfortunately. If there are no further questions, let's see. As the deputy clerk informs me, there are no further speakers. This informal public meeting has now concluded, and staff will review the issues and provide further reporting to council at a later date. Thank you. Thank you, Trevor. Thank you, Rita, for bearing with us today. One moment while I just get my stuff together here on the next one. This is a formal public meeting to consider general amendments to zoning bylaw 2018-050, Part 2B, City of Waterloo. Any persons who want further notice of this application, including the passage of any bylaw, should contact the planner, Dominic Simpson, at 519-747-8583. That's 519-747-8583. Or at dominic.simpson@waterloo.ca. That's spelled DOMINIK.Simpson, SIMPSON, @waterloo.ca. Will the clerk please advise council of the method used to give notice of the meeting and the dates notice was?
Notice was advertised. Notice was advertised in the Waterloo Chronicle on December 24th and 31st, 2020, and mailed or emailed on December 21st, 2020, to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject property and to all persons who requested further notice.
Thank you. The planner, Dominic Simpson, will now give a brief overview of the application. Welcome, Dominic.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski. And yet, as you mentioned, I will keep this brief in the interest of time. Good evening, Mayor Jaworski and members of council. As you're likely aware, the city adopted a new zoning bylaw citywide in September 2018. The planning approvals team advances general amendments to this zoning bylaw from time to time to make efficiencies, minor corrections, or respond to minor site-specific requests. To date, staff have not received any concerns regarding the proposed amendments before you today. I spoke with a number of residents in the Colonial Acres neighborhood regarding the proposed site-specific amendments, amendment number 10 in the staff report. But all feedback received was simply comments of clarification, and no concerns were raised to our knowledge. The only external request staff received from residents was from residents within the Roosevelt Avenue neighborhood. Residents expressed a desire to conserve the character and attributes of the neighborhood. Planning staff had initially advertised potential amendments to the Roosevelt neighborhood in the Chronicle, which spoke to adding site-specific lot area and lot frontage provisions with the intent to maintain the existing lot fabric of the neighborhood. But ultimately, staff did not include or advance these provisions in the final staff report. I just wanted to bring this to council's attention, as I understand Councillor Henry may wish to speak to this item. Happy to answer any other questions council may have. Joel Cotter, Director of Planning, is also online and can assist with any questions if needed.
Thank you, Dominic. As to all our viewers, as I mentioned earlier, if you'd like to speak to this planning meeting today, please call the clerk's office at 519-747-8705. That's 519-747-8705. Please call now. I'm looking for any questions or comments from councillors. Seeing one. Please go ahead, Councillor Freeman.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Jaworski. I can concur with Mr. Simpson's comments with regard to Colonial Acres. I also received a number of telephone calls. And yes, the general amendments that are provided at this time are in keeping with the expectations of the neighborhood. And so I thank staff for hearing from the neighbors earlier this year.
Thank you, Councillor Freeman. I see no further questions. I'll now check with the Deputy Clerk to see if anybody has called in to register delegates, since we have no registered delegates.
No, Mayor.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Natalia. As the Deputy Clerk informs me, there are no further speakers. This formal public meeting is concluded and the application is now open to council for a motion and debate. If anyone watching would like to receive further notice of the application after the meeting, please contact the planner, Dominic Simpson, at 519-747-8583. And with that, I will look to Councillor Henry to consider moving this and providing further information. Please go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor. Julie, just wondering, obviously I have to read the Bill 73 piece, but on the amendment, how much of it do I have to read?
It is helpful if you read all of it into the record.
Sounds like fun. All right. Just wanted to confirm that before I put everybody through that. So I'll confirm that that yes, I do intend to move forward on the Roosevelt section. I did receive a number of positive comments from residents to that effect when Mr. Cotter and I both responded to the request that we move on this in this way. So I will move motion as follows. Whereas Council has considered all written and oral submissions from the public and stakeholders, and whereas Council has considered the professional opinions of planning staff, therefore be it resolved that Council approve Report IPPW 2021-007. 2, that zoning bylaw amendment Z-19-06, general amendments to the zoning bylaw 2018-050, Part 2B, be approved as set out in Schedule A to IPPW 2021-007, with the addition of the following. 1, that Schedule C1 to Bylaw 2018-050 be amended by adding exception C, that'll be filled in later, to the land surrounding the southern segment of Roosevelt Avenue, being lots abutting part of Roosevelt Avenue from 48 meters north of Cambria Place to Warrington Drive, Arden Place, Cambria Place, Norwood Crescent, Redwood Place, part of Warrington Drive, that's 364 to 399 Warrington Drive inclusive. 2, that Schedule C to Bylaw 2018-050 be amended by adding exception C, to be added later, as follows. Now I'm reading a table. Exception C to be added later, address part of Roosevelt Avenue plus surrounding area, zoning R1, file reference Z-19-06, location, land surrounding the southern segment of Roosevelt Avenue as shown on Schedule C1 to this bylaw. Site-specific regulations. Sub A, notwithstanding anything to the contrary, the following regulations shall apply to all lots within the area identified on Image 1 here too. Sub I, lot area, minimum, equal to the existing lot area. Sub 2, lot frontage, minimum, equal to the existing lot frontage. And I'm happy to vote in favor of that motion as well.
This is Councillor Bonagor. I second the motion and vote in favour.
Councillor Hanmer in favour.
Councillor Bodley, could I just get Councillor Henry to repeat that whole motion again? I wasn't paying attention. I'm just kidding. I vote in favor. I'll vote in favor.
I have some diapers here for you to deal with, Councillor Bodley, if you'd like me to do that again.
Councillor Veith, I vote in favor.
So thankful all of that was on the record. Councillor Freeman in favor.
Councillor Vasek in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too. Do we still need the Bill 73? Did you do the Bill 73 part, Councillor Henry?
You better believe it.
Oh, but it was in there? Perfect. So what I like to hear. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Dominic and Joel and the rest of the team for your work on the general amendments to the zoning bylaw. That has passed unanimously. Next up, we have a notice of motion from Councillor Bodley on greenhouse gas emissions from the electricity grid. Please go ahead, Councillor.
Uh-oh, I might have set myself up here. Do I have to read this entire motion, Julie?
Luckily, it's on the screen for everyone to view.
So I don't have to read it. Perfect. So thank you, Mayor Jaworski, and members of council for considering this notice of motion that I've put together here. I know it's getting late. We're just past the 12-hour mark here, but I'm a little bit excited. This is the first motion that I've put together in my 2 years on council, so I'm appreciative of the opportunity to be able to put it forward. So I'm sure everyone has had a chance to read it. I'm just going to sort of summarize my thoughts on why I've put this notice of motion together and summarize the motion briefly, I guess. So we know that Ontario Power Generation has spent nearly $3 billion on gas plants of late, 3 of which were very recent. And so it is very clear that the intention of the province of Ontario at this point in time is to replace supply from the Pickering nuclear plant with supply from these new gas plants or new investments in gas plants. And according to the IESO, that is intended to increase the amount of greenhouse gas emissions from the electricity grid by 300% by 2025 and 400% by 2040. And so there are essentially two things that I am noting are hopeful that will emerge from this motion. The first thing is to ask staff to be monitoring and reporting on this through future energy conservation and demand management plans, as well as through a forthcoming corporate climate action plan, because as of today, when we look at the emissions targets that we've put forward, as this council has considered our 80 by 50 goals and looked at those ECDMPs, they are using greenhouse gas emissions estimates at today's numbers, actually 2017 numbers. That speaks to how important this is, which I would like to reference as well. Why this matters to the residents of the city of Waterloo. Like Councillor Freeman had mentioned earlier today in a previous conversation, I am often go back in time to those days when gathering was more socially acceptable and safer, and recall the thousands of folks as I stood on the sidewalk there in front of Beertown and the square and looked out at all of the folks in front of the square that were protesting and advocating for action on climate change. And shortly thereafter, the city of Waterloo unanimously passed a motion to declare a climate emergency. And so it is very clear that the residents of the city of Waterloo are asking for action from this council and from all of our elected officials. When we look at this motion, one of the things that really strikes me, and I'm going to paraphrase from an article that I read in Windsor. Essentially, municipalities are focused on being more aggressive on reducing our greenhouse gas emissions and doing it faster because we are in an emergency situation. And yet we are going to be fighting a bit of an uphill battle because the province is intending to sort of download some of those emissions through the electricity grid, through investing in gas plants. And through conversations that I've had with staff, we know that already the greenhouse gas emission reductions that we've seen at the city of Waterloo, the approximate 6% that we've seen since 2011, many of those reductions are from the previous provincial government's focus on phasing out coal-fired power plants. And further research or information and discussion with our consultant is that if we had a 100% renewable energy or clean energy solution in the province of Ontario, the greenhouse gas emissions at the city of Waterloo would reduce an additional 10%. Without any additional actions on our part. And so this really does matter to the corporation, to the residents of the city of Waterloo. And so in addition to asking staff to consider this as we move forward, I'm also asking for the provincial government to consider a plan to phase out gas-fired electricity generation by 2030. And really that's so that we don't get into a situation where gas-fired electricity generation becomes the default going forward. I appreciate the time and my council colleagues for giving me the opportunity to put this forward, and I look forward to any further discussion or debate on it. Thank you.
So at this point, have you actually moved the motion?
It's my first day, or I'm new here. I will move the motion and vote in favor of it if that's appropriate at this time.
No, just move it for now to get it on the table. Tennille, Councillor Bonnegar wants to talk next, so I'll look to her to second it and then comment. Please go ahead, Councillor
Bonnegar. Through you, Major Jaworski, I'm happy to second this, and my comment was simply to Councillor Bodley to thank you for bringing this forward. it can be hard at the municipal level. Like we strive to make changes locally, and then it can be hard to be buffeted by these winds that have such an impact on our efforts here. So yes, thanks. First motion, good one.
Any further comments from councillors before we start voting? Yeah, I just comment that I'm pleased that you were able to retool it a bit and to work through it to make it a customized version for the City of Waterloo rather than just a template. I think that goes a long way in showing our true meaning. So thank you very much for that, Councillor Bodley. I'll look to the movers and seconders to vote, and then we'll go around the horn.
Thank you for the comments. I will vote in favor of it.
This is Councillor Bonagor. I'm in favour.
Councillor Hanmer in favor.
Councillor Beath in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
Councillor Vasic in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too. Not only do you have your first motion, you have your first unanimously approved motion, Councillor Bodley. So congratulations. Next up, we have Councillor Hanmer has a notice of motion here filed, and what I'm going to do is it's on affordable housing and inclusionary zoning, a topic that's very important to our council and city staff. So I'm going to do is to look to Ward 2, Ward 3 to consider waiving notice of motion so that we can deal with this today. Unless, of course, Councillor Bodley is celebrating his newly approved council.
Sorry, I was in the middle of a coughing fit. It's not quite over. Yes, I'll vote to waive notice of motion.
And
Councillor Beath. Sorry, Councillor Beath.
Yes, and vote in favor. Sorry.
Councillor Beath here. I vote to waive notice of motion and vote in favor.
It's Councillor Freeman. I'll second the motion and vote in favor.
Councillor Vasic in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
Councillor Bonagor in favor.
I'm the one requesting it, so do I vote also? I would be in favor of waiving the notice of motion. And thank Councillor Bodley for interrupting his coughing fit.
Yeah, thank you. And I vote in favor too. That carries unanimously. Please go ahead, Councillor Hanmer.
Great, thank you very much, and thank you, colleagues, for allowing me to place this this evening for us to consider. And I will be very brief with my comments as it's getting later in the hour. As the mayor indicated, this topic of affordable housing is something that's near and dear not only to the hearts of council and staff, but also the residents of our city. And as we had discussed at previous meetings, we are limited in some of the tools that we can use to ensure that we have the full gamut of affordable housing available in our city. We at a previous meeting discussed about some of the changes that were happening with Bill 108, which was restricting the use of the inclusionary zoning to a very small portion of our city. So with this motion, it sets out the parameters of why affordable housing is so important in our community as a fundamental right for everyone, and also something that's highly in our strategic plan. So at this stage, what we are wanting to do is request that the province broaden the inclusionary zoning, that it is enabling us to use the entire Planning Act to apply the inclusionary zoning provisions within our entire jurisdiction and not to those restricted to sites specific within the city. And I also requesting that council reconfirm our commitment to affordable housing throughout the city, as we've identified in our strategic plan for 2019 to 2022. And I will make the motion.
Yep, and we'll look for a seconder. I think Councillor Henry has his hand up. Please go ahead, Councillor.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Councillor Henry, for bringing this forward. Happy to second the motion, and I would be brief and just say this. The previous provincial government gave us the tool to use everywhere, which is where it was needed. The current provincial government restricted it, and we will use it where we can. We are less than 18 months away at the furthest from another provincial election. Whichever government of whatever stripe comes back, I trust that this is a decision that can be updated and changed as an expression of that new provincial government's mandate to broaden affordable housing and deliver it faster at no cost to residents throughout the province, which is what this motion would allow it to do.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Henry. I think that certainly from building a great city here, City of Waterloo, very attractive city, means it's just more and more people clamoring to get here, but we need to be able to take care of the people who can't afford, quote, $1 million homes, when effectively everything's $1 million home nowadays. So anything I think we can do is incumbent upon us. So if we can get provincial help, that's great. So thank you very much, Councillor Henry and Councillor Henry. I see no further comments, so we'll start the voting with the mover and the seconder, please.
Thank you. I will vote in favor of the motion.
Councillor Henry in favor.
Councillor Bonagor in favor.
Councillor Bodley in favor.
Councillor Veith in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
Councillor Vasic in favor.
And in favor too. So that carries unanimously. Congratulations, Councillor Henry, on bringing this forward. And thank you very much on behalf of all of us here.
Thank you.
Item 15, communications and correspondence. We've received that electronically. We have no unfinished business. Does any, we're at questions now. Does any councillor have questions for staff? Seeing none. And I would note that I actually have 9 pages of notes of questions we've had throughout the day. This has got to be our biggest day for questions, I think. So, item 18, new business. Hearing none. I'll now go to that special time of the meeting, enactment of bylaws.
Pick me.
You sure?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It's Councillor Freeman. I move to enact the bylaws.
Excellent. We'll go around the horn.
Well, this is exciting. Councillor Vasic here. I second the bylaws. Thanks for that, Councillor Freeman. What an opportunity.
Oh, and I need both of you to vote for it.
Oh yeah, I vote in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
Thank you.
Councillor Bonagor in favor.
Councillor Hanmer in favor.
Councillor Bodley enthusiastically in favor.
Councillor Veith in favor.
Councillor Freeman, I don't think I voted. I'm in favor.
Excellent. The mayor's in favor too. That carries unanimously. Special thank you to staff for all having our first meeting of 2021 done and being able to shoehorn in all the delegates that wanted to come today. In an ideal world, we would have spread them out in future council meetings, but sorry, had a lot on the docket for today. So with that, I'll look for a motion to adjourn wards 1, ward 2.
Councillor Hanmer, I move that we adjourn our meeting. And I vote in favor.
Councillor Bodley seconds the adjournment and votes in favor.
Councillor Veith in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
Councillor Vasic in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
Councillor Bonagor in favor.
The mayor's in favor too. With that, I bid you all a good night. Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks,
night,
everyone.
everyone.
Good night.
Thanks.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.